10. Cadale Corby disappeared from the court and collegia entirely. Not that Alberich would have noticed his absence, having banned the boy from the salle, but it wasn't long before there were murmurs and speculations among his students and the court, and being that it was his business to know things, he heard every one of them. Rumor had it that the boy's father was so enraged that he had gotten himself thrown out of Alberich's class and forbidden to enter the salle, that he'd sent the boy straight down to the family manor, to languish in what the young lords and ladies called rustification. Since it was said to be a particularly dull and cheerless place, lacking in anything that a young man might find amusing, and since rumor also had it that Lord Corby had sent orders for his son to be confined to the house and grounds until further notice, Alberich was perfectly satisfied that the punishment fit the crime. On the other side of the table, Lord Corby went to Selenay and also demanded the punishment of the trainee who started it, and allegedly was nonplussed to learn that the trainee had already been punished, and that the punishment fit his crime, since all he had done was to bring a fight into the salle, and after being reprimanded had behaved with the proper respect for the weapons master. The trouncing, with lecture, at the hands of the weapons master in front of his peers was deemed both painful and humiliating enough, even for Lord Corby. And Lord Corby had been quite taken aback to learn that it had all happened within moments of Cadale's expulsion. Without knowing much about the man, but intuiting a great deal from the behavior of his son, Alberich doubted that the humiliation of Cadale at the hands of that foreigner would ever be forgotten or forgiven, but at least there was nothing overt that Lord Corby could do about the incident. Alberich had exercised precisely the correct amount of authority. He'd been defied. He banished the offender. Not from any other classes at any other part of the three collegia, only from his own. He had indeed ejected the boy by force, because the boy would have gone on defying him if Alberich hadn't physically thrown him off the premises. He had not exceeded his authority, and in point of fact, Alberich could have given the boy a taste of what Osberic had gotten, and hadn't. In fact, Cadale had gotten off lightly at Alberich's hands, and not only was there no denying it, but both the Lord Marshal and the Provost Marshal, who was in charge of discipline on and off the collegia grounds, said loudly and publicly that they would have boxed both his ears until he was deaf. Nevertheless, Lord Corby would not like the man who had rejected his son. He would not like the collegium, nor the organization that had given him the authority to do so. One more enemy. But Alberich was used to those by now. He would have to watch his back, but when had he ever done anything else? And sure enough, within days, there were rumors in the court about how the weapons master was abusing his pupils, abusing his authority, treating heraldic trainees with indulgence and punishing blues arbitrarily. A few blues were quietly absent from his class after that, but there was not a great deal that he could do about that, nor, truth to be told, wished to do. As for Osberic, according to Cantor, that very evening, when the trainee's bruises started aching and he started feeling particularly sorry for himself, his companion had given him a good talking to. Whether this was delivered in the form of a lecture or with sympathy, Cantor didn't say. But one thing was certain. When companions took it upon themselves to correct their chosen, the lesson tended to stick. Osberic was certainly properly contrite the next day, and if there was still a great deal of moaning about Alberich's hard-heartedness, at least no one among the heraldic trainees was claiming he was a bully or a sadist. Hard-hearted he could live with. In fact, the more hard-hearted they thought him, the better off they would be in the long run. Though shortly after the Cadale incident there was one little lad who would not have agreed with that estimation. He was one of the Tedral orphans, brought in by the companion Cherrick the very same day as Osberic and Cadale's chastisement. It took a day or two to get him settled into the collegium, so Alberich didn't see him until his mentor, trainee Rothervan, brought him by himself to the salle, shortly after the last class of the day. Alberich was overseeing a set of guards working out with maces when the door to the salle opened and a final-year trainee came in with a very small boy at his side. Alberich left the two to continue their bout, and walked over to the door where they waited politely. "This is a new trainee, weapons master," Rothervan said, leading the young boy by the hand. A very young boy indeed, no more than 7 if Alberich was any judge. He was rather angular, with an unruly thatch of no-colored hair, but very intelligent eyes, and a look about him that was vaguely familiar. And when he got a good look at the weapons master, the boy gaped at him with shock, then awe, then spun to look up at his mentor with a look just short of accusation. "You did not tell me this was the great rider," the child exclaimed, and Alberich knew immediately by the trace of a Karsite accent that this must be one of the children brought out of the Tedral camp after the end of that final battle. "Great rider," Rothervan said, his brow furrowed with puzzlement. "But never mind, I understand him," Alberich interrupted. He looked down at the boy with some bemusement. So that was why the boy looked vaguely familiar. He was Karsite, or at least half Karsite. Most of the hillfolk shepherds were mongrels by Sun Priest standards, anyway. "So," he said, in Karsite, "we have another of the Sun's children come to be a white rider, eh?" This one must not have been too damaged by his experiences, or he wouldn't have been chosen so very young. "There are others here, not as white riders, but as Selene's pages. You won't be alone." "Oh." Relief suffused the boy's features. "I did not know that, great rider." Alberich looked up at Rothervan. "Selene has perhaps 5 or 6 Tedral orphans. In her service as pages they are. See that this lad meeting them is, please. Perhaps a playfellow he will find among them." Then he looked back down at the boy and continued the conversation in Karsite. "Also, there is Priest Garishon, a true man of the Sun Lord. You may go with the others to the Temple of the Sun Lord if you wish, though they do not call it that here, but rather the Temple of the Lord of Light. And if you do not wish to do so, you need not. You are free to serve who you wish here." "I still serve the Sun Lord, great rider," the boy said quietly. "The Sun Lord of the prophecy." "Then you will find his house yonder in Haven, and Garishon at his altar," Alberich replied, suppressing a smile at the child's solemn demeanor. It was quaint and charming, but a little sad also. Those children had been forced to grow up far too quickly. "I have it on the best authority that he approves of the White Riders and all they stand for, and that there is nothing in the pledges that a White Rider must make that run counter to his will. Quite the opposite, in fact. In serving as a White Rider, you will also serve him. You will be a hope and an example to our people, and repay some of the debt to those who saved and succored us, as I try to do." The child's face took on a look of fierce pride and determination. "I will not fail you, great rider," he said in tones that made it a vow. "I will not fail the prophecy." Rothervan's expression of bemusement as he looked from Alberich to the boy and back again made Alberich very glad that he had a great deal of practice in keeping his own face under control, or he might have laughed aloud. "It is a great responsibility," Alberich replied as gravely as if the child was 3 times his actual age. "And a signal honor." "I do know that, great rider," the child said, nodding. "Cherrick has told me so, and it is all I could ever wish to be." "Excuse me, Herald Alberich, but I was supposed to tell you that young Theodrin here is one of the orphans," Rothervan said, then laughed self-consciously. "But obviously you already know that." "I do, but thank you," Alberich replied, and turned back to the boy. "So, I am glad to see you, Theodrin. You will be learning weapons at my hands, as any other trainee. And you must call me Herald Alberich, not Great Rider. I'm no greater than any of the other heralds, the White Riders. We're all brothers and sisters." "Yes, Herald Alberich." The boy gave an odd little salute that he must have learned from the Tedrals. "I was afraid when my friend Rothervan said I was to be given over to weapons lessons. Now I'm not." He smiled. "I was afraid the training would be like the bad place." "It will be hard, but not like that other place, I promise you," Alberich said, and turned back again to Rothervan. "He will be in the beginner's class, of course. Just following luncheon, that would be." "Yes, sir." The trainee's expression told Alberich everything he needed to know. Evidently, Theodrin had been properly terrified when he'd been told he was to learn weapons work, and Rothervan's solution had been to bring him directly to Alberich so that he could see his teacher for himself. Or perhaps the suggestion had come from Rothervan's companion, who had been no mere colt when Rothervan was chosen. "Thank you for talking to him. I think he'll settle now, and I was a bit worried about him." Alberich nodded. "You've done exactly what was needed bringing him here. My thanks." And to Theodrin, "This young man is also my pupil, and he will be as a brother to you as well as a brother rider. You may give him your trust. He will also see that you meet the others brought out of the camp that are now in Selene's service, and perhaps you may find a friend or two among them as well." The child's eyes shone with gratitude. "Thank you, Herald Alberich." Then Theodrin looked up at Rothervan and said, in Valdemaran that was much better than Alberich's, "Thank you for bringing me to the Sal, Rothervan. Herald Alberich is the chief of those who came to save us, and I'm honored to be taught by him." It was so formal and so charming that Rothervan couldn't help but smile. It was a kind smile, and Alberich knew at that moment that the older boy had been a good choice to watch over Theodrin. "Well, good. And now you've met all your teachers, so let's get some dinner. You'll be back here after luncheon tomorrow." Alberich escorted them to the door of the Sal, then watched the two of them off up the path back to the Collegium. As they disappeared into the twilight shadows, he felt Cantor coming up beside him. He put his hand on Cantor's shoulder and felt the companion's silken hide beneath his palm, warm and smooth. Cherik can't mind-speak him very clearly yet, and the little lad was petrified, Cantor told him. He thought he was about to be put into one of those vile boys' bands that the Tedrils used to toughen the boys. Nasty training, if you could call it training. Kept them on short rations, more or less forced them to steal if they were going to keep from going hungry, but beat them within an inch of their lives if they got caught. Weapons training with real edged weapons. If you got hurt or died, too bad. Every infraction was punished with a beating, in fact. Small wonder he was terrified. "Well, I'm glad he recognized me. I only hope he doesn't hero-worship me," Alberich sighed. "Though it might be pleasant for me, it would do him no good." "I wouldn't necessarily agree with that." Cantor nudged him affectionately. "You could do with a little hero-worship. Adoration is for the Sun Lord. I'm content with respect," Alberich replied, but rubbed Cantor's ears with affection. "So long as I have the friendship of my companion and a few good comrades, I'm content." "Piff, I can think of one other thing you could do with." Cantor's eyes sparkled with mischief, and Alberich had a very good idea what he was talking about, but he pretended otherwise. After all, it was usually Cantor who managed to jest on Alberich rather than the other way around. "Yes, indeed," he replied blandly. "I could do with my dinner." And he laughed aloud at Cantor's exasperated snort. The following day was very much business as usual, although during the day he found himself looking forward much more than usual to dinner, because Misty had sent down a note asking if she could join him then. He didn't know why, and she didn't tell him. Probably it had something to do with the players. Since she clearly was comfortable with them and was not going to have to act in order to fit herself into a persona, he had elected to leave her to get used to the situation, and her employers to get used to her, before he asked her to actually do anything. He'd told her to let him know when she thought she was ready, and that was probably why she wanted to meet him over dinner. And yet, well, he wouldn't be disappointed if it wasn't the business of the actors that brought her. When she arrived with the servant that brought his dinner, as usual, helping to carry the baskets, he did note that her step was definitely light, and that there was more than a mere suspicion of a smile on her face. But she only spoke of commonplace things, more rumors about Cadale, in fact, and more slurs about Alberich himself, until the servant had gone. And when he bent to uncover the first of the supper dishes, she held out a hand, forestalling him. "Dinner can wait for a moment." she said, as always when she was with him, speaking in car sight. It was an effective hedge against anyone who might somehow have gotten in close enough to be listening. Not that Alberich expected anyone to manage, for he'd have to get past the companions to do so, but sometimes trainees dared each other to particularly stupid pranks, and it would be just his luck for one of them to sneak in to eavesdrop on the weapons master and overhear something he shouldn't. "I assume you have a reason?" he replied. She nodded. "First, I want you to see these." And she handed him a folded packet of paper. The paper itself was odd, thin, very light, very strong. He unfolded it, and knew immediately what it was because it was in cipher, and there was only one place at the moment where Misty would have gotten a packet of papers in cipher. They were the same papers, or more of the same, that he'd seen passed from Norris to Devlin. "No, they're not," Misty said immediately, as if she had read his mind. Not that she needed to, she would know exactly what he was thinking at that moment. "In this case, it's a packet that was passed the other way, from Devlin to Norris." He looked from it to her, and back again, speechless for a moment. "But how did you—" Her grin widened, and she sat down with an air of triumph. "He gave them to me." Alberich also sat down then. He had to. His knees wouldn't hold him. "If you're joking—" "I'm not," she replied with satisfaction. "I swear I'm not. He gave them to me with his own lily-white hands, and do you know why?" She laughed, a rich and satisfied chuckle. "Because, my friend, he wanted me to copy them for him." Alberich had thought himself too surprised to react to anything by that point, but he felt his mouth gaping open, and shut it, and swallowed. "I think," he said at last, "that you must tell me this from the beginning." But first he leaned over and poured both of them a full cup of wine. He had a strong need for a drink just now. Misty laced the fingers of both hands together over her knee, and looked as satisfied as a cat with a jug full of cream in front of her. "Sometimes," she said with a touch of pardonable smugness, "the person you need to keep an eye on someone isn't a spy or a tough bully boy. Sometimes it is exactly the kind of middle-aged, dowdy, forgettable little frump that no one looks twice at." "You aren't dowdy or forgettable," he said without thinking. "Or a frump." She looked inordinately pleased at that, but didn't interrupt her story. "It didn't take me long to get their books straight, and yes, the innkeeper has been skimming, and yes, he stopped immediately when he knew I was there to check on him. So, since I was there anyway, both the players and their other staff started coming to me for other little things. You know, the odd letter from home to be read or written, arranging with a goldsmith to put something away for a rainy day, that sort of thing. And King Norris would come sailing by now and again, vaguely note that I was there, and be off again. And whenever he came by, I always made sheep's eyes at him, which is exactly what he expected. Women throw themselves at him all the time, and if I hadn't acted infatuated, he might have suspected something. Well, that was how things stood right up until last night, when we had an interesting situation." "Oh?" Alberich prompted. "They'd done a reduced cast play for a private audience in the afternoon, and all the leads had to hurry back to the inn to do the main play that evening," she said, her lenses gleaming. He didn't have to see her eyes to know that there was great satisfaction in them. "So, I'm sitting there in the office with folded hands, nothing much to do, and in comes Norris himself, and for once he's looking for me. 'Can you make a fair copy of something without knowing the language?' he asks. I gave him a look." She tilted her head slightly, and showed Alberich the expression of dazzled infatuation she must have given Norris. "And I said, 'Of course I can. I'm a clerk. If we stopped to actually read what we're copying, we'd never get half the work done that we do. Eye to hand to paper and no stopping at the brain, that's us.' And before I can say anything else, he dropped this in front of me." She indicated the packet. "And some paper, if you can believe it, that's even lighter than this is. 'I'm in a hurry,' says he, 'and I haven't time to do this myself. I need that transcribed in the smallest hand you can manage onto that paper, then burn the original. and I need it by the time I'm off the stage tonight." I looked at him like I didn't care so long as the job was for him, and didn't ask why. He didn't tell me, he just rushed straight out, and I heard the wardrobe mistress screeching for him, so he must have been late for costuming. The rest is easy enough. I made his copy and tossed the original out the window to Alberich, who carried it away. "Good God," he breathed. "I wouldn't have thought of that." "I didn't," she admitted. "Valerian did. Anyway, then I kept an ear out to gauge the progress of the play, copied as many pages of the original again in the original size as I could fit in the time left, made them the top sheets in a stack of blanks, and when he got off stage and came for his papers, he saw that packet merrily burning away and assumed I'd burned the original the way I was told. He was damned careful, too. He stayed there until all the papers were burned, then broke up the ash until there wasn't a fragment the size of the head of a nail. Then he went off. I assumed that he must have gotten the originals at that private performance, and I guessed that my copies must have gone out that night, because he just flew out the door with them. It wouldn't have been hard. You could have rolled the lot up and hidden them practically anywhere. "I can probably find out who and where when we know what is in these," he replied absently, unable to believe his good luck. "What did he do when you gave him the copy besides watch the papers burn?" "Well, he made an excuse for hanging about while he made sure the papers were gone by pouring charm all over me until I was practically gagging on it," she replied, a chuckle in her voice. "And I gazed at him adoringly, like he expected me to, and hung on his every word, and vowed that if I could ever do something for him again, he had only to ask. He went away never thinking twice about having entrusted me with papers in cipher." Surely they couldn't be that lucky. "You're sure it wasn't some sort of trap?" he said warningly. "Well, of course anything is possible," she replied. "But he wasn't expecting a herald or a Larian, and, well, Alberich, I know that kind of man. I ran into them all the time when I was a girl, and my best friend was the prettiest girl in our quarter." She sighed, and for a moment that good humor and sparkle faded. The first time, and even the second and third, that a handsome boy came and poured that kind of charm and flattery all over me, I fell for it. But after 3 times of being fooled and finding out that they were only being nice to me because they wanted to meet my friend, I became immune to it. His mouth formed a silent "Oh." She shrugged. "It's one of those things that plain girls learn, Alberich. You just get used to it after a while. Well, your lad Norris might be one of the best in Valdemar at charming people, but someone like me—" She shook her head. "Actually, he's never encountered someone like me, I suspect, because we won't throw ourselves at him. We know better. He'll never even see the plain ones who are on to his little game. They might be at the performances, and they'll certainly admire his acting ability, but so far as lingering on the off chance they'll meet him, it'll never happen." So he looked at me and saw a plain, frumpy little mouse with a little mouse's job, who looked at him with eyes of adoration, and figured he knew exactly what I was and how he could use me. And best of all, he wouldn't have to actually do more than give me a bit of attention, because someone like me would never, ever expect someone like him would want to romance me. The cynical laugh she uttered at that moment made him wince. And he wondered then about the young girl in lenses who'd been tricked 3 times by manipulative boys. Oh, no, a crumb of attention to cherish in the darkness of my little closet of a room. That's all he needed to give. I'd be his slave forever, and never demand anything out of him. "Misty," he swallowed, "I apologize." She started and stared at him. "For what?" she asked. "For people like him." He shook his head. "I am sorry." She laughed again, but this time the humor was back in her voice. "Good gods, Alberich, don't be. Trust me, the injuries to my heart, such as they were, scabbed over a long time ago, and the scar is a useful reminder. If I hadn't been hurt and used by all those heartless boys back in the day, I'd never have been able to see right through your lad Norris, would I? So don't think I'm living with a tragic past. Good gods, compared to at least half of the others that have gone through these walls, it's a teacup tragedy at worst, and a farce at best." She winked at him. Besides, I saw my pretty friend not long ago. She's tripled in size, she's had a baby a year, and her handsome husband chases tavern girls. Have pity for her, not me." Ah, he felt a good deal better. At least she wasn't likely to reject him out of hand if— "Besides," she chuckled again, "it gives me an appreciation for men who blurt out, 'You're not a frump,' and not some carefully rehearsed speech, who say it without even thinking about it, and who then go on to apologize for the vagaries of their sex." "Ah," he felt his face burning. I think you might be sitting too near the fire," was all she said then. "Now then, dinner. We shouldn't let it get cold." Lord Orthalon had requested in writing an informal meeting with Selene. She had invited him to dinner in her own suite. Not alone, of course, they'd be surrounded by servants, but it would certainly be informal. She was intensely curious. The note had a certain apologetic tone to it that she couldn't quite put her finger on. The first course arrived, and was complimented, without her curiosity being satisfied. She sipped her wine as the second course was plated and served. She felt she could afford to be patient. "My dear Selene," said Lord Orthalon at last, over the third course, "I've done you a great disservice." She motioned to a page to refill his wine-glass. "Yes, my lord," she said somberly. "I think you have." She was not going to pretend that she did not know exactly what he was talking about. He had been the prime instigator of that wretched plot to get her married off, and she was not in the least happy about it, and what was more, she intended for him to know it. He sighed and grimaced a little. "In my own defense, I was trying to protect Valdemar from being in the precarious position of having no heir. But I am afraid, truly and sincerely, Selene, I was afraid. I was dreadfully afraid, and I still am. I never dreamed we would be in this position. Sendar should have been king for decades yet. You are a very young woman, and we have just fought a hideous war. And Valdemar needs to look strong, not vulnerable. I know, Orthalon," she replied with spirit and with some heat. "But didn't it occur to you that rushing me into a marriage is going to do the very opposite of making us look strong? Why would I suddenly wed the first candidate presented to me, if I wasn't desperate? I might as well send out letters to every likely ally we have, saying that I'm up for sale to the highest bidder." She frowned at him, and he looked pained. I know, Orthalon replied, flushing. "And if I had possessed any sensitivity or common sense where you're concerned, I would have come directly to you, rather than laying it all out in front of the council." "So it was your idea?" Selene gave him a hint of the anger she felt in her gaze. She'd been certain it was all along, as had some of the others, but now at last he had admitted it. "To my shame," he nodded. "Not that the men we presented are not fine—" "My lord," she said, interrupting him with exasperation, as well as a feeling of real depression, "although I would give a very great deal to be like other young ladies, and at least be able to dream of finding a great romantic love, I am not, and I know it." She heard her own voice retaining its steady, reasonable tone, despite the lump in her throat, and felt a moment of pride at her own self-control. "I am queen, and when I wed, which I must, for the people would not accept an heir born out of wedlock, it is for Valdemar, not myself. But my father did find a lady who suited him well enough that he never remarried, and I at least hope to be able to find such a friend, if not a lover. I will not find such a consort by being rushed into an imprudent marriage, and I cannot find one if I have 12 dozen potential husbands shoved at me every time I turn about." Orthalon flushed again. "Sendar might not have been in love with your mother when they agreed to marry," he said quietly, "but he came to love her deeply, and she him, and they were great good friends before they wed." She spread her hands wide, ignoring the fork in one of them. "So you see that I am right." "Indeed I do see," he agreed. And I was wrong, very wrong. I was just afraid that—" He laughed self-consciously. "Well, there are a number of fine young foreign princes out there, younger sons whose fathers would be very happy to cement an advantageous alliance with us. Perhaps too advantageous, especially if one of them managed to make you infatuated with him. My thought was that, well, at the least we could keep your interest here at home." She sniffed. He took the hint. "Well, you have given me every reason to agree with your point of view, and I believe you have convinced me. I will approach my fellow counselors and suggest that the subject should be tabled for the foreseeable future. And I will insist that our queen is wise enough to choose her own future husband without our help." She exhaled a long sigh of genuine relief. "And I thank you for that, Orthalon. You cannot know just how much easier that makes me feel." "Oh, perhaps I do a little," he replied genially. "Your father was none too pleased at the prospect himself, and he was not even king when the idea of marriage was first broached to him." As the meal progressed, Orthalon first told her about her father's reluctant search for a prospective bride, and how he had eventually settled on her mother when, after a month went by without her throwing herself at his feet, he asked her why. Or rather, why not? After all, every other young woman of rank and spirit had. And she told him that she would, on the whole, prefer to be his sister than his wife. Orthalon laughed, shaking his head. And when he asked her why, she told him that she had more desire for his library than for him. All this was new to Selene. She stared at him, not quite believing it. "And what did he say?" "That he would rather, at least, have someone he could talk to, and that anyone who wanted his books that badly was someone who could hold an interesting conversation." Orthalon smiled. She certainly intrigued him, and I think most of what intrigued him at first was that she wasn't trying to intrigue him. She really felt that way. She was inordinately shy, you know. And then, when she proposed to him, she made him agree that she would participate as little as possible in court life before she'd even entertain the merest idea of marriage with him. But she was happy. Selene felt she had to know. "Oh, very," Orthalon assured her. "And by the end of a year of marriage, as much in love with Sendar as any woman could be, and he with her. Remarkable, really. Usually the most one can expect from a marriage of state is an easy partnership, a business relationship of a kind." Her heart sank a little at that, and Selene couldn't help wondering if that was what she was fated to have, and she changed the subject. Nevertheless, before the dinner was half over, she found that she had confided a great deal in Lord Orthalon, and not the least of those confidences involved her own barely articulate wishes for, well, romance. She was rather surprised at herself for spilling so much into his willing ears, and even more surprised when he seemed sympathetic and not at all dismissive. "He's certainly easier to talk to than Talamir," she said to Caryo after he'd gone. "On that subject, a doorpost would be easier to talk to than Talamir," Caryo replied sadly. "At least Orthalon is well rooted in the here and now, enough to know that a young woman, queen though she is, deserves to at least be able to dream. Poor Talamir." Poor Talamir indeed. But at least now, and with Caryo's tacit approval, Selene had someone she could confide in. And to her mild surprise, she found that it helped a little. Enough that she went to sleep that night, for the first time since the end of the wars, without first lying awake for a candle mark, staring into the darkness. 11. Something teased at the back of Selene's mind for the next several days, making her feel restless, full of nervous energy. Perhaps it was the season. Spring was almost upon them. The early crocuses were already pushing their way up through the flower beds. The last of the snow was gone. The really wretched end of winter rains had begun, and now the days were long enough to make you believe that winter might actually end after all. The air still felt raw, and other than the optimistic crocuses there was no sign of anything growing, but there were moments when the sun felt warm as a hand on the cheek, and when there was a hint of green scent in the wind. Winter would end, spring would come, and after it summer, and a year would have gone by without her father. Time, they said, was a great healer. Some of her depression eased a little more with the lengthening days, certainly. Maybe it was due to the season. Maybe she was just getting used to Sendar not being there any more. There was no longer the blow to the heart when she entered the throne room and did not see him there, nor quite the feeling of emptiness when she took what had been his chair at the council meetings. Not all of it, oh, by no means, but enough that she was sleeping the night through and not waking up to weep in the darkness. Sometimes she even slept until her maids woke her, and it was a deep and thankfully dreamless sleep. Orthalon was as good as his word. At the next meeting of the full council, before it was called officially into session, he asked for a moment to address the group personally. "This is not council business precisely," he said, "but it is something that I would like the council to hear." They all looked at Selene. She nodded. The seneschal called the meeting to order and gestured to Orthalon. And when he had the silent regard of everyone around the table, he cleared his throat awkwardly, which was not like him at all. That alone got him the full and alert attention of everyone sitting there. "My lords and ladies, I believe that we have been pressing the Queen on an issue that really has no urgency at all," he said, looking embarrassed. "And by that, I mean the issue of her choosing a spouse immediately. After due consideration and more thought, I believe we have been overly hasty." Selene inclined her head, accepting what he had said without saying a word herself. This was not the time to add her own thoughts. She wanted Orthalon to explain it all to the rest of the council in his own words. Though there was one thing that struck her as odd, and that was the phrasing Orthalon had used. Spouse was a peculiar choice of word when it came to the Queen of Valdemar. Why not say consort, which was the traditional title if the ruler was a queen, and the husband was not a herald? Perhaps it was because she had shown no real interest in any of the heralds, but Orthalon did not want to make that too obvious. Now, if she'd had a candidate among the heralds, she'd have made her choice known immediately. It was a given that, unless her husband was also a herald, he could never be king and co-ruler. But still, given that none of the candidates were heralds, why not just say consort? Maybe it was just that Orthalon was keeping the options open in their minds, eliminating neither the possibility of consort nor king. It's been a long time since Valdemar had a queen. Maybe it's just slipped their mind that no husband of mine can rule unless he's a herald. It might be just as well not to remind those of the council who had forgotten that fact. It should be obvious to all of us by this time that while the Queen is a young woman, she is not only capable, she is wise enough to know when she needs advice and guidance. She could lawfully have replaced all of us, and has not, because she trusts us as her father trusted us, and believes that we, who were her father's advisers, are capable in ourselves. He coughed as a murmur went around the table. We may be flailing about in the wake of our loss and casting for solutions to situations that are not actually problems. Selene exchanged looks with the other heralds on the council. Chiral, the seneschal's herald, Elkarth, and Talamir. Although Orthalon had included the rest of the councillors in this admission, it was a signal departure for him to admit to making a mistake. And they had been flailing about as if she herself was a problem before there had been evidence of anything of the sort. Orthalon cleared his throat again and continued reluctantly. She held her breath. Was he? Was he going to admit it? Furthermore, by seeming to cast about frantically for a suitable candidate, we may be giving an impression of weakness to those who do not wish us well. As if we do not trust our queen and our own ability to carry on in the absence of her father. We could be giving the same impression as a herd of sheep, milling about anxiously without a shepherd, and I do not need to tell you that there are wolves about. Another murmur, and Selene stifled a smile, hearing Orthalon borrowing so heavily from her own argument. He did. He admitted I'm right. I may only get apologies from him in private, but at least he's admitting that I'm right in public. It was a triumph, but she was not going to gloat over it. I know that I was the one pressing most eagerly for such a wedding, or betrothal at least, but I should like to urge that we drop the subject for now. He shrugged, and no few of the other councillors looked as embarrassed as he did. "If you recommend so, Orthalon," Lord Garthazer said hesitantly, "you know more about foreign affairs than the rest of us do." "I think it would be the wisest course." And in that moment Orthalon all but said I was wrong. But he went on quickly, making an attempt to regain the face he had lost. "In all events, having the Queen so blatantly unattached can also work to our benefit. There are a number of young men of rank, of valuable connection, princes even, in other lands who are also unattached. No doubt their rulers will soon see that there is a way to bring Valdemar into close alliance by the closest of ties. So let us table this search for now, and get on with the business of the realm." Nods all around the table, a few reluctant. Well, not surprising that the oldest councillors were less than comfortable about a queen, and a young one at that, and the oldest men were the ones least inclined to trust her to rule alone. Only time will cure that, she decided. Time, or perhaps a change of councillors. It wouldn't hurt for the bardic and healer representatives to retire, for instance. It would be better if there were more women on the council. A woman who has made her own way in the world will be more inclined to see me as a leader, and less as someone needing to be led. Perhaps she should add an entirely new seat or two. Someone from one of the newer guilds, perhaps. To have more people whose wealth was self-made rather than inherited could be of real benefit. Orthalon moved on to some dispute between the guilds of the mercers and the weavers, while Selene's thoughts were elsewhere. She quickly brought her own attention to bear on the situation. It would not be a good idea to undo all of Orthalon's work by seeming to be lost in other thoughts. She did notice that several of the councillors actually waited to hear her opinion before voicing theirs, which was a pleasant change. The rest of the meeting proceeded in the same atmosphere, and if she felt a momentary resentment that she'd had to get Orthalon's approval before being granted the respect she was due, at least now she had that respect. And though it might be temporary, having gotten it once, it would be easier to regain it. But once the meeting was over, as she and her escort of guards and ladies wound their way back to her quarters, she allowed her thoughts to tend in other directions. Orthalon's comment about foreign princes, that struck a chord, and told her that that was what had been nagging at her all this time, since the councillor had first voiced that idea over dinner. What foreign princes? Certainly there had been no hints of such a possibility before now. No envoys had presented themselves. No inquiries had been voiced via ambassadors. But perhaps they had all been waiting until her year of mourning was over. That would only be appropriate, really. Assuming there are such mythical creatures, she told herself, as she entered the door to her suite and the guards took up their stations outside. But they might not be mythical. Surely, though, if there were such young men wandering about unpartnered, she would be aware of them. Granted, her knowledge of high-born families outside of Valdemar was sketchy, to say the least, but the only royal that she knew of was the King of Hardorn, and he had married an allegedly lissom young creature out of his own court a little more than a year ago. But would Orthalon have mentioned the possibility twice if it didn't exist? So just what foreign princes were there out there? She dismissed her ladies and selected a gown to be worn at dinner while her maids drew a hot bath. Did the Shinain have princes? She couldn't remember anything of the sort. Karyo, is there such a thing as a Shinain prince? I've never heard of one. Karyo sounded surprised. I think they don't have things like kings and princes. I think they are an alliance of clans. That tallied with the little that Selene recalled, but perhaps some of the clans were big enough that their chiefs would qualify as princes. There were a great many Shinain, after all. It was an interesting possibility. She stepped into the bath that had been prepared for her, and chased the maids away while she soaked. As she relaxed in the hot lavender-scented water, she had a silly little vision of a strong, wild warrior, raven hair down to his waist, riding into haven dressed in black furs and leathers astride. Bareback, of course, a horse as black as his hair. And wouldn't that make a pretty picture? The two of them riding together, she all in whites on Caryo, he on his midnight steed. She gave herself a mental shake. Ridiculous, of course. What Shinain nomad would ever leave the plains, much less do so with the intention of marrying a foreign civilized queen? Besides, even if he came here looking for her, he wouldn't stay. The Shinain never stayed away from the plains for long, and she could scarcely leave Valdemar. What would the Shinain get out of such a marriage anyway? Valdemar was too far from the plains for there to be any advantage in an alliance at all. No, too easy to burst that particular bubble of illusion. But who else did that leave? Rethwellan? Were there unmarried princes in Rethwellan? If there were, well, they at least shared a border with Valdemar, and it would be an advantage to them to have such an alliance, if only for trade advantages. Menmelith? Menmelith was a principality of Rethwellan, but she couldn't really recall anything at all about their ruling family. Not Carsey, of course. Could there be interest as far away as Jacatha or CJ, which were just names on a map to her? Surely not. Valdemar didn't even trade directly that far away, so why would any stray princeling come wandering up here? But there might be places she had never heard of. To the north? Well, Iftel was out of the question. No one ever came past their borders except a few favored traders who were remarkably close-mouthed about the place. The bath was cooling, time to finish and get out, before someone came in here to scrub her. Stupid. She'd bathed herself for the last 14 years and more. So what was it about being a queen that rendered her incapable of bathing herself now? But the splashing as she emerged from the bath seemed to be some sort of signal that caused maids to swarm around her with towels and robes and scents and lotions. And for once, involved in her own thoughts, she let them fuss over her. Once she was properly clothed in a lounging robe, they messed about with her hair while she continued her ruminations. North, other than Iftel, were the barbarians above the Forest of Sorrows. Surely not. Surely not. The idea of a greasy, violent, fur-clad brute was even more repulsive than some of the octogenarians the Council had suggested. Were there little secretive kingdoms out in the west, in the Pelagiris forest, or past it? It was possible. There were certainly people out there, and not just the half-mythical Hawk brothers. There were entire villages that looked to the Hawk brothers for protection, so maybe there were kingdoms in the west. But still, what possible advantage could they have in an alliance with Valdemar? Nothing that she could imagine. Or were there men in other kingdoms who were like the great dukes of Valdemar, who held enough power that they qualified as princes? There might well be. She hadn't had time to study such things. In such a case, for a younger son, there would be a great deal of prestige and advantage in marrying a queen, even if it left the young man as nothing more than a consort without ruling powers. His children would rule, if they were chosen, and that might be enough. Separate trade agreements could be made with the family, and that might be enough. There was a great deal of difference between royal marrying royal and royal stooping to wed a rank below hers. In that case, the advantages to be gained were almost all on the side of the lower rank. Surely there's something in the archives of letters from ambassadors and trade envoys, Caryo said helpfully. Or Seneschal's Harold Kyril will know where to look. I should think that someone would know if we might expect a spate of foreign suitors. A foreign prince, or more than one. The idea gave her a kind of fluttery feeling of excitement inside. Oh, they might well all be as impossible or even repulsive as the candidates she'd been presented with so far, but at least they would be someone different. And surely one would be older than an adolescent and younger than a graybeard, maybe even handsome, though she wouldn't necessarily care, as long as he wasn't a monster. Someone she didn't know, that she couldn't predict, someone with entirely new ways and manners. Even if she didn't want to marry him, it would be interesting to have him in her court. It would be more than interesting. It would be fascinating. She licked her lips and hardly noticed the hands tugging at her hair. I mustn't get my hopes up, she told herself. There might not be any such thing. If they exist, they might all be old, or feeble-minded, or already married. She shuddered involuntarily as she realized that she'd had a narrow escape without realizing it. If King Alessander hadn't gotten wedded to his sweet young thing, if he'd still been alone, well, he would not have let the opportunity to propose slip past, no matter how many sweet young things were in his court, and the council would never have allowed her to reject his suit. Hardorn and Valdemar had been allies for so very long that there had even been cases of heralds coming to the rescue of Hardornans in the past. Even Harold Vaniel had done so. That was how he earned his title of Demon's Bane. There would have been no way to gracefully turn down such a proposal. Bright Havens, what a narrow escape. She suddenly needed to know, and know with certainty if there really was a possibility for a foreign suitor. I have to know, and I truly have to know if there are any unwedded Alessanders just waiting for my year of mourning to be over. Well, there was one person to ask, and it wasn't Harold Kyril, however knowledgeable Kyril might be. No, Orthalan would be the one to ask. After all, he was the one who had brought it all up in the first place. If there had been such a position in her council as foreign minister, he surely would have been the one to fill it. His knowledge of the lands outside of Valdemar was as exacting as hers was vague. A foreign prince. An easy thought to kick off daydreams, and it was a good thing that she was safely away in her own suite, where no one would notice if her attention wandered. When the maids were finished with her, she chased them out, all but one whom she sent off with a note to Orthalan. They would discuss this tonight, after her dinner with the court, for certain. Alberich had a meeting of his own after dinner, and he had, with some regret, decided against inviting Misty to share it. No, there could be only one invitee to this gathering, and it had to be the Queen's own. Talamir was, for once, very much alert and in the here and now as he examined the documents that Misty had purloined. Alberich had been reluctant to let them out of the cell. He was even more reluctant to let them out of his sight. Fortunately for all concerned, Talamir had no trouble in getting about, though he was still, well, fragile. It was hard on a man to have been through all that Talamir had. Dying and being dragged back to life again must have been unthinkably grim. At Talamir's age it had been more than that, and Alberich was still surprised that he was reasonably sane afterward. In a way, he was doing far better than anyone had any right to expect. Yes, he's fragile rather than frail, Cantor agreed, and a good half of that is mental, I'd say. Except when something that required all of his attention was before him. Then he was the old Talamir again. It was the old Talamir that had appeared unescorted at the door of Alberich's rooms. It was the old Talamir, alert and in possession of all of his wits and wiles, who heard him out, and examined the documents with great care. Alberich hoped, wildly he knew, but stranger things had happened, that Talamir would recognize the cipher, even be able to read it a little. The odds were very much against it, but, well, ciphers and secret messages were not part of the training of a Karsite cadet, and the denizens of the vile dens down near Exile's Gate that he usually trafficked with were barely literate. Asking them to manage a cipher would be like asking a pig to dance on a tightrope. Well, the Queen's Own said, putting the pages down carefully, I don't know enough about ciphers to make any sense of this. In fact, there's something we should consider, and that's the possibility that this might not even be in Valdemaran. Curses. Oh well. Actually, Alberich said with extreme reluctance, it probably is not. If consider we do that it was intended for someone in another land, in that language it would be, which could be anything. So we have two puzzles to crack, the cipher itself and which language it's in. Still, Talamir rested his index finger along his upper lip. his eyes opaque with thought. "Still, we're very much further on than we were before. If someone is going to this extreme to send messages in cipher, I think we can be pretty certain it isn't just guild secrets or messages to a mistress. I will need to take these to an expert, I think." "I should the originals prefer to keep here," Alberich ventured, wondering how Talamir would take that. "Evidence they may become." "Oh, certainly." Talamir waved his hand dismissively, as if the idea of taking the originals was out of the question. "I would rather you did, too. Misty can make copies for me to give to—" He hesitated a moment. "Well, forgive me if I just tell you it is a fellow whose hobby is ciphers, one I've taken such problems to before this. Odd little chap, but solid and true, and you'd be surprised if you knew who he was. I won't tell you his name, though, if you don't mind." "Safer for him if you do not," Alberich agreed. "Secrets are secrets between two, in danger between three, and often lost between more than three." Talamir nodded, but with an air of assurance that he had been certain that Alberich would understand before he'd asked the question. "And if you don't mind my saying it, it would be safer for Misty if she can get away from those actors," Talamir replied. "But I doubt either of us could persuade her." "Of that you may be sure," Alberich sighed, having spent several marks fruitlessly attempting to persuade her to do just that. "If I leave now, they'll be suspicious, and you'll never get a chance to follow Norris and find out who he's meeting," she'd said, which, alas, was true enough. "And if he trusted me once, he'll likely trust me again. Think of what else I could get. What if he really runs out of time someday and asks me to do the ciphering?" "More of these she hopes to obtain," he added. "Well, the more samples, the better. If they change the cipher key, my man will spot that much right off." Talamir pushed the papers across the table to Alberich. "Put those somewhere safe, and I'll come and get the copy." "Tomorrow, Misty says," Alberich began. "2 copies," Talamir smiled. "Good. Then, instead of my coming alone, let's have a little get-together with Jadis, and Krathic, too. With the originals hidden, you should be all right bringing the copies up to the Collegium. We can meet in Jadis's rooms. No one would see anything amiss in that, and you can safely give me the copies then. Clandestinely, if you like. Or just come along to my rooms to remind me of our gathering and pass me the copies then." "That is the best plan, and I should like to see the others. Jadis is— I have not seen much of him," Alberich said, feeling guilty. "Because it isn't easy, learning to get about on one leg, and once he got his strength back he's been working hard at it," Talamir replied. "He hasn't had much time to spare for any of us but Krathic, my friend, but I think he's well on the road to feeling useful again. He won't be doing any dancing, but there'll be a vacancy for a herald in the courts of justice in Haven, and he'll do well there." Alberich was relieved. Jadis probably would do well there, for his sound common sense, if nothing else, and his soft ways would put frightened people at their ease. But when the time came for stern justice, Jadis was not a man to be put off by anything or anyone. "Tomorrow night, then," Alberich agreed, and gathered up the papers. Talamir stood. "I don't want to see where you put them, so I'll take my leave now." He glanced at the stained glass window and raised an eyebrow. "Now I see why you put that bit of artwork in, or one reason anyway." "Yes, we cannot be watched through such a thing," Alberich replied. And when I think of all the people who said you were the last person to put in Dathor's shoes—" "Myself included," Alberich replied. Talamir gave him a penetrating look, then shrugged. "I wouldn't have picked Misty as a spy, either," he said. "Good night, weapons master." When he was gone, Alberich folded the papers into their original packet and felt carefully under the table until he found the catch that released a little drawer inside one of the thick legs. Dathor had shown it to him, so he was reasonably sure that no one else knew about it. There were hiding places like this all over the private quarters of the Sal, but this was the only one that he could use without getting up. Probably there was no one out there trying to make sense of the shadows on the other side of the colored glass, but just in case there was, there would be no way to tell that Alberich had hidden something. It only looked as if he was reaching for his drink. And there was another set of papers on the tabletop, just in case the shadows had betrayed that Talamir had been looking at papers. This was a report about bandit activity along the Karsite border, something that Alberich could reasonably have an interest and expertise in. If someone came to the salle in the next mark or so, Alberich would take great pains to mention that report. It wasn't just that he was taking precautions about the papers Misty had stolen. He was protecting himself. There were a great many people in court circles who distrusted the Karsite, besides those who had no reason to love him because he did not cosset their children. Sometimes he grew very tired of it all. Layers upon layers. He envied Jadis and Elkarth and all the others who didn't have to live their lives weaving webs of subterfuge. He wished— well, it didn't matter what he wished. He would, as a gambling friend of his had often said, play out the cards he had been dealt. Complications, complications. "My life is full of complications," he said aloud. There was no answer. Vicandis knew it was true enough. Another complication. Misty herself. She'd been on his mind all day. There had been no doubt in his mind that Misty had been discreetly flirting with him last night, and he'd liked it. He'd even tried a little clumsy flirting back. "Not as clumsy as you think," Cantor put in. "I was pleasantly surprised. You've got a light touch when you care to use it." He felt himself blushing, but it was at least partly with pleasure. But what would the other heralds think of this, if they realized that she and he were attracted to one another? If they bothered to take any notice, they'll wait to see if you mind teasing, then give you both a bit of a word about it now and again, Cantor told him. Other than that, they'd probably begin a betting pool as to when the two of you decided to stop flirting and get down to something serious. "Serious," he ventured. "Betting," Cantor said bluntly. Alberich bit his tongue. Quite by accident, Cantor had startled him. "But— sorry, didn't mean to shock you. But if this gets past flirting, Misty is going to expect it to go there. Heralds are— well, by the standards of a Karsite, they're flagrantly immoral and utterly hedonistic when it comes to the ways of man with maid. Not that she is. Misty, I mean. She's not a maid." Maybe he should have been shocked, but he wasn't. Startled, yes, but not shocked. Well, not that Misty wasn't a maid, anyway. In fact, he was relieved. It had been a long time since he'd— well, and then it had been someone he'd paid. He didn't have any practice in the more polite forms of Congress, and he was probably going to step on his own feet more than once if things got past flirting. And the ache in certain parts of him let him know in no uncertain terms that his body certainly wanted it to get past flirting. Far past flirting. As for how she came to be not a maid, well, that was her business. Unless she made it his, and then it was even more her business. Good man. Slow and cautious. She's in no hurry, and neither should you be. As long as she doesn't run in terror from my face, he said dryly. I doubt there is anything else about me that cows her. Underneath, that woman is someone that would appall people if they only knew her. There are things she will not compromise on, and things that she would kill over if it came to that. Which was, of course, how she was getting away with purloining secrets out from under the very noses of the owners, and with their cooperation. At some point, perhaps in that last battle, Misty had found, or gotten, her courage. Now he doubted that anything could effectively stand in her way if she believed in or wanted something badly enough. Like me? He sat firmly on that thought and crammed it back into the little mental cupboard it had come out of. Back to business. "What do you companions know about ciphers?" he asked. After all, better to cover all possible avenues with this one. "Nothing much," Cantor said with regret. "Nobody here at the Collegium for sure, and I think not anybody alive. Just because we're good at mind speech doesn't mean we're good at everything. Working ciphers takes a particular kind of mind, the kind that can see patterns where the rest of us would see only chaos." Well, he'd had to ask. "Should I just leave all this to Talamir, then?" He knows more about who to trust in this than you do. I think I know who he'll be taking the papers to, and no one is safer." Well, that was a dismissal if he had ever heard one. Time to stop worrying about that end of the situation and think about the part he could do something about, such as discovering just who, besides young Lord Devlin, his contact in the court, Norris was meeting. 12. It was spring at long last, and the gardens were bursting with greenery and blossoms as if to make up for last year's sorrowful season. With every breeze, the ornamental cherries carpeted the ground beneath their boughs with pink and white petals. The air was full of 100 different scents. Kingdom business be hanged, Selene was going to walk in her gardens before the season ripened any further into summer. So she told the seneschal at their morning meeting over breakfast that she wanted him to shorten the usual afternoon audiences by half. "If I stay within walls for much longer, I'm going to shred something," she said a little crossly, expecting him to object. "I'm tired of never seeing the sun except through windows, and I am exceedingly tired of hearing people whining. I would like to hear birds for a change, and if I must hear voices, I would prefer it to be the voices of people who are not complaining to me, at least for a candlemark or two." But he only nodded his graying head and regarded her kindly. "If your Majesty will recall," he told her, "your father was exactly the same in the spring." And now that he had reminded her, she did remember it, but not as a memory of him ordering shorter audiences, but as seeing him in the gardens every fine afternoon, and walking there with 2 or 3 friends in the evening, too. But I was taking classes or practicing, and he'd always done that every spring, so it never struck me as odd, she decided. I didn't know then that the business of government takes up so much time, and that he must have been stealing time from it for a little while. Or perhaps it wasn't that he had been stealing time at all, though she would certainly have to, and the only place where she felt she could in good conscience take it was from the audiences. Now that she thought about it, her father had definitely had more leisure time than she seemed to. But then he had been king for all of her life, obviously, so he'd had some practice at it. Maybe it would get easier as she went along. Perhaps the more practiced she became, the less of her time it would take. Perhaps some day she would have some candlemarks of leisure for herself. She felt guilty, then decided that feeling guilty was stupid. If she was ready to rip someone's throat out now, how would she be without taking some time at last for herself? A pox on that. Bridges were not going to fall down, nor buildings collapse because she walked in her garden and played at games a little while with her ladies. Well, then schedule fewer petitioners for the foreseeable future, she ordered, adding, "if you please." Surely some of those people can manage to sort out their troubles by themselves. "Certainly, Majesty," the seneschal said with a little smile. "If your Majesty will forgive my voicing my own opinion, you are just a trifle too accessible. Restricting your availability will make people think before they request an audience, for which they might have to wait several days." She blinked, then nodded, and here she had thought he was going to disapprove. But the prospect of a simple walk in her gardens was enough to elevate her spirits for the entire morning, even though the exchequer occupied her for most of that time with budget and tax allotments. Just the simple knowledge that she was going to escape his stuffy little office was enough to set her to work with more energy than she'd had in weeks for such things. And the audiences did not seem as tedious either. And when the seneschal announced that she would not be seeing any more petitioners that day, it was all she could do to keep from leaping up out of the throne and flying out the privy door behind the dais to get to her chambers and out of her robes of state. She changed into a simple split-skirt gown without calling for her maids, collected a ball and rackets, then gathered up her rather startled ladies-in-waiting, and bustled them all down the hall like a goose-girl hurrying her geese to the pond. And when they were out into the garden, she acted like a child newly freed from lessons, dropping every bit of her dignity to lead them all in a game of tag, then taking each of them on in turn at rackets. In fact, she wore some of them out with her energy, until they all begged, laughing, for a moment of rest, which she graciously gave them, And while they sprawled on the lawn, or lounged on benches, she walked alone among the flower beds. She hadn't intended to actually pick any flowers, but this spring there was a superabundance of blossoms, and she found herself taking one here, one there, not deliberately selecting anything, just picking them from places where the blooms seemed crowded or scents were especially intoxicating. "I'll put them in my bedroom," she decided, feeling an unaccustomed glee. "Just stick them all in a vase full of water. No formal flower arranging, no careful selection of harmonious colors. The kind of bunch of flowers I used to pick for myself as a child." She didn't, thank goodness, have to think twice about wandering about here alone either. It was safe enough for her to be unguarded here in the Queen's garden. There were royal guards all around the grounds, and the grounds themselves were walled off, of course. No one could come here who wasn't a member of the court or collegia, and it was a matter of etiquette not to invade the Queen's garden when the Queen was in it, unless you were specifically invited. So she was a little surprised to look up from picking another bloom and see the Rethwellan ambassador, followed at a slight distance by a young man she did not recognize, coming toward her on the path. He dropped to one knee when he reached her, and she automatically extended her hand for him to kiss, then gave it a slight tug, indicating that he should rise. "Ambassador Brent Valerian, whatever is it that brings you here?" she asked. "I hope you aren't going to trouble my afternoon with a problem." "Nothing of the sort, Majesty," the ambassador said smoothly. "Indeed, I only wished to inquire if your Majesty would be willing to receive King Megrothan's second son, Prince Carathanalon. He has come bringing His Majesty's belated personal condolences, for you have already had His Majesty's official ones." "Yes, I recall," she replied, looking at him with a feeling of interest tinged with excitement. So here was her answer to the question, what foreign princes were there, before she had even asked anyone about it. A foreign prince from Rethwellan. Princes did not travel abroad unless they had very compelling reasons for doing so. She cast a surreptitious glance at the young man who waited just out of earshot, and felt another thrill, this time of pleasure. He was handsome, very handsome. His coloring was an intriguing mixture: dark chestnut hair, quite curly and almost shoulder-length, and blue eyes that were a lighter color than her own, the color of a sky with a thin, high haze of cloud over it. He had a long nose, high cheekbones, and a narrow face with a cleft chin. He looked like centuries of inbreeding, Cario said sardonically. "Oh, hush, silly," she replied, keeping a watch on him out of the corner of her eye. "What he looks like is not a Valdemaran, which is a refreshing change. I think he's lovely." "When could the prince come to court, do you think?" she asked, pretending that she had not already guessed that the prince was right here in her own garden. The ambassador knew very well that she knew, and so did the prince, but greeting him straight away would spoil the game, and it was likely to be a very amusing little game. Surely this is one of the foreign princes that Orthalan was talking about. I would, of course, be delighted to receive him at any time. "Then in that case, gracious lady, let the prince prevail upon your noble nature and present himself," the young man said, flinging himself at her feet in the most romantic gesture possible. "My curiosity brought me here, but my heart will not allow me to remain outside of your regard for a single moment more." He seized her hand and kissed it, and she flushed with pleasure. He spoke very good Valdemaran, with scarcely a trace of accent. "Then welcome, Prince Carathanalon," she said, tugging his hand. He took the hint and rose gracefully. "How could I be less than gracious enough to welcome you when confronted with such a gallant gentleman?" She was trying to be queenly and dignified, but she felt her flush turning into a blush. He gave her a sidelong glance and smiled. "You are as gracious as you are beautiful, Queen Selene," the prince replied. "Will you permit me to conduct you back to your ladies?" "With pleasure," she said, and now it was the Rethwellan ambassador's turn to smile. The prince offered his arm. She took it. The first play of the game was over, and it had been very pleasant. Selene could hardly wait to see what the next move would be. One of the most difficult things Alberich had ever done was to put that cipher out of his mind and concentrate on the rest of his duties, and yet there was nothing he could do about the message except to guard the original. He'd sealed the panel of its hiding place shut to make certain that it wouldn't be tampered with, and short of locking it in a strongbox and burying the strongbox under the floor of his room, he couldn't make it any safer. So at this point there was nothing he could do about it. No man could be an expert at all things, and it was a bit late in his life to begin studying ciphers. Instead, he went on with his own double life. He taught his students and drilled those heralds and guards who came to him for extra tutoring and practice by day. And when his work for the day was over and everyone assumed he was resting in his own quarters, he went out into the city by night in one of his assumed personae. There was one distinct improvement in his clandestine tasks, however, and that was that the city guard and constabulary were back up to full strength. He no longer needed to ferret out ordinary criminals. They had their own agents for that again. In fact, he knew one or two city guards who did such things by sight, and they knew him. If he spotted them in one of his haunts of a night, he would move on to a different spot, knowing that they were probably on the trail of something or someone, and the very best thing he could do would be to get out of their way. There was, after all, no point in spoiling someone else's hunt, and too many hunters in one spot sometimes made the game shy of being around, and he suspected that they did the same on seeing him. At any rate, with the Tedral Wars over and Carsey busy with its own internal problems, the market for information on Valdemar's strengths and weaknesses had dried up somewhat. He also suspected that the market of information of interest to Valdemar was not what it had been. For now, anyway, there was just not as much trafficking and that sort of thing going on. Now the highest prices were being paid for more mundane information, usually having to do with who was in possession of what valuable goods, and how strongly a treasure was guarded, and so on. The most interesting trafficking he saw now was the manufacture of new identities, and he had the strong suspicion that the people who were buying these identities had once called themselves Tedrals. How they managed to get as far north as Haven he could not imagine. Even he hadn't done it without having a companion. The journeys must have been terrifying. He was not, however, concerned. Selene was in no danger from them. There were no Tedral leaders for her to be taken to as hostage or as forced bride, and he doubted that any of the men purchasing new lives for themselves wasted a moment of thought on her. Well, as long as they stayed on the right side of the law, he'd be hanged if he turned any of them in, or the people who were helping them, for a price, either. And if they broke the law, well, he might be the one to catch them, but it was up to the guard and constabulary to deal with it. Information trafficking was mostly going the other way now, and even those prices were deflated. He could almost feel sorry, for the fellows whose sole stock in trade was in intelligence. On the other hand, this made two of his personae very popular fellows with those selling information about Valdemar's neighbors, since both those personae were still buying. Though for information about Carsey, he was relying on Gary and the informal network that the Sun Priests who had escaped to or been born in Valdemar had built over the years. As a consequence, he had known well in advance of today that one of the younger princes of Rethwellen was arriving secretly with the intention of paying court to the Queen. He had told Talamir, and neither of them had seen any reason to spoil the surprise by informing Selene. "Let her have a little romance," Talamir had opined, and his opinion was seconded by Harold Kyril. "She is sensible enough to know that whatever courting or romantic attention he pays her is only an illusion, and that he is here purely for the purpose of making an advantageous alliance. She will bear in mind, I am sure, that he would pay her the same compliments if she was stooped and squint-eyed. This will amuse her, and she has had little enough pure amusement since the ice festival." Illusion or not, romance was not in Alberich's area of expertise, nor were the doings of princes. He would leave that to Talamir, and had said as much. His personal opinion was that the arrival of this princeling was a damned good thing for Talamir. Between the discovery of the ciphered papers and the advent of the Rethwellen prince, Talamir was looking more centered than he had since the coronation. Alberich had filed that observation away for further thought. But there was one conclusion to be made from it that was obvious. Talamir needed real things to do, too, things he could get his metaphorical teeth into, things that focused him on what was going on around him. Alberich made up his mind to find more such tasks. Now, following that actor fellow, that was something he could do. Though once the weather turned and spring was well and truly in bloom, he began to wonder where the man got his energy, and whether he could manage to follow him without dropping over. It wasn't only that Norris was performing every evening with the full company at the inn and rehearsing new productions every afternoon. That is, when he wasn't performing with a reduced company at special private performances of an afternoon. No, it was that once those evening performances were over, he scarcely had time to wipe the paint from his face and change out of his costume before he was off somewhere. Most of the time it was with a female. Alberich wouldn't call them ladies, though some of them had that title even if they acted more like cats in heat. When he wasn't with a female, he went roistering off with a gang of male friends, drinking and carousing through several taverns, and usually then ended up in a woman's bed in some bawdy house anyway. It was astonishing, because then, no matter how late he'd been out, there he was again, looking alert and fresh and ready to go, no later than noon, to rehearse with the company. "I know not how he does it," Alberich said as he accompanied Misty, in his guise as her friend from the army, the carter, back to the companion's bell where she was ostensibly staying. They had just watched Norris drink enough to make Alberich's head reel, then take 3 whores up to his room. Only one thing was certain. He wouldn't be going anywhere tonight. Thank the Sun Lord. Alberich didn't think he could have made another late night of it himself. "Nor does anyone else," Misty admitted. "Especially not his head for drink. That man can drink any 3 under the table, and I'm not exaggerating because I've seen it with my own eyes. And the next day, you'd never know he'd taken a drop." Alberich licked his lips thoughtfully. "A useful talent for an agent." "Damn right it is." She tucked her hair behind her ears and adjusted her lenses. "What's more, and this is a woman's intuitive observation, so take it with whatever grains of salt you choose, I don't see that he has anything that you could exploit as a weakness, not even for women." Alberich gave her a dubious glance. "Pardon?" "He uses them," she elaborated, "but he has no use for them. I think they're like food for him. He satisfies his appetite, and he does have a hearty appetite. But once he's through, he pays no more attention to them than he would to the shepherd's pie he just finished eating. He pushes away the leftovers and wants them cleared away. I've watched him with his women, remember. Quite a lot more than he thinks I have, actually. I have yet to see him show any emotional attachment to anyone, woman or man. He acts as if he does, says all the right things, and it is superb acting, yes. Actually quite a bit better and far more subtle than anything he does on stage. But so far as I can tell, there's nothing genuine behind the words and the gestures." "Well," Alberich said thoughtfully, well. I think it is good that I have never tried to come too near to him, or I might have been swiftly found out. But that makes me concerned for you." She nodded. "It makes me concerned for me, too. Believe me, and the only things I have in my favor are that he thinks I'm besotted and under his thumb, that I'm not ornamental to look at, so he spends as little time as he can get away with doing so, and that he does not think that women in general are particularly intelligent. I expect," she added thoughtfully, "that he regards me rather in the line of a trained dog, quite clever at performing the tricks I've been taught, and utterly devoted to my masters, but not really capable of thinking for myself." "Which would make, I think, other women his lapdogs?" Alberich pointed out, continuing the analogy. "Good for ornament and sensually pleasant, but otherwise utterly useless." She laughed aloud at that. "Oh, I wish some of his light-o'-loves could hear you say that of them. How he manages to keep them from tearing him to bits in jealousy is beyond me." "Perhaps they are in truth as utterly besotted as he thinks you to be," Alberich observed. "Or else he has the gift of golden speech." "Both, I think." She shook her head. "You know, as often as I see it, I'm still amazed at how self-deluded a lot of women are. A man says one thing and does something else, and they believe the words and not the actions. That behavior is not restricted to women, Alberich pointed out. Are his fellow actors not equally deceived in thinking him a grand fellow? That's true enough. They were nearly at the bell, but neither of them made the turn that would take them into the alley and the back way. Alberich, I don't believe we're alone. So you have noticed. Someone had been following them for some time. Alberich had been certain of it about a third of the way back. I know I'm not usually good at this, but I heard a footstep that I know just before I said something. It's Norris. Well, that put a different complexion on things. So the three bawds? A ruse. Maybe he isn't as sure of me as I thought. So, now what do we do? You go up to your room and I say good night. Then I see what your friend does next. They had, because Alberich always liked to plan for every possible contingency, planned for this one as well. Misty did have a room here. In fact, it was one of several that heralds could use if they needed one. If, for instance, there was a major convocation of heralds and all the beds at the Collegium were full. They were very Spartan in nature, hardly more than closets with bunks in them, identical to the servants' rooms and exactly the sort of thing that a clerk would get in trade for his services to an inn. So when they reached the door of the bell, they parted company as old friends rather than anything more intimate, and Misty used her key to the side entrance, where the long-term residents and inn servants had their rooms. Alberich clumped off, made certain that their follower hadn't followed him, then reversed his coat to the matte black side and ghosted back. Sure enough, there was Norris, hidden, and hidden relatively well, in a shadow across the street. After a moment, one of the little windows in the garret rooms glowed as a candle was brought inside. Alberich was about to suggest to Misty with mind speech that she go to the window, when she did just that without his needing to prompt her. She not only went to it, she opened it, and sat in it for several moments as if enjoying the warm spring night. Even though she was probably dying to peer down into the street to look for their follower, she did nothing of the sort. Instead, she took off her lenses, rubbed her eyes as if she was tired, and sat back with her head against the side of the window frame and her eyes, as far as Alberich could tell, closed. Is the kitty still stalking me? Yes, he is, Alberich replied. Persistent beast. I don't suppose you can think of anything that will make him go away. I'm working on just that, he told her, although in truth he was coming up rather dry as to ideas. After all the times when his admirers have been a nuisance to get around, this is one time when I wish some of them would appear, he thought crossly. How many would you like? Came Cantor's interested query. He blinked. Why do you ask? Because there is an entire table full of young women from the audience this evening here. They wanted to get a table there, but you know how it is. Yes, indeed. Alberich knew very well how it was. Norris's company was by far the most popular in Haven in a very long time. On the nights when there were plays, it was impossible to get a table in his inn, either before or after the play. The innkeeper had taken to doing the unheard of, making reservations for tables. There were people who had waited as long as 3 weeks before being able to take their pre-play dinner or after-play supper in Norris's presumed presence. At any rate, all they've done is talk about Norris since they got here. They're very loud, and I think a bit tipsy. There were distinct overtones of snigger in Cantor's voice. I can't imagine how they'd be useful to you, though. Oh, I can. He slipped away from his hiding place, went into the alley, in through the secret room at the back of the stables, and changed into not his clothing, but his uniform. This was not even his grey weapons master's garb, but the heraldic whites that he seldom if ever wore. He had kept a set down here for just this reason. He wanted to be noticed this time, but he wanted all the attention to be on his clothing, not his face. Then he strolled openly into the bell and listened for the sound of female voices. It didn't take him long to hear them, for as Cantor had said, they were both loud and tipsy, the latter probably being the cause of the former. "All right, Misty," he mind-spoke. "Yawn, stretch, put out your candle and go to bed. You shouldn't have to stay there much longer." "I'm alive with curiosity." The Bell had more than one public room. There was the main tavern area and several supper rooms that were intended more for eating in than drinking. He entered the room where the young, and not-so-young, women were, as if looking about, possibly for a place to sit. They were, so far as he could tell, not high-born, but they definitely were prosperous. Their gowns were all new, of good quality, and they wore a moderate amount of silver jewelry. Middling well-off merchant or craft families, he guessed. The younger ones had probably persuaded their families to let them see the players, and the older ones had come along as chaperones, and they all had fallen under the spell of the handsome leading man. They were already planning their next outing to see him perform. A herald always got noticed, even in Haven, and when he entered the room, they all looked up and at him. He concentrated very hard on his words and his accent. This was not the time to sound like a foreigner. If Norris went to the effort of trying to track back who betrayed him, Alberich just wanted to be a herald. He gave a little bow and said, "Your pardon, my ladies. I wouldn't want to interrupt your party." One of the older ones giggled. It was one of the young ones who called out, "Oh, that's quite all right, Harold. You weren't interrupting anything. We were just talking about the play we've been to." "The play be hanged," said one of the tipsier ones. "It's that actor Norris's way of filling out tights that we were talking about." Some of them laughed hilariously, some with embarrassment, and Alberich smiled. "He's a fine actor, that one," he said agreeably. "Very impressive indeed. I think all of us managed to get to one or more of his performances during the Ice Festival." Then he added, as if the idea had suddenly struck him, "He wouldn't be waiting for any of you, would he?" Oddly enough, it was one of the drunker ones who caught the implications of that last question, which slipped right by most of them. "What do you mean, waiting for one of us?" she asked, not quite slurring her words. "You mean now, right now?" "Why, yes," Alberich replied, feigning surprise. "I saw him just across the street, lingering in the doorway, as if he was waiting for someone to come out of the Bell." Well, that was all he needed to say, and the only thing he needed to do was to press himself against the wall to get out of the way of the avalanche of gowns heading for the door. They piled past him and rushed for the front exit. A moment later, and there was something like a little chorus of squeals as they tumbled out into the street. "Is that? It is! It's him!" "You wicked, wicked man," Misty chortled, as the sounds became a bit inarticulate and much louder. There was a single masculine voice, saying desperately over the torrent of giggles and little shrieks, "Ladies, ladies!" and the owner was clearly getting nowhere. Alberich strolled out to the door and stood there with his face in shadow, leaning against the doorpost with his arms crossed, enjoying the havoc he had created. Norris was in the center of a tight knot of women, all of them breathlessly telling him of their admiration at the tops of their lungs, all of them trying to elbow each other aside to get closer to him. He looked like a very desperate man at the moment. "Oh, this is choice," Misty said. "I can't resist." From overhead and to the right came her familiar voice. "Will you please be quiet?" If Alberich hadn't known Misty so well, he would have been certain that she was angry, not trying with might and main to hold back gales of laughter. "People are trying to sleep." Her window slammed shut. Then Misty's plaint was joined by several other genuinely irritated voices, calling down to the gaggle of women surrounding to "Shut up!" and "Go away!" and "I'll get the constables on you, see if I don't." And it wasn't long before a constable did appear and suggest to Norris, as the apparent center of the disturbance, that "It would be very nice, sir, if you and your friends were somewhere else right now." And there was nothing else that Norris could do at that point, except to bow to the inevitable. He was going to be stuck with these women for the next Candlemark at least, and the only way he was going to get rid of them was back at his own inn, where he knew the ground, and could slip away from them under the guise of attending to nature's call or something of the sort, or getting one of the cast to find one of his regular bawds to come down and drag him back to his room. The one thing that would embarrass them enough to go away, even in their present state of intoxication, would be the presence of a real whore. But it would have to be done there, not here. Somehow, perhaps by sheer force of personality, he got the group moving, and away they went, still surrounding him on all sides, chattering like a flock of noisy little birds, and he with the look of a man being nibbled to death by ducks. When they were all out of both sight and hearing, he mind-called up to Misty. "I think you can come out now." "Just a moment. I was not exactly dressed. I wanted to add some verisimilitude to the illusion that I had gone to bed." Now he wished he'd looked up when she leaned out of her window. Then it struck him. There'd been a hint of something in her mind voice. Was it what he thought it was? Should he? Did he dare? "If you didn't read that as an invitation, you're denser than I thought," said Cantor. He couldn't clear his throat in mind voice, but he managed a combination of eagerness and diffidence. "I don't suppose you would care for me to come up instead." He heard the purr in her mind voice, and almost tangled his own feet together, trying to whip himself around and head for the stairs. "Ah, yes. Indeed I would. Please do." "13. The journey back up to the palace was surreal, dreamlike as the four of them made their way through peace-filled, cool air scented with honeysuckle. Alberich held on to the moment fiercely. No matter what had happened in the past, or would happen in the future, he'd had this night, this time. His heart was, for the moment, at peace, and he could not have been more content with his lot. He hoped, he thought, Misty felt the same. They parted with a touch of lips and hands at the branching of paths, one leading up to the herald's wing at the palace, the other to the salle. He and Cantor moved off into the velvet night. "I told you that you were worrying too much," Cantor said when he and Alberich were finally settled back in their respective beds in and beside the salle. You were right." Still. No, there was no still. Cantor was right. The benefit of being gifted, there was no question of how one's partner felt. There had been a little initial fumbling, but no buts. He sighed and started to settle into sleep. Then something popped up into his mind and jolted him into wakefulness again. Now, why did she tell you, "Thank you, you were right"? "Ah, you weren't supposed to hear that," Cantor sighed. "I gave her some advice some time back, through her companion, of course, but she knew it was from me because she asked me directly." "Yes?" He decided that no matter what it was, he wasn't going to be annoyed. After all, look what it had gotten him. "I told her, he won't make the first move. You'll have to. And don't be subtle. In this situation, he's trying so hard to be a gentleman that he won't notice if you're subtle. But if you're wondering, I don't think this was planned. I think she just seized the opportunity when it was too good to be passed up. I know she's felt diffident about approaching you here in your own place, and more than a bit shy about inviting you up to the collegium where everyone would notice and gossip." Alberich finished for him and mulled it all over. No, he definitely was not going to be annoyed. "Thank you. You were right." Of course, now that the first move had been made in the game, he chuckled to himself in the darkness. The next time she showed up here, it wasn't all going to be business. Not that he was going to forget his duty, far from it. Now he did let his doubly tired body relax, and his last thought was, perhaps not oddly, "Norris is a fool." Selene sat at her open window and breathed in the honeysuckle-scented air dreamily. Kareth, he had insisted almost immediately that she call him Kareth, had been officially presented at court 2 days ago. He had gone out of his way to be charming, and Selene was by no means the only one to have been affected by that charm. But his attention had been directed, like a focused beam of light, on her. This was not the first time that she had been the focus of someone's attention, but it was the first time the attention had been completely positive, and universally directed to the sole object of pleasing her. Heady stuff. And it didn't hurt at all that Kareth was so very good to look upon. No, not at all. But there was more, as impossible as it seemed. Kareth understood her. It was magical how well he understood her. Already they had shared commiserations on how heavy the burden of duty was for a royal child, and how unfair it was that they had less freedom than the lowest of their subjects. How very unfair. And he had looked straight into her eyes and said, "It is a sad pity that you have no one to share your burden with." Oh, she had laughed at that, and demurred that she had an entire council to help her, but his words had rung very true, and she wondered if there was something behind them, as if— could it be? No, of course not. He's a prince of Rethwellen. If he can charm me into giving Rethwellen advantages, he will. He may even be courting me with an eye to a marriage of state. Right now, though, he's simply being friendly. He's a prince, and there can't be too many people that he can confide in. It isn't as if he has a companion to talk to, or even someone like Lord Orthalan. He was, she thought, a very proud young man. It would be hard for him to confide in anyone that he considered below him. Yes, that is certainly it. She rested her head against the window frame, feeling suddenly melancholy for herself, for him. No, there could be nothing more to it than that. Besides, he can't possibly stay for very long. He'll have to return home soon. The thought made her feel cheated somehow, and even more melancholy. But after a moment she shook it off resolutely. The seneschal had decided that having a prince of the blood here was an occasion of great import, and had arranged that his days should be enlivened by all manner of amusements, and that it was Selene's duty to take part in at least some of them. The vernal equinox was in a few days, and although it was the wrong season for hunting, it was the best season for other sorts of outdoor excursions. They were all going to watch a new version of the hurley game, played companion-back by the oldest of the trainees. Others had been trying to come up with warm-weather variations on hurley, but this was by far the most exciting and successful. And there were those who were trying to get horses to do what the companions were doing, but it would probably take a couple of years to train horses to put up with balls rolling under their hooves and sticks whizzing about their ears. For now, at least, the only mounted version of the game would be played by heralds or trainees. It made an excellent excuse to sit out on lawns, with hampers of refreshments in the warm sunshine, rather than in the stuffy audience chamber, listening to even stuffier old men complain about each other. There would be supper in a pavilion on the lawns after the game, and then a concert of music under the stars in the gardens. It will be the most fun I've had since the Ice Festival. Actually, it will be much more fun than the Ice Festival. I won't be on show to an entire city. She smiled as she thought about it. To think that she would have most of a day devoted to something other than kingdom business. But her counselors all seemed very much in favor of the idea, even those who were reserved in their assessment of Kareth. Maybe he will stay longer. After all, Orthalan was convinced that he had come here with every intention of courting her. It was a time-honored means of cementing alliances, marriage. He was the younger prince. He wouldn't be in line for the throne at this point, not even if his older brother died, because Faramentha already had a young son of his own. So— She shivered, but with delight and anticipation, not dread. Oh, no, definitely not dread. Not like she'd felt with every other would-be suitor that had presented himself or been presented so far. Now wait and see, she cautioned herself. Don't start chasing hares until the hounds have the scent. Orthalan could be misreading this. He might just be very kind. But if he was courting her, it was just a bit difficult to be lover-like when he never saw her except in the company of 10 or 20 other people. The question was, did she want him to court her? Actually, more to the point, did she want to marry him? She thought, perhaps, but she still wasn't entirely sure. It probably wouldn't be too much of a battle to convince the council, but the rest of her subjects might not care for the idea of a foreign consort. And while he had beautiful manners and was extremely sympathetic, it was all words so far. She had no idea if he was truly attracted to her, Selene, or was just being properly diplomatic and sympathetic to the Queen. He was one of the handsomest men she had ever seen, but how did she look to him, really? And how would he ever be able to say what he really felt with the constant audience that was around her? If only there was a way to get rid of the audience, the courtiers, the ladies, all of them. If only there was a way that she could just slip away from them all, long enough for the two of them to be alone for just a little. And then she had an idea. It was a terribly romantic idea, and it just might work. "I'll have a masquerade," she thought with delight. "I'll have it when the year of mourning is officially over. Out in the gardens, spread out everywhere, with everyone in costume and masked. I'll have the same costume made up for me and all of my ladies, except I'll let him know by some little token which one is me. If he can't manage to get me alone for a little, then he won't be trying." Yes, that would do it. That would do it indeed. She chuckled at her own cleverness. And meanwhile she had tomorrow to look forward to, a half a day and all evening with nothing before her but to relax and enjoy herself. And perhaps Kareth would show something more of his intentions. She went to bed and fell asleep, still smiling. There were 3 stands set up along the 3 sides of the triangular playing field. The best one, reserved for the Queen and her court, was on the side between the scarlet and green goals, with a good view of both. Out on the field the 2 teams faced each other, scarlet and green goalkeepers standing warily alert on their respective goals, the 2 goalkeepers on the neutral 3rd goal, watching each other as much as the teams. There was a tension-filled silence as one of the referees placed the ball on the ground between the 2 teams, then ran off well out of the way of what was coming. A trumpet blast, a single shout swelled 1,000 throats, and the game was on. "Explain to me what I am seeing, please," Kareth asked, watching as the tide of riders collided, the ball somewhere under the churning hooves of the companions. One half of the riders were wearing bardic scarlet, the other healer green, not because they actually were bards and healers, but because the 2 teams had been sponsored by the 2 other collegia. It would, after all, have been impossible to tell which rider was on which team otherwise. "The players are all heraldic trainees, and they usually wear gray," Selene said, as there was a loud crack, and the ball suddenly seemed to fly out of the scrum on a pair of invisible wings. "This came out of a game the trainees made up over the winter called Hurley." She interrupted to cheer as the bardic goalkeeper made a last-minute save, her companion rearing and pivoting on hind hooves, letting her catch the ball in her net. The goalkeepers had nets rather than club-ended sticks. "Anyway, we wouldn't be able to tell the teams apart, so Bardic Collegium sponsored the team in red, and Healers the team in green." She shouted again as the Bardic goalkeeper threw the ball back into play, and one of her own people caught it while it was still in flight and sent it whizzing toward the healer goal with a mighty blow of his stick. The whole field went charging after it. "But how are the horses so well trained?" Kareth asked. "They aren't horses, they're companions," she answered automatically. They're—" She searched for a way to explain it to an outsider. "They have mind magic, and so do the trainees, and it's like having a partner. They can speak to one another." "Ah, magic," Kareth said wisely. "Of course, like the Hawk Brother mages who control their birds in the strange places in the Pelagiers." Actually, it's not like that at all, she thought, but that was probably as close as he was going to get until he'd been here a while and saw for himself, or until a companion chose him. "That's close enough, I suppose," she said instead, and turned her attention to the game. It was absolutely vicious in its way. Alberich had insisted that the original version of Hurley be played with no holds barred, and nothing short of murder against the rules, and this version was no different, with one single exception. No one was allowed to deliberately thrust a stick among the legs of the scrumming companions. The idea of a companion with a deliberately broken leg was just too horrifying. But the companions were certainly allowed to ram each other and shoulder each other out of the way. The riders could hit at each other with their sticks and try to pull each other out of the saddle. Companions and riders alike wore hard helmets of leather over steel. The companions wore neck guards, the riders wore padding and guards of their own. It was war out there. Selene, who had seen war firsthand, recognized it for what it was. Relatively bloodless, perhaps, but nonetheless war. Which was why both Weapons Master Alberich and the new equitation instructor, Harold Caron, approved of it. You could study mounted combat all you liked. You could even practice as much as you dared, but you got no sense of what combat was really like. Well, the 4th and 5th year trainees certainly were now. By the time the first third was over, that was obvious. There was plenty of danger. One player was already out with a broken arm, and a second sidelined while the healers made sure that the crack on the head hadn't resulted in a concussion. A third was playing with a broken nose, and there were 2 with black eyes, and no one would know until it was over how many bruises and strains there were. No companions were injured, but that was always possible, too. The second third began after a brief pause for water, both drunk and poured over their heads, and a quick change of players. Then they were off again with no less vigor than before. "It seems very dangerous," Kareth shouted to her over the cheers and shrieks. She glanced at him. He seemed just as excited as everyone else. His color was high, and he had a wide smile of enjoyment. "It is," she shouted back. "Our weapons master is using it for war training." "Aha!" He nodded vigorously, then cheered wildly with everyone else as the scarlet and green goalkeepers on the neutral goal got into a clinch, and a scarlet rider nipped in right under their noses and slammed home a goal. Hurley on ice had been exciting. This was beyond exciting. This was intoxicating. Even Selene, who had been in the thick of war, was caught up in it, drunk as any of them on it, free to feel it, knowing that this time there was no fear that anyone would die. One rider was actually knocked unconscious by the ball before it was over, and there was a broken wrist and a second broken arm, both caused by being unseated and falling badly. But Selene knew that the healers would soon put all of them to rights, and when the healers were done with them, the congratulations they would get at the hands of the rest of the trainees, and everyone else with an interest in the game, would soon make the pain just a memory. The Scarlets took the lead and held it for most of the game, but at the very end, in the final third, the Greens took the victory away from them by a single point. When the winded and the exhausted winners and losers both had been mobbed and rushed off the field to their own celebratory feast, Selene found herself hoarse with screaming and nearly as tired as if she had been out there on the field herself. "My word," the prince said, his eyes still wild with excitement. "That's altogether more thrilling than any tournament I've ever seen. You say your weapons master is using this for war training?" Selene nodded, and sat down so that everyone else could. Protocol, after all. While the monarch was on her feet, no one else could sit. There was some little time before the alfresco dinner, which would be served out in the gardens, and she wanted to give her staff plenty of time to have it set up before she led the ravenous hordes toward the food. Meanwhile, pages were going around with wine and fruit, and she availed herself of both. Kareth sat down in the place of honor beside her, though he still looked as if he would like to go find a hurley stick and try the game for himself. Not Selene. She enjoyed watching the game, but once it was over, she couldn't help but think about why Alberich was so in favor of it. She didn't want any of those youngsters to have to see what she had seen. There had been too many no older than they who had not returned from the wars. "Indeed he is, Your Highness," the seneschal said, as both the Rethwellan ambassador and the ambassador from Hardorn leaned closer in order to hear. "He and the equitation instructor have found it an invaluable substitution for melee and skirmish training. They say they have found that both the mounted and foot versions are equally valuable, and it is all the better for the fact that the trainees want to do it, and several of them spend a great deal of their free time in practice at it. We are restricting the mounted version to the final-year students, however, given the level of expertise required and the danger involved. Better a broken bone or two now than something worse in combat," Selene said, sobered by her recollection of another spring day. nearly this time last year. Then she shook off her melancholy. This was supposed to be a day given over to relaxation and pleasure, and she was not going to spoil it. "Well, gentlemen, you can tell your friends and kin back in your homelands that we here in Valdemar know how to provide both novelty and entertainment for our guests," she said lightly. "I do believe that was the first ever public game of mounted hurley. And I hope you will convey my admiration to your weapons master for finding so clever a solution for a training dilemma," the prince said with a smile. "Though I will confess, if that is the level that he trains to, he is fully as expert as our own weapons master at home, though perhaps not quite to the exacting standard of sword mistress Tama Shana Talesedrin, the famed Shinain who trained my father and older brother." "But not you?" asked the Hardornan ambassador, and Selene had the oddest sensation that he knew something about Kareth that he would like very much for Kareth to reveal. Something unflattering. Though why he would wish for such a thing. Ambassadors are always jockeying for favor. I suppose he thinks that if Kareth appears less than perfect, I will lose interest in him. Absurd. The prince frowned, and for just a moment a shadow passed over his face. But in the next moment he was all smiles again, and Selene wondered if she had even seen it. "Alas, no," he replied smoothly. "The sword mistress retired and closed her school before I was old enough in my mother's eyes to be sent away to it. And at any rate, from all I have heard, the lady is extremely ascetic in her ways and strict in her discipline. Some might say she is overzealous in both regards, and well," he shrugged, "I am not much like my brothers. While I feel that every man of breeding should be adept at the use of arms, I fail to see why he should undergo the same rigorous training as someone who intends to live by them. Personally, I am afraid that the sword mistress and I would be doomed to perpetually clash. So perhaps it is just as well. It would be a terrible scandal for a prince of the blood to be thrown out of a school for mercenaries as an abject failure, or worse, a discipline problem." The Rethwellan ambassador laughed politely, but it sounded strained. Selene was baffled. If that was all the Hardornan ambassador had been angling for, she failed to see what was so unflattering about it. Not even a trainee who was unsuited to the martial arts was required to do more than learn how to defend him or herself. Why, look at Misty. Most of her training had been in the best ways of running away. She decided to steer the subject away from the area that Kareth was finding uncomfortable. "The sword mistress, is that a Shinain name?" Selene asked curiously, thinking wistfully of her earlier daydream of a wild Shinain clan chief coming here to claim her hand. "I've never seen a Shinain, though I believe some of our people in the south have traded with them." "It is indeed, Majesty," Kareth replied. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, only that I had never heard of Shinain living outside the Dorisha plains, and I often think I would like to meet one some day," she confessed. "I believe one came as far as Lord Ashkevron's manor in my father's day, to help the lord with his horses, but it was before I was born." "It is true that they do not often venture off their traditional grounds," the Rethwellan ambassador said, after waiting for a few polite moments for all of them to nibble a little at their fruit and sip from their goblets of wine. "We see them from time to time selling horses, but as soon as the beasts are sold, they swiftly return to their homeland. The city of Kata Shinain is the only spot off the plains where you will see them regularly. The sword mistress is somewhat of an anomaly. She lives, or lived, since she was quite old when last I heard, with her blood oath sister, who had a school of sorcery alongside the school for swordsmen. Perhaps one day I will be able to entertain you with some tales of their adventures. They are rather famous in Rethwellan." "I would enjoy that," Selene said, wondering to see that faint shadow pass over the prince's face again. "But today it is incumbent upon me to entertain you, gentlemen, and I believe that it is time that we all went to supper." She rose, and they all perforce rose with her. "And high time, Majesty," the seneschal said lightly. "Watching the hurley game was nearly as exhausting as playing it, and just as stimulating to the appetite. These refreshments were welcome, but I swear, if you put butter on a brick, I would eat it at this point."
"Pray don't say that," she chided with a laugh. "Our guests will be afraid to try the pastries."
She led the way down out of the viewing stands and into the gardens, with the rest of the court trailing after. She wondered if she should ask the prince about that Shinain sword mistress. Perhaps there was some problem there that she should know about. Well, perhaps not. Probably he was piqued that his older brother had the privilege of training under so famous a teacher, and he had not. She could understand that. As difficult as Alberich was, there was absolutely no doubt that he was the best weapons master that Valdemar and the Collegium had seen in a very long time. If she had a sibling who'd been able to train under Alberich, while she was not allowed to for whatever reason, she would be horribly jealous too. The meal was laid out along tables in the shade, protected from insects by tents of fly gauze. Nothing was intended to be served hot. A guest had but to tell a page what he wanted, and go to find a good seat on the lawn, near the pavilion where the musicians were tuning up, and the page would bring him a laden plate and a cup of wine. It was all finger food, of the sort that could be eaten with nothing but a little recourse to a napkin, and most of it was light and cool, meant to tease the palates of the diners with its subtlety. It wasn't the sort of heavy feast they'd shared at the court feast of the ice festival. Selene made her selections and went to take her seat. She wished that she could sprawl on a carpet or cloth, as she had on these occasions when she was only the heir. But she was queen now, and such an undignified pose would not be proper for her. Instead, she followed her page to a rustic seating arrangement of a garden bench softened with cushions inside a bower facing the pavilion, with a semicircle of chairs placed around it for her particular guests. She was pleased to see that Talamir was already there waiting for her. He hadn't attended the hurley game, pleading a need to see to something or other, but she had been a little concerned that the real reason was that he was feeling ill again. As the anniversary of her father's death, and that of his first companion, Taver, approached, he had been looking distinctly frail. But he seemed well enough now, and very much in the moment. He conducted her to her seat with all the gallantry of which he was capable, which was a very great deal, and to Kareth's evident annoyance took his traditional place at her left hand, leaving Kareth to take the remaining chair at her right. "I trust your business is taken care of?" she asked, as he made sure that she had all she needed before sending the page off for his own supper. She tried something sweet and spicy wrapped in a lettuce leaf, bits of spiced meat with crunchy little bits of vegetable in a light sauce, and decided that she would have that often this spring and summer. The cooks seemed to have outdone themselves. She hadn't recognized most of the dishes on the tables. "More so than I expected, Majesty," he replied with a definite twinkle in his eye. "I would hesitate to say anything, except that you will hear about it from any one of a dozen gossips before the end of the day. Apparently, our weapons master is not as invulnerable to the darts of emotion as he thought. But he is skilled enough in deception that even I thought that his meetings with the chronicler were all business, until today." Selene wrinkled her forehead in puzzlement, trying to make out what Talamir was getting at. Alberich and Misty? And all at once it dawned on her. Alberich and Misty, oh my word! She began to laugh delightedly as the prince and the two ambassadors looked puzzled. "Oh, but how lovely! Talamir, you must pledge me on your word that you will not tease him about it. Above all things, I do not want the poor man frightened off just when he's taken the first steps into this venture." "Not I, nor any other herald, Majesty," Talamir promised. "We're too pleased, to tell you the truth. And we would rather that the trainees didn't find out about it either, or at least not until the relationship is so long established that they'll be as terrified of saying anything about it as they are of offending him in any other way." Selene turned to her guests, still smiling at the thought that somber Alberich, who seemed as destined to remain chaste as any sworn priest, should finally have found a lady who clearly found him fascinating. She and Misty were uncommonly well acquainted, despite the differences in their age and backgrounds. and Misty had dropped more than one little remark, after they had all returned from the wars, that had told Selene that the Herald Chronicler had definite leanings in the weapons master's direction. He treated her as she wanted to be treated, with respect for her learning and as an equal in intelligence. If they occasionally exasperated one another, that was only to be expected with two such strong personalities. But she had thought Alberich impervious to anything but friendship. Apparently not. "You are puzzled, gentlemen? It is only a little romance among our heralds, but a rather unlikely one, or so I would have thought until now. The season seems to have affected our weapons master, whom we all thought to be a man of iron, and the great irony is that the lady in question is the only herald he was never successful in teaching the martial arts to, the chronicler Herald Misty." The prince smiled vacantly, clearly finding the subject of no particular interest, but the Hardornan ambassador chuckled right along with Herald Talamir. "Well, so the spring has managed to melt the heart of stone after all. Good for Herald Alberich, and twice as many kudos to your Herald Misty. My guess would be that she was the one to do the stalking. These old warriors are as shy as partridge in hunting season when it comes to the matters of the heart." Talamir laughed. "That, sir, would be telling heraldic secrets. I will leave it to your imagination. And on that note, I beg that we listen to the music and enjoy our repast," Selene said firmly, "or else we will start to sound like a gaggle of village gossips." The sun was just setting, making the gardens a wondrous place indeed. The day-blooming flowers wafted the last of their perfumes over the guests as they closed their blossoms for the night. The night-bloomers were just beginning to open. As twilight closed over the garden, a soft breeze sprang up. The musicians kept to soft, lyrical melodies, and servants made their way about, lighting the torches unobtrusively. Selene set her empty plate and cup aside, and suddenly felt a hand brushing hers as if by accident. Then it happened again. She glanced aside at the prince, who caught her gaze for just a moment, touched the tips of his fingers with hers, and gave her a quick, conspiratorial wink. She felt her heart give a leap, and an answering smile crossed her lips before she turned her attention back to the musicians. But she sighed, and watched him covertly out of the corner of her eye. His apparent attention was on the musicians too, but she had the feeling that she was being watched behind the screen of his long lashes and half-closed lids. The breeze touched her cheeks, cooling the heat that had suddenly suffused them. She was glad for the shadows within the bower, so that her blushes would not betray her. Surely that wasn't just the gesture of a gallant. She reached for her wine-cup, and her fingers touched something else. Trying to appear as casual as she could, she managed to get both objects, and found that she was holding both her cup and a red rosebud from which all of the thorns had been carefully removed. He turned his head slightly, lowered his gaze to the flower meaningfully, smiled, and looked back to the musicians. Now her whole body seemed to vibrate with a thrill that she had never felt before. To cover it, and to moisten her mouth gone suddenly dry, she sipped at the wine. Then she put the cup back down, but kept the rose. The half-planned masquerade took on a new importance and urgency in her mind. She would give him the setting, and she would see if he reacted to it. And then things would fall as they fell. 14. Selene stood very quietly in the exact middle of her dressing-room, while 3 maids fussed and fluttered around her, making sure that every detail of her costume was just so. In a few moments she and her ladies would be going down into the gardens to perform the masque that would open the midsummer masquerade. In fact, there was music drifting through the open windows of her suite right now, making her both impatient and nervous at the same time. She stared fixedly at herself in the mirror on the wall opposite her. Her costume was identical to the ones her ladies would be wearing. All of them would wear floating, ethereal dresses composed of many layers of pale green silk gauze, the topmost layer embroidered with tiny sprigs of leaves and flowers, fitted to the waist and flaring outward like the petals of a trumpet flower. It had a hint of a train, with long trailing butterfly sleeves and a round neckline that showed just enough bosom to suggest rather than reveal. With it, she wore soft silk slippers dyed to match the gown. None of them would wear jewels, not even she, only a loose trailing belt of ivy, and bracelets and anklets of flowers. All would be masked, the strange, featureless silver masks of the legendary moon maidens, ovals without even eye-holes. A cunning layer of silver gauze where the eyes should be was perfectly easy for the dancers to see through, but gave no hint of the eyes behind the masks. Their hair, which otherwise would give their identities away, was covered with more silk gauze in the form of a wrapped coif, with floor-sweeping veils crowned with chaplets of more flowers. And the only difference between Selene and the rest of them was her secret. She wore a single rosebud tucked into the ivy at the waistband of her gown. She had not told the prince this. He would have to discover it for himself. In fact, she had not told anyone this. And since no one was to unmask before midnight, she would be indistinguishable from any of her ladies except for that one detail. Which meant, if she chose, she should be able to slip away from the rest without being missed and throwing everyone into a panic. She surveyed herself in the mirror and was satisfied with what she saw. In designing this costume, she and her seamstresses had taken every flattering aspect of every dress she had ever worn and combined it into a single gown. In the past, as often as not, she had carefully selected her clothing to serve as armor. This gown, however, was meant to be a weapon. Now the only thing that remained to be seen was if the weapon would be used. She already knew, just from what she saw in the mirror, that it would be effective. Was it so silly of her to want to be wooed like an ordinary woman, to know that the man who asked for her hand wanted her as well as what she represented? She was sure now that Kareth was here for the purpose of courting her, or else he would have gone home by this time. There had been several opportunities for him to leave, including when his own ambassador was recalled because of an emergency in his family. He could have gone back to Rethwellen then, with the man who had brought him here in the first place. He hadn't. In fact, he had stayed even though the Rethwellen embassy was virtually empty but for a few servants. Even though half of his guards had gone back to protect the ambassador on his journey, and she had loaned him some of her own guards until either the old ambassador returned or a new one with the rest of the entourage came to take his place. She knew that most of her counselors were devoutly praying for such a match. It would all but secure the southern border, since Rethwellen would be obliged to help defend it if the Karsites somehow found the means to attack again. It would bring many, many trade advantages, since Valdemaran goods would probably be exempted from the onerous taxes on imported stuff. It would mean easy access to several great trade markets of the south. No one could or would object to a Rethwellen prince on the grounds of either consanguinity or unequal rank. But she didn't want a trade alliance or a military advantage. She wanted a consort, a partner, a confidant, someone she could talk to, someone she could love, someone who would love her, who would treasure Selene as well as the queen, as her father had treasured her mother. She thought, if things worked out as she hoped, that she would be able to tell if that was true of Kareth. She knew already that she was deliriously infatuated with him. How could she not be? Nearly every woman of the court was half in love with his handsome face and charming manners. Every time he looked at her, she felt a shiver of delight. Every time she thought about him, she went hot and cold all over. She had dreams of him at night that made her wake full of aching desire. They had shared several conversations now which were, if not completely private, certainly mostly private. He really did understand the terrible burden of the crown, of being unable to ever have much real privacy, of having to be everything to everyone. They had talked about all the times when, as children, they had lost entire holidays being on show for the people. They'd spoken of the difficulty of finding real friends. She thought that he understood these things as not even a herald could. If he wanted her, well, he had her, but only if he truly wanted her. She was not going to go into this now unless she had him just as truly. He would have to say so. More than that, he would have to convince her that he meant it. Otherwise— Well, in the end, she still might marry him, but it would not be for a while, maybe not for years. If this was to be nothing more than an alliance marriage, then she was not going to throw her heart after him. "That's the first sensible thing you thought of," Karyo said. She started. Karyo had been uncharacteristically silent lately, and had not, until now, said a single word about the prince. "What was the point? I don't like him. I don't know why. But you're in love with him, or with his face and manners and fine words, anyway. And you're not going to send him away just because I don't like him. I'd have to give you a lot better reason than that, and I don't have one." Selene bit her lip and stared at her mirror. "But if you don't like him, I'm also not going to try to stop you from doing something you really want to," Karyo said, irritation clear in her mind voice. "And if he can convince you that he's as much in love with you as you are with him, well, there's nothing more to say. It won't be the first time that someone in a bride's family hasn't gotten along with the groom. If human families can put up with such a thing, so can I." Selene found herself horribly torn between annoyance at Karyo and gratitude. Annoyance that Karyo would have the infernal gall not to like Kareth, and gratitude that she was not going to stand in the way of what her chosen wanted. She settled finally on the gratitude. There was no point in being annoyed anyway. Karyo would do what Karyo did. The two of them didn't always see eye to eye. "It hasn't happened," she reminded Karyo. "And what would be better? Him or someone that was beholden to one or more of my counsel, someone we couldn't trust not to have a dozen people whispering in his ear?" "Who's to say your precious prince doesn't have that baggage already?" Karyo countered, then softened. "I suppose that you're right. And besides, if he doesn't take the bait tonight, and he can't convince you, then even if I eventually marry him anyway for alliance purposes, it won't be until I've managed to control my own feelings," Selene said firmly. "If I am doomed to an alliance marriage, it will be with all my armor on." She said that, but underneath her words was the yearning, the hope, that she'd never be required to live up to those words. What was more, she wasn't entirely certain that she could. She thought that she covered it well, however. Certainly Karyo seemed mollified. "Then in that case, go, and see whatever is to be seen with clear eyes," Karyo told her, and slipped out of her mind. She heaved a sigh of relief. That could have gone very badly, and the one thing that she could not bear would have been for Karyo to be angry with her. On the other hand, if Karyo never could grow to like Kareth, well, too bad. There were even heralds who didn't particularly care for one another, and not even all the companions got along in perfect accord. On the other hand, maybe she would mellow over time. When Alberich had first been chosen, there had even been a group of young companions who had tried to attack him. Now there wasn't one of them that wouldn't defend him to the death. And when he got into it with one of the trainees, as he had over the broken mirror, even the companions of those trainees backed the weapons master. If Kareth truly loved her, then with luck Karyo would come around eventually. It could be just a matter of time and patience. She dismissed the whole situation from her mind. Tonight would be hers, more truly than that moment on the battlefield when she became queen, more truly than the moment of her coronation, because in both cases it had been the queen, not Selene, who had received the accolades, whose life had been forever altered. Tonight it would be Selene, and not the queen. She glanced at the windows and was gratified to see that the last rays of sunset were gone, and the light outside was deepening into twilight. It was nearly time for the masque. All the guests would have been assembled by now, and would be waiting for the appearance of the Moon Maidens to begin the real festivities. "Are my ladies ready?" she asked one of the maids. "In the antechamber, Majesty," the girl said promptly. She nodded. "Good. Then that's enough fussing with the gown. It is never going to be more perfect than it is now. Hand me my mask." Wordlessly, one of the maids gave it to her. She fitted it over her face, and the maid tied it in place over the coif, then settled the long trailing veil over her hair, now so tightly braided and coiled under the coif that once the chaplet was pressed down over the veil and coif. Not a hair was to be seen. The world as viewed through the eye-holes of the mask was clear enough, perhaps a little obscured as if by a thin mist, but no worse than that. The face presented to the mirror, however, was a featureless silver oval, more than a bit uncanny. The legend of the Maidens of the Moon was right out of Rethwellan, not Valdemar, and told of a young prince, supposedly one of Kareth's ancestors, who met a maid dancing in his garden by the light of the full moon and fell in love with her, only to discover that she was one of the 12 daughters of the King of the Moon. He went through many harrowing adventures to get to the Moon King's kingdom to claim her, only to be faced by a final test, pick her out from among her 12 identical sisters as they danced before him. She hoped that was enough of a hint to Kareth of what he was expected to do tonight. "Let's go down," she told the maids, and went out to her antechamber to collect her 11 ladies. But she was not the one in the lead. She let Lady Janice have that honor. She was determined not to give Kareth any more hint than that rosebud, and not to give anyone else any hint, so that no one could prevent her from escaping from the throng with him if he chose right. She had instructed all of her ladies to speak only in whispers, and never to so much as hint as to their identities, pointing out that the whole purpose of a masquerade was to keep everyone guessing, insofar as that was possible, until the unmasking. And everyone taking part in the mask had agreed with alacrity. 1 or 2 of her ladies, she suspected, had certain suspicions of their own lovers, and were thinking to see if they could be caught out. 1 or 2 she knew were hoping to use the opportunity for some clandestine flirtations of their own. The rest were all simply intrigued by the idea, which was more than enough to keep them in the spirit of the game. She saw with more than a little amusement that she was not the only one of them to be wearing a flower tucked in the ivy belt, but none of those flowers was a rosebud. Good. 1 more point of confusion, if Kareth was not serious enough to be paying attention. The guests were all in the garden by now, and she could hear the musicians playing incidental music. She and the other ladies would perform their dance on the torch-lit terrace above the gardens, giving everyone a good view. She felt a flutter in her stomach, a nervousness greater than she'd felt even at her own coronation. Her hands felt cold and clammy, and her face flushed. She was glad that she wasn't going to have to say anything, or she was sure she would have stammered and stumbled over the words. The ladies lined up at the terrace door in 2 lines, forming 6 pairs. Selene joined her left hand to her partner's right. That would be Lady Beatrice, though you wouldn't be able to tell that if you didn't know it. A maid ran outside to let the bard in charge of the entertainment know that they were ready. Someone giggled nervously. From outside, muffled by the closed terrace doors, she heard the bard's staff pounding 3 times on the stone of the terrace, and a single trumpet sound a brief silvery 4-note call for attention. The chattering stopped. So did the music. "My lords and ladies," the bard called into the sudden silence, "in honor of His Highness, Prince Carathanalon of Rethwellan, Her Majesty and her ladies will now perform the Mask of the Moon Maidens." The doors were pulled open from outside by 2 pages. The music began, and the 12 ladies danced onto the stone terrace above the gardens to the strains of a solemn pavan. Selene felt her heart pounding and concentrated fiercely on the steps of the dance, watching the lady in front of her. 1, 2, 3, dip 2, 3, turn 2, 3, pause. To her immense relief, Selene realized that she couldn't see a thing down below the terrace, that the light from all of the lanterns and torches quite obscured all of the courtiers and guests below. She could concentrate on the intricate patterns of the dance, quite as if it was no more than just another rehearsal, even though her heart was pounding as if she was running, and her hands still felt as if she'd been holding them in ice-rimmed water. In a way, it was just as well that this was not an easy dance, nothing like any of the normal dances of the court. It began as a round dance in slow gigue time, then moved into a double round of 2 circles of 6 ladies with the pattern changed to a slow gavotte. Then it moved into a triple round of 3 circles of 4, back in a gigue. There were extra bows and flourishes of the veils and the long sleeves, extra circlings and glidings between the figures of the dance. In and out and around Selene wove her steps, turning and bowing, touching the fingers of her next partner, then releasing them, turning again to face a new partner. Then it became a line dance as a pavane, then a 6-couple line dance in a chansonne, then a double line of 3 couples in minette, then 3 square dances as a pavane. And each time the dance changed, they struck a new tableau for a hold of 6 bars of music, until the music came around again to the first round dance, at the end of which they struck a 12-person tableau. Selene wasn't even in the center of that final tableau. She was over at the far right. There was literally no way of telling which of the ladies she was. She was quite certain of that. As the music ended, the applause from below was enthusiastic and very gratifying. She felt herself flushing with pride, and she was certain that she wasn't the only one. They all broke their tableau and stepped to the edge of the terrace in a line, holding hands, and took their bows, bending their knees and bowing their heads in a graceful acknowledgment of the applause. It sounded quite genuine, which was delightful, actually, since most masks in her experience were more endured than enjoyed, and the accolades tended to be dutiful rather than enthusiastic. Then they came down the steps from the terrace to the lawn to mingle with the rest of the guests as dance music began. And here was the hard part, other than getting through the mask itself. Somehow she had to carry herself like one of the rest, neither with too much authority nor too little, neither with diffidence nor haughtiness. She decided to avail herself first thing of one of the fans laid out on a table just where the terrace steps ended, for the use of those who found themselves overly warm. A fan was an excellent thing. It served as a kind of shield as well as something to occupy the hands. But before she could do more than pick one up, someone grabbed her free hand. Startled, she found that she had been seized by one of the more exuberant young courtiers and was being pulled into a rowdy country-style ring dance. She couldn't tell who it was, of course. He was wearing an ornate and rather antique uniform or livery, and a mask made in the shape of a rooster's head. It was clear he had taken her for one of her ladies and not the queen. "Don't resist," she reminded herself, and allowed him to pull her into the circle. Everyone was laughing, sometimes tripping over the little uneven parts of the ground, and acting altogether like a lot of children. And somewhat to her surprise, she found herself having fun. And in a moment she understood why. She was anonymous, and she had been chosen by this young man for what he could see of her body, not because she was Selene. Of course he assumed she was one of Selene's ladies at least, but behind the anonymity of his mask and hers, they were able to act freely. As she romped her way around the ring, she realized that she hadn't felt this light-hearted since she'd been a trainee, and just Selene, who happened to sleep over in the palace and not in a room on the girls' side of the dormitory floor. She was very glad, however, that all the parts of her costume had been fastened securely. It wouldn't do to have the coif and veil, or worse, the mask, fall off and reveal her for who she was. She took the precaution, in a moment between dances, to knot her sleeves and tie up her veil all the same. No point in getting them tangled and pulled off, either. A kind of madness infected her, and she was not the only one. That was the thing about a masquerade. You could be as wild and silly as you liked under the anonymity of a mask, especially if you had one of the more common masks. As she whirled through the steps of another dance, she saw at least 2 roosters, 3 horned men, and no less than 5 bears. She, of course, was one of a dozen moon maidens, and there were cats, wild women, goddesses, and butterfly masks that were no less popular. Another dance struck up immediately, this one a brala, where 2 lines of dancers ran at each other, then seized new partners and whirled madly until it was time to run at each other again. She went through 4 rounds of that, when suddenly she was seized by someone in a costume she did not at all recognize. He wore a half-mask of gold surmounted by a huge hat crowned with feathers, the costume an elaborate doublet and trews of silk and velvet in reds and yellows. And as the young man paused in their heady rush, he bent over and whispered, "I am the Moon Prince. Have I chosen aright, Selene, my moon maiden?" She pulled back, startled, and he laughed in Kareth's voice and boldly plucked the rosebud from her belt. "I see by this token that I have," he said, the mouth beneath the half-mask grinning. "Here, run with me." He took her hand. She hesitated only long enough to snatch a handful of her skirt so she could run more freely, and the two of them sprinted hand in hand off into the depth of the gardens, laughing like a pair of children. She didn't know where they were going. She didn't care. They ran through torchlight and shadow, the sounds of music and merriment fading behind them. She more than half expected him to run toward Companion's Field or some other remote place, but instead he ran toward the palace. Once again he had chosen correctly. There was no one in this part of the garden at all, and little light. They were right beside the windows of the Collegium kitchen, which at this hour was dark. There, in the shadows of a thick clump of bushes, he finally stopped and pulled her into his arms. "Won't you unmask now, Selene?" he murmured, confronted with the featureless oval of her disguise. And as if to set the example, he pulled off his hat, which proved to be fastened to his half-mask. She put up her hands to the back of her head and loosened the chaplet, but he was too impatient to wait for her fumbling fingers. He carefully took off the chaplet, then the veil, and untied the mask himself, discarding each on the ground beside his hat. With every item he removed, her heart pounded a little faster. When he had laid her face bare, he looked into her eyes for a long moment. Then suddenly his arms were around her again, his lips crushed against hers, and she felt a heat rise in her and overwhelm her. She felt as if she was made of butter melting against him, pressing her body into his, wanting nothing so much as to have the kiss go on forever and ever. But too soon for her desire, she felt his arms loosen, and he lifted his face from hers to stare down into her eyes again. There was just enough moonlight for him to see her upturned face. His was all in shadow, and she strained to hear his voice. "By the gods, Selene, I've wanted to do that from the moment I saw you," he breathed. She lifted her face wordlessly to his, but he shook his head, and with every evidence of regret, loosened her from his grasp. "No," he said, "I dare not, or I will not stop with but a kiss." "No?" she asked, feeling obscurely disappointed. "Then—" "But I can do this," he said, interrupting her. He dropped to his knees, clasping both her hands in his. "Here it is only you and I, not our countries, not our councils, only ourselves to satisfy. We will please only ourselves. We will answer only to our own will here. Selene, I ask this for myself and for myself. Will you, grant your hand to me in marriage?" He had read her riddle. More than that, he had answered her invitation and her challenge, and met it, his prince to her moon-maiden. And now, away from all witnesses, all eyes, he had asked her to wed him specifically for himself, and not for his country. If this wasn't the answer to her questions, she could not imagine what could be. "Yes," she whispered, "with all my heart." He leaped to his feet and took her in his arms again, and her whole body thrilled to the caresses that he bestowed on it. She would quite willingly have torn off her own gown and melded her body with his there and then. It was his restraint that stopped anything more from happening. And though a great deal of her was frustrated and disappointed, the rest of her was grateful and full of admiration at his self-control. "Here," he said, as he actually stepped away from her, then took her hand and bestowed a tender kiss on the palm. "You may be only one moon-maiden among 12, but we should not take the risk that you are missed. Let me help you mask again." And so she stood, burning with desire for him, as he, clever as her best maid, masked her hot cheeks with the silver ovoid again, and placed the veil over her head and the chaplet atop it. Then he retrieved his own mask and resumed his guise as well. "Shall we walk?" he asked. "My own lady." A shiver went up her spine at the caress in his words. "To cool ourselves," she murmured in reply, and he laughed. "I think that cooling is what we both need, my moon maiden."
he chuckled. "It is just as well that our masks will hide our faces, or they would surely betray us to anyone with eyes in his head." He took her hand and led her back toward the festivities at a far more decorous pace this time. She was glad of the night air and the chance to get her pounding heart to quiet itself. Her hand trembled in his, and he felt the trembling and tightened his fingers about hers for a moment. They passed other couples on their way to the dancing lawn, making use of the little bowers and grottos of the gardens, standing or sitting together. They also passed places shrouded in darkness, from which little sighs and murmurs came that made her cheeks flush again, and a stab of envy lance through her. But Kareth took no notice, or at least did not appear to. They sauntered on together, like any couple on a leisurely stroll, until they stepped onto the lawn below the terrace and into the full glare of the torchlight. She did not know what she would have done then, but the situation was taken out of their hands by a wild game of crack the whip that crossed their path the moment they stepped onto the torchlit grass. The trailing girl seized Kareth's hand in passing, and since he still had Selene's, she was perforce now the running, laughing end of the whip, until she in her turn could grab another hand. Before long, the scampering line was too unwieldy to be a whip, and became a dancing, running snake, winding its way among the more sedate and older courtiers, who either laughed indulgently or frowned and snorted behind their masks. Around and around they went, in and out of the ornamental bushes, until everyone that had any youth in his body had been caught up in it. The musicians seemed to have been infected by the excitement, for they did not stop or even pause in their playing until Selene was out of breath, her side aching, the corners of her mouth actually hurting from all of the laughing and smiling she was doing. When they snaked around a potted rosemary tree, she finally let go of Kareth's hand and that of the person behind her so that she could drop out of the line. The person behind her ran up and grabbed Kareth's hand to keep the line going, and he was soon out of her sight. With her hand pressed to her side, breathing hard, she sought out a stone bench that was too exposed to be a choice of lovers, and sat down on it. She wished she had the fan that she had lost, somewhere back when the dancing began. But at least the breeze was cool, and her gown was light. She fanned herself with a piece of her veil, and took deep breaths, waiting for the stitch in her side to pass. But she had not been there long before Kareth appeared again, and wonder of wonders, he brought a fan for her. He handed it to her with a graceful bow, and she thanked him and wafted herself with it, wondering gratefully if there was any other man here who would have thought of such a thing. He took a seat beside her on the bench, and covered her free hand with his own. "One thing only, my own lady," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the music. "Is it your pleasure that we make our choice known tonight? Or would you—" "Tonight," she said quickly. "If we wait, if I go first to the council, there will be objections, however trivial, and the councillors will want to argue it over for days and days. But if we simply tell them at the unmasking, they will accept what they must." "You are as wise as you are beautiful," he said warmly, patting her hand. "I would not have thought of that. And how fitting for any who might recognize my costume if we are standing together at the unmasking. Or better still," she said, suddenly seeing it all in her mind's eye, "on the terrace." His eyes sparkled behind his mask. "Oh, well thought. How soon before midnight strikes?" That she could answer, for there was a time candle visible from where they sat. She pointed, and they could both see that there would be just enough time for them to slip into the palace and get into place before the trumpeter marked the moment of unmasking. Giggling with a giddy exhilaration, she now led him in through an unguarded door in the public part of the palace, then back through the maze of corridors to the terrace door where she had so lately stood. There was no one there now, not even a page, and the doors stood open. Together, hand in hand, they walked out onto the terrace at the exact moment that the trumpeter sounded the call of midnight. With a cheer the masks came off, all but theirs, With an instinct for the drama of it, they both waited until the rest of the guests noticed that there was a couple standing alone on the brightly lit terrace where the mask had taken place, that one of the figures was a moon maiden, began to grasp that the other must be Prince Carathanalin, and at that moment he pulled off his mask and flung it behind himself, as she pulled chaplet, veil, mask, and coif all off, shaking her hair loose so that it fell down around her shoulders. And as the guests saw that it was her, he again pulled her to him, and bent down in their first public embrace and kiss. She closed her eyes, as her ears filled with the great cheer that went up as her arms went around him. And she thought, in that moment, that there could be no happier person in all of Valdemar than she. "15. From the moment it was announced, Alberich had deliberately planned to avoid the masquerade. This was precisely the sort of gathering at which he felt most uncomfortable, and after all it was primarily a court function, and not one at which he expected anything significant would happen either. Those older members of the court upon whom he had his eye were unlikely to use such an occasion for any conspiratorial gathering. Both he and Talimir were agreed on that. Of all the times and places in which one could talk with fellow conspirators, an occasion such as this, where there were dozens of people milling about, all masked so that you could not know just who exactly was around you, was not ideal. And furthermore, although many popular plays and romances would have attempted to persuade otherwise, a gathering that was held out of doors where you could never be sure there was not someone hiding and listening to you was probably a very bad choice for passing on secret information. Alberich hated this sort of entertainment with a passion, and since Selene was going to be costumed identically with 11 of her ladies, at least until the moment of unmasking, this was probably one of the few times when she would be safer without a bodyguard. Unless, of course, all 12 of them were to be granted bodyguards. So he had said decidedly that he was not needed nor wanted. Talimir had agreed with him, and had suggested that he might wish to actually relax that evening for a change. He had, in fact, decided to keep an eye on Norris that evening. He already knew where to find him. There was not a performance tonight, and with all of the young nobles up at the masquerade, there was little chance that Norris would be meeting any of them down slumming with the actors tonight. No, if he met up with anyone above his own station, it would be because there was something more than drinking going on. This was one of the things that Alberich was going to keep a watch out for, someone who should be at the masquerade who was not. If anybody had asked him what he was hoping to discover, he would have told them that he was not, in fact, hoping for anything. He knew better than to expect a result from any given evening. Results never came when you expected them. You got ready for them in case they cropped up, and you watched for them to make sure you didn't miss them when they came, but you never expected them. Since Misty would not be there tonight, as it wasn't a performance night, he decided to trot out a new persona, one that was designed to blend in as well as Misty did. The aging, cranky scholar. His station would be shabby middle-class, genteel poverty, but poor because he spent all his money on books, travel to confer with other scholars, and paying to print his own monographs on obscure subjects. He wore clothing that was of good material but not new, a long-sleeved, high-collared, belted tunic, and trews of heavy linen in a rusty black, with a shirt of white linen and the flat scholar's cap. Not shabby, but also neither well cared for nor well fitted. He had an old leather satchel stuffed full of papers and books. He brought a reading book with him, parked himself in an out-of-the-way corner of the common room, and apparently kept his nose in it while he ate, in an absent-minded fashion. He had engaged a room, but it was a very small one and did not come with candle or lantern, so it was perfectly reasonable for him to take his book here to read. He had debated getting a set of lenses like Misty's, but decided against it. If he were checking to see if someone was in disguise and snooping about, the first thing he would do would be to arrange to knock their lenses off to see if they were real. A pair of plain clear glass lenses would be a dead giveaway. And for once his scars were an asset rather than a liability.
By enhancing them rather than trying to conceal them, and at the same time enhancing those creases that would in time become frown lines, he was able to age himself credibly by nearly 30 years. He did not know for certain that Norris would be here tonight, but with no play on, there was a good likelihood that he would at least spend the afternoon in rehearsals, then have some dinner here, where he was fed for free, before going out anywhere. And at any rate, even if the man didn't start his evening here, there was a good chance that by careful listening, Alberich would pick up some gossip about him or his whereabouts. But his luck was truly in tonight. Not only did Norris begin his night here, but the rehearsal ran long, so that Norris came down from his room about 2 candle marks after sunset, dressed in quiet elegance, all fawn-skin breeches and fine linen shirt open at the throat, thigh-high boots nearly as tight as the breeches. He stepped up to the bar and ordered himself a drink, and shortly after that, so carefully timed that Alberich did not for a moment think it was a coincidence, someone came looking for him. Except that the man didn't exactly come looking for him, the way an admirer would. He didn't begin by asking the doorkeeper if Norris was about, for instance, and he didn't come up to him openly as a simple admirer would. The stranger cast a glance around the common room. His eye lit on Norris, standing beside the bar and chatting mug in hand. Since Alberich was watching Norris very carefully, he saw the actor catch the stranger's eye and hold it for just a moment. Then the newcomer took a seat of his own, in the same out-of-the-way corner that Alberich was already in. It was an awkward little cul-de-sac beneath the stairs, big enough for only a couple of 2-person tables. Alberich already had the most exposed of the tables. The stranger took the one that was the least exposed to the rest of the room. Alberich went on reading. He did not even look up as the man brushed by him, nor when the serving wench brought him his order. Norris didn't pay any great amount of attention overtly either, but after some time the actor left the bar and drifted over in his direction. By this time the common room was at its most crowded, and virtually the only seats left were at 2-person tables like the ones Alberich and the stranger each had. Somehow Alberich didn't think that Norris was going to ask if he could join the scholar. Norris paused for a moment beside Alberich. Alberich's neck prickled, but he didn't look up from his book. Surely it wasn't possible that the actor was going to sit at his table. Surely it isn't possible that he recognized me. The actor certainly gave Alberich a good look over. Alberich did just what his persona would have done. He read, outwardly oblivious to anything going on around him. Norris moved on and said to the stranger, "Friend, would you mind if I sat at this table?" "Be my guest," the man said with every sign of indifference, and that would have been perfectly ordinary, if it hadn't been that both of them pitched their voices just a little louder than if they'd been talking merely to each other, and not for the benefit of anyone who happened to be nearby. Alberich turned his page, and furrowed his brow. It was appropriate to furrow his brow at this point. The author was taking a slightly controversial stance, and one that someone like Alberich was bound to disagree with. Alberich had chosen this book quite deliberately. He was very familiar with it, and if challenged could converse knowledgeably about the contents. And tonight he just might have to. Despite the heat in the overcrowded room, he felt a chill of apprehension. He heard the scrape of a stool on the floor, the sounds of someone sitting down behind him. He didn't actually hear anything then, but the serving wench materialized, as they all did, whenever Norris summoned them, however imperceptible the signal was to anyone else. The actor ordered dinner, and when it came there was a pause, as the wench flirted a little with Norris, then was summarily shooed away. "Is it all right?" said the stranger in a very, very soft voice. "Safe as houses," Norris replied casually. "Safer than my room. Can't tell who might be on the other side of the wall there." "Well," thought Alberich, "that's what you get for insisting on the big corner room." Norris had recently demanded, and gotten, one of the better chambers at the inn. Even with Misty keeping a jaundiced eye on the take, the innkeeper was doing a phenomenal amount of business thanks to the ongoing presence of the actors here, and couldn't afford to offend Norris at this point.
The problem with the new room, however, was that while Norris had one of his fellow actors as a neighbor on one side, the other was a room that anyone could rent, and it was often taken by someone who wanted to be near the actor. That would practically guarantee a snoop with her ear to the wall. "What about him?" persisted the stranger, and Alberich knew by the prickling feeling on the back of his neck that the man was pointing at him in some way, probably with a little jerk of the chin, less obtrusive, unless you were watching for something of the sort. There was a scrape. Norris, this time. Alberich could tell from the position of the chair. He's going to do something. Alberich thought he could guess what, and a moment later it came. And now he had to do something that was against all of his instincts. He had to relax, not tighten his muscles in anticipation. The scholar would be deep in the book and would not even be aware of the rest of the world. You should be able to come up behind him and shout in his ear without his noticing. There was the sound of a stumble, and Norris blundered into him, spilling his drink, knocking the book out of his hand, nearly knocking him over. Alberich did not try to save himself. He let the chair go over, and himself with it, as with a cry he lurched for his book. Norris was there before him, picking it up, all apology, offering his hand, and when Alberich was on his feet, dusting him off. "Horribly clumsy of me. I beg your pardon." While Norris babbled on, he was managing to get a look at the book, in fact at the place where Alberich had been reading, and thank the Sun Lord for that, since it meant he was not looking closely at Alberich's disguise instead. He handed it back to Alberich so quickly, though, that it was unlikely anyone like the scholar would have realized that the actor had examined the book before relinquishing it. But an actor had to be a quick study. The man probably had both pages memorized by now. Alberich snatched it away, glared angrily at him, and fussed over the book, making certain that none of the pages were bent, nothing stained. "You clumsy oaf!" he shrilled, pitching his voice to a whiny falsetto. "Curse you, fellow! Where did you think you were going?" "I'll buy you a new drink," Norris was saying, as the serving wench bustled up with a towel to clean up the mess. "If you've so much as creased a page, you'll buy me a new book, young man," Alberich replied querulously. "Copies of Canton's Lives of the Philosophers do not grow on trees." "No, they don't, I'm sure," Norris said agreeably, as the serving wench brought another drink and Norris paid her for it. "And I would be devastated to think I had ruined one. I particularly admire his scholarly treatise on loyal Hestalion, for instance." Alberich simply gave him a good long stare, as if suspiciously certain that Norris was only trying to jolly his way past Alberich's anger. "It's Lowell Hestalion, young man, as you would know if you had actually read the book, rather than making something up to try and worm your way into my favor. And what is more, the man may be sound enough on other biographies, but his treatise on Hestalion is little more than a repetition of scurrilous rumor." Norris threw up his hands and laughed. "Caught! Well, I most sincerely apologize again. I have restored your drink, and I hope I haven't foxed your book. So are we quits?" "The book appears to be intact," Alberich said icily. "I believe I am also intact, and I beg the pleasure of your absence." "Yes, sir," Norris laughed, and went back to his place, while Alberich ostensibly and ostentatiously reburied himself in his book. "So there you see," Norris said, under the sound of the conversations all around them. "Nothing but a bookworm. We could burn down the place around him and he wouldn't notice." "Good enough. The game's in play tonight," the stranger said. "We think it will play out well." "Good news," Norris said with satisfaction. "And my reward?" "You'll get it when the bond is sealed," the stranger replied. "Even if all goes well, there will be opposition. We may need you before then. And don't forget, we'll also need you after, for a time anyway." "No, you won't," Norris growled, sounding irritated now. "The boy's a natural seducer, and the girl's untried, and I absolutely the finest instructor in the arts of seduction that was ever born. You say he's showing his hand tonight. If he doesn't have her well enchanted before the week is out, and wedded within the moon, I'll eat my hat without salt. All well and good, but he'll still need pretty speeches, and he's not bright enough to make them up on his own, the stranger said, irritation in his own voice. Until there's an heir in the offing, we're not safely home. And I don't get my theatre. Norris sighed, as if much put upon. All right, then, I'll stay available. But he'd better not drag this on too long. It doesn't take that long to get a girl with child, and after that, keeping her bound will be up to him. I've never seen a woman born yet that didn't make every excuse in the world for the father of her child. After that, we'll have what we need, the voice purred. The tone made the hair on Alberich's head stand up. There was something very sinister about it that made Alberich wonder uneasily just what it was that the voice and his cohorts needed, and he felt very sorry for the girl in question. But it seemed that whatever was going on here and now, it had little or nothing to do with the security of Valdemar. Evidently Norris had been coaching some unscrupulous young man into how to seduce a young woman into marriage. He could almost picture her in his mind, as he carefully turned another page in his book. Some young, lonely, plain thing, but wealthy, for surely only great wealth could be the cause for such a scheme. Would there be any way to warn her, assuming he could find out who she was? Probably not. Even coming from a herald, she probably wouldn't believe anything that anyone told her against her beloved. Not if she was as infatuated as Norris thought, and he was a practiced seducer after all. But he didn't fool Misty, a little voice in the back of his mind reminded him. Yes, well, Misty had been fooled at least once in her past when she was younger. You had to have experience in something before you could recognize danger when you saw it, and since the stranger called the unknown young woman a girl, she probably wasn't old enough to have experience in much of anything. Poor thing. He turned a page of his book, groped for his drink without looking at it, and took a sip. Well, Norris was very generous. This was much better beer than the stuff Alberich had ordered the first time around. The scrape of a stool signaled someone's departure, and it turned out to be the stranger. He eased his way past Alberich, being exceptionally careful not to jar him. Alberich ignored him entirely, though he would very much have liked to get a good look at him. The best Alberich could manage was a quick glance at the man's profile. It looked faintly familiar, in the way that someone looked if seen once or twice. It could be anybody Alberich had seen around here. Alberich filed the face in the back of his mind. Now Norris was alone, but not for long. There was a bit of a commotion at the door, the sound of high, shrill voices, and a flash of bright color. Alberich heard Norris chuckle under his breath, and buried his nose even further in the book. But Norris was the one who got up, and sauntered over to the trio of women who were clearly what Alberich's mother had been mistaken for. Now, Alberich knew he was no expert when it came to women's dress, especially not here in Valdemar, but there were some commonalities among the ladies of negotiable virtue everywhere, and this lot showed every one of the sartorial signs. There were flounces and ribbons and curls and painted cheeks and lips, all done to excess. Colors were bright, including hair color, for all three sported hair of colors not normally found in nature. There was a great deal of cleavage, a great deal of bare arm and shoulder, and even a scandalous amount of leg showing. Jewelry was positioned the way a general arranged his best troops, with the intent of directing the enemy's sight to a particular object. "Well, my lovelies," Norris said genially, as they clustered around him like gaudy butterflies around a tall flower. "What brings you here?" By this time, Norris had the attention of everyone in the room, and very well knew it. He was playing for the crowd, and the crowd sensed it was going to get a free show. Short, maybe, but nonetheless free. "You," said the boldest, flirting acid yellow hair at him. "We've a bet on you that you can't take all three of us at once." The entire room howled with laughter, in which Norris joined, throwing back his head and roaring. "In that case," he shouted, and Alberich at last looked up with an affronted expression on his face, "you're doomed to lose, my bawd." "In that case," cried the second of the trio, with hair the same blue-black as a raven's wing, boldly twining herself around him, "we win." In the barrage of laughter that followed that sally, Norris seized the bold one, picked her up in his arms, and trailing the other two went straight up the stairs to his room. Now, it was entirely possible that all that had been a ruse to cover Norris's exit through a window, but Alberich didn't think so. For one thing, that new corner room would be cursed difficult to get out of without being seen. For another, Norris had looked as surprised as anyone else with the whore's replies. So there it was. He might as well go home, since not even Norris could. Well, it would take him the rest of the night, if he was going to make good on his boast and not lose the bet. And that was one sort of a bet that a man like Norris could not bear to lose. He shut his book and went over to his room. He took off his tunic and turned it inside out. Now it was brown moleskin. He stuffed the hat in the satchel of books and papers. Now he looked like a well-off working man, probably enjoying a night out. He saturated a rag with sendal oil and used it to take off his wrinkles, then doused his head in the basin to wash his hair clean of the streaks of gray he had painted in. He rumpled up the bed, making sure it looked slept in, and left other signs of recent occupation. And when he was certain that no one was watching, he went out the window. The room was already paid for. No one would raise a hue and cry finding it empty in the morning. He had told them that he expected to be away by first light. They'd simply assume he had been as good as his word. Still, he did have one thing, that rather sordid business about the unknown young woman. There might be something in that worth investigating later. I suppose I can get some sort of list of wealthy young women who have full rights to their fortunes somewhere, he reflected. And whichever one posts the banns in the next moon or so would probably be the one I'm looking for. He was so involved in his own thoughts that he actually wasn't even thinking about his companion until Cantor himself startled him. "Great good gods!" exclaimed Cantor in his mind, surprising him so much that he stumbled over his own 2 feet. He recovered without falling, but he was thoroughly irritated when he answered back. "What?" he snapped. "The masquerade," Cantor exclaimed. "Selene at the masquerade. She just picked Carathanalin in front of everyone at the masquerade." "Picked him for what?" Alberich began with even more irritation, and then, of course, it dawned on him. Cantor would hardly be this shocked over the young queen choosing a dancing partner. She chose the Prince of Rethwellen as her consort, but... Now he was bewildered a little by all that he did not know about Valdemar. Can she do that? Just pick someone like that? "She can, and she has," was Cantor's reply. "We had better get back up the hill, and quickly. Every herald in Haven is going to want to say something about this." Since Alberich was already moving as fast as he could without being obvious, he saved his breath for running, which he did when he got into the alleys where no one was there to see him. It seemed to take forever before he was safely in his little room at the back of Bell's stables, though he knew rationally that he'd made good time. In a remarkably short period of time, Alberich was back in his gray leathers, and they were cantering through the streets, heading for the Collegium. "What happened exactly?" Alberich asked, moving easily with Cantor's gait and keeping a sharp eye out for unwary pedestrians. Cantor told him. "Didn't Cario guess what was going to happen?" he demanded. "Why didn't she warn the rest of us? We could have gone to more pains to investigate him." "I don't know," Cantor said, mirroring Alberich's irritation. "Maybe she thought it would all blow over. This shocked everyone. No one guessed Selene would do this. I suppose she didn't even confide in her own companion." He kept his thoughts on that subject to himself. All right, granted he wasn't the most competent when it came to matters of the heart, and particularly of romance, but there were some things that were obvious. He hadn't set eyes on this prince himself, but he'd heard from plenty of people that the boy was absurdly good-looking. When you took a young woman like Selene, who surely cherished her own dreams of romance, even though she knew very well she was unlikely to fulfill them, and you presented her with a handsome young man of the proper birth and with all of the advantages that a foreign minister could ask for, well,
What did you expect to happen? The only reason that he, Alberich, had been blindsided was because the young man himself had given no outward signs, that Alberich knew of, that he was interested in a marriage alliance with Selene and Valdemar. Clearly both he and Selene had played these cards very close to the chest, if even Cario had thought it would all blow over. "So what does anyone know about this prince?" he demanded. The way cleared. They were in among the manors of the Highborn now, and the Highborn were all still at the masquerade, so the way was clear. Cantor broke into a gallop. "I don't know anything more than you do," Cantor replied, "but you'll shortly find out." Alberich cut his questions short, but behind his silence they were piling up, like stones before an avalanche. "And that is all any of us know," Misty concluded. Since she was the chronicler, she had elected to be the one to collect all of the information there was about the prince, and all of the information there was concerning the prince, and concerning the reaction this unique declaration was going to have on the council. Misty sat down on a bale of hay. They were meeting in the stables, the companions' stables. The building had the advantage of being big enough to hold all of them, and away from prying eyes and eavesdropping ears. No one seemed particularly ready to break the silence that followed Misty's words. Finally someone coughed. "And Cario doesn't like him, but can't say why," said the herald who taught some of the law classes. "I'm reluctant to place too much weight on this. Not even all of the companions get along all the time. There are companions that dislike anyone who isn't a herald, including their chosen's own relatives. I would even hate to speculate." "It could just be his natural arrogance that gets her back up," Talamir suggested. "The boy is arrogant. It's to be expected in someone with that much rank and privilege, who is also that confoundedly good-looking." "It could be jealousy," said someone else in what sounded like the voice of experience. "Just as Peled said, we're not perfect, and neither are they. I know the first time I flirted with an outsider, my Jandal got as jealous as anything." Someone sighed. "I don't suppose it would do any good to reason with her about it." "Not if you don't want her to call for a priest and wed the boy on the spot," Karen said flatly. "For those of you who don't happen to have experience with first love—" "Infatuation, Karen, surely," exclaimed someone else. "First love, first infatuation, it doesn't matter, because it's a strong emotion either way," Karen snapped back. "She's young, she'd just lost her father, and we can guess that he's been playing all the parts she needs right now in a single package. Part comforter, part protector, part lover. And, may I add, her council has been putting pressure on her to make some kind of marriage. With all of that going on, not only won't she hear anything bad about the boy, she'll turn on the one who tries to criticize him. I've seen that time and time again in my village. The fastest way to get a girl to marry someone is to tell her you don't want her to." She nodded with an air of finality. Alberich saw her looking at him and just shrugged. If anyone thought he had any insights on what would work with Selene, they were going to be sadly disappointed. "So what are we going to do?" asked someone in a small voice that sounded very bewildered in the darkness. Now Talamir cleared his throat and rose to the occasion. "We will support her and her choice," he said firmly. "No matter how hasty or ill-thought we believe it to be. Think! The worst, the very worst he can do is to make her unhappy, at which point, since Valdemar law supports divorcement, he may well find himself packed back to Rethwellen with his tail between his legs." There were some chuckles at that, weak but laughter nonetheless, and, at least in Alberich's case, a sigh of profound relief. This was the old Talamir, seeing the larger picture and finding the cleanest path through what could turn out to be a quagmire. The best that he can do is to make her happy, and if he does that, even if we still do not care for him, who are we to object? Talamir went on, the shadows cast by the lantern beside him making him look as ancient as a grove oak. "Remember, unless he is chosen by a companion and becomes a herald, he will never be more than the Queen's consort,
who will have only as much power, or as little, as she grants him, and all of it behind the throne. Talamir looked around, managing to meet the eyes of every herald there. So, let us determine to put a good face on things, he continued. Offer her our congratulations, singly and as a group. Support her choice. Make sure she knows that we are there as we always have been for Herald Selene as well as the Queen. And that seemed to be about all that anyone could offer. Alberich went back to the Sal, feeling very uneasy. He hoped that would be enough. He was afraid that it wouldn't be. But the game had been played out before any of them even knew it was in play at all. Now they could only ride along with it and wait. 16. The game was played. Something about that phrase nagged Alberich as he fell into an uneasy sleep, but it wasn't until he woke the next morning that he realized where he had heard it last. And it was only after the recollection jolted him that he realized that there might be a connection between where he had heard it first and Selene. He had the flash of memory as he moved into wakefulness, and it brought him alert all at once, his mind moving from a standing start into a full gallop. The game is about to play. It had been that stranger talking to Norris last night. He could hear the voice clearly in his mind. It had been a well-educated voice, and if there was one thing that it was hard for the well-educated to do, it was to counterfeit being a member of a lower class than their own. The similarity of phrases was what had given him that shock to the system. What if the girl they had been talking about, the one Alberich had assumed was simply wealthy and plain, had actually been Selene, and that the young man being tutored in seduction had been the Prince of Rethwellen? It fit. It certainly fit. Untried, sheltered, accustomed to flattery, but not to the kind of practiced seducer Norris was, she would be easy prey for a man of Norris's experience, or one coached by him. And Selene, alone in all of the court, was the only young woman who would have been sheltered from such men. There was the irony. If she had spent any time among her peers, she would have seen attractive young men use their looks in such an unattractive way, and young women do the same. Or perhaps not. She had been the heir, and even in the court that might have protected her. Odd as it might seem, the cads in court circles saved their wiles for two sorts of women, the lower-class girls that they seduced and abandoned, and the unattractive wealthy ones they seduced and wedded and abandoned on their estates in the country, while they came back to court to enjoy themselves unencumbered by the inconvenient wife. They wouldn't have dared to use those ploys on Selene. Still, she had been sheltered in another way. From the time she had been chosen, she had been at the collegium and not the court. She never saw the intrigues among her peers, because she was among another set of peers for whom intrigue was simply out of the question. Even when the occasion had called for it, she hadn't spent much time socially in court circles. She spent her social time among heralds. Or at least she had until she'd become queen. But there should have been one creature above all who would have, or should have, realized what was happening before this, and even if she hadn't been able to stop it, she should have been able to warn the rest of them. "Cantor," he called. "I follow you," his companion replied. "I hope you don't mind. You jarred me awake, and I just followed your thought." Once he would have been angry. Not now. Now, in fact, he was grateful. Cantor had become the perfect partner in a way, the shield brother, the man you could depend on to fall in at your side and match you, move for move. That's the way it's supposed to work. Well, he could see that. Clearly it didn't always. You're thinking Selene and Cario. There was a moment of hesitation. You can't understand why Cario didn't nip this in the bud, especially since she doesn't much like Prince Kareth, and why she didn't realize how far things had gotten. Exactly, Alberich replied. You and I are exceedingly compatible now. We are about the same age, with similar experience. Selene and Cario aren't. I mean, they're compatible, but their experiences are vastly different. Alberich blinked in surprise. That hadn't occurred to him as a possibility.
Think of Cario as a maiden aunt or a virginal scholarly sister who is much, much older than Selene. She's, well, to be honest, she's rather sexless, kind-hearted and stalwart, protective absolutely, ready to comfort when Selene is hurt or angry, but as thick as two short planks when it comes to romance, and especially sex. Oh, this was beginning to make him feel a little ill. Cario is the sort of person whose shoulder you cry on when your father dies, the wise and clever person you could ask for help with political and administrative problems, not the person you go to when you're mooncalfing over a boy. And as for sexual attraction, you'd be horribly embarrassed even to hint that you had such a thing to her, because she would be horribly embarrassed if you brought it up. Now, suddenly, it all made sense. Terrible sense. At least insofar as he understood young women, and insofar as Cario being in the dark about all this right along with everyone else. "Dear God," he replied, aghast. "We've all been blindsided." "Our own damned fault," Cantor agreed. "We the companions should have known. We know Cario better than anyone but Selene, and she was exactly the right companion for a girl who was bound and determined not to think too hard about anything that wasn't involved in being the heir and a herald. If Sendar was still alive. If Sendar was alive, he'd have sent the boy packing, after making him look ridiculous and unpalatable in Selene's eyes first. That's the only way to handle such things." Alberich was at least on surer ground there. As an officer, he'd had to break up many an ill-timed romance. But with Selene alone, we didn't think about how Cario should change, and you heralds didn't think that Selene would find herself looking for something outside of her duties. "We were fools," Alberich said flatly. "She was clearly drowning in duty, and we thought a festival or two would be enough. Blind-sided, and there is only one way to deal with it, and that is to go along with it, just as Talamir said last night. Yes, even if it turns out that this Rethwellan princeling is a rounder and a cad who has been studying how to seduce our queen." The very thought made him angry, made him want to get hold of the blackguard and beat him with the flat of his sword. But Cantor was right, and Talamir was right. Hadn't he just been watching plays all this winter and spring that proved that very point? The best way to get a young woman set on a particular young man, and vice versa, was to oppose the match. The only way to separate her from someone who was not good for her was to be reserved on the subject of the young man, while being supportive of her. Then when things began to go wrong, and only then, did you make it clear that you were on her side. The only difference between a cliché and a truism was the skill and intricacy with which the latter was presented. And unfortunately, Norris was a much better actor than the tawdry plays he presented for the common folk would have suggested, if he was indeed coaching the prince. "Have you talked with Cario about this?" he asked his companion, as he rolled over on his back and stared up at the ceiling. "Not yet. Right now she's very hurt that Selene didn't even hint of this to her, and frankly angry with herself for not seeing it. And she should be." Well, he wasn't going to be the one to say anything, but Cantor was right. In retrospect, Selene had virtually handed everyone a map to her feelings with that mask, and all anyone had thought, if they'd thought at all, was how clever she was to have devised something that would entertain and honor all at the same time. Cantor was right. In this case, Cario had been as thick as two short planks, and so had they. "Least said, soonest mended," the companion said philosophically. "I am keeping my thoughts to myself until Cario is ready to talk to the rest of us. But I think that where Selene is concerned, our voices must be raised in a song with but a single refrain. Which is, 'All we want is your happiness,' I think," he replied. "It's true enough. At least the feeling behind that phrase would be absolutely genuine. All any of them did want was Selene's happiness. They just wanted it without the prince's presence involved. Meanwhile, I don't think you should give up chasing Norris," Cantor continued. "Now, I think that young Devlin was probably his contact in the court to pass him information about Selene herself. So I don't think you should take your eyes off Devlin either."
He smiled grimly up at the ceiling. "Ah, now nor do I. In the first place, Norris might not have been tutoring the prince. In the second place, if that was indeed what was toward, we may some day need the evidence, because what I overheard makes me think that once there's a wedding, the prince will slip. Selene might excuse him a time or two, but she won't put up with it forever. And then we can prove to her how she was manipulated." Then, because he was honest, he had to add, "If she was, he might really be in love with her. He might be everything he seems. But my gut says he isn't." He felt Cantor's satisfaction. "You're better at this business than you were." He sighed. "I could wish that there was no reason to be. The weapons master is all I ever cared to be." "We play the game we're put into, Chosen," said Cantor, which seemed to be about the only possible answer. After that, however, it seemed as if a whirlwind had suddenly engulfed them, and the whirlwind's name was Selene. Alberich never had a chance to voice any opinion at all because it was never asked of him. Selene simply seemed to assume that because she was enchanted by the prince, everyone else was too. She had never before had anything that she wanted, really and truly wanted so much as Prince Kareth, except perhaps for her father to be alive again. But the latter was impossible, and the prince was entirely within her reach. She was lonely, she was in love, and at the moment there was no more potent combination. She could not imagine living without him, and she was taking steps so that she wouldn't have to. Alberich was not present at the council meeting that day after the masquerade, where she announced, not asked, not even for advice, announced arbitrarily, and making it clear that she would brook no opposition, that she and the prince were going to wed, and that it would be within the month. He was told about it later that evening by Elkarth. Elkarth, Chiral, Jadis, and Talamir were all in Alberich's quarters, which made it a bit crowded once Misty, Karen, and Ilsa joined the group. Elkarth was looking more than a bit dazed, Chiral a little grim, and Talamir very quiet and contained. Inhumanly so, actually. It made the hair on the back of Alberich's neck rise. But they all had other considerations at the moment. "You ladies wouldn't have known her father when he was at his most stubborn," Elkarth said, rubbing his hands over his temples. "When there was something he knew he wanted done, and he wasn't going to take no for an answer. He was a force of nature, and there was no point in getting in his way, any more than there is in standing of the path of an avalanche and expecting it to stop because you want it to. It was like seeing her father all over again, with the addition that she was positively fixated on getting her way in this, as if it not only would be, it had to be, or the world would end. She simply rode right over the top of any opposition," Chiral seconded. "Not that there was very much, not when Orthalan and Garthazer threw in on her side. But still, I've never seen her like this. She became a petty tyrant, in fact. It was as if anyone who said anything contrary to her just didn't exist. She was afraid," Talamir said into the silence. "Fear can make anyone a tyrant." The men looked at him blankly. Alberich was among them. He couldn't imagine how Talamir had come to that conclusion. There was no logic in it. But Karen and Misty exchanged an eloquent glance, and after Karen nodded, Misty spoke up. "She was afraid that if she didn't force this through, now, she would lose him, you mean?" Misty said. It was a statement, not a question. "And if she loses him, it will break her, and she knows it." "I think so." Talamir passed a hand over one eye, and looked for a moment impossibly frail. "How can it break her?" Elkarth asked, aghast. "Great good gods, she's been through much worse than having a love affair end." "She does not precisely confide in me, so I can only judge by what I see and sense, based on what I know. I have never been in love myself," he added, somewhat wistfully. "So all I can do is guess. But as for why it will break her, it is precisely because she has been through so much in this last year. I believe that she sees Prince Kareth as a sort of lifeline."
I think maybe it's because he's an outsider, Misty put in. I mean, she thinks she can't unburden herself to the rest of us because we're a part of that burden. And anyway, he's made himself indispensable now. If she loses him, it will be that proverbial last pebble that starts the avalanche. Maybe he's only a pebble, but sometimes that's all it takes. Think about it. Think back to how you felt with your first loves, not what you know now. The first time a youngster falls in love, there's no way to tell the difference between love and infatuation from the inside, Ilsa added sadly. So far as Selene and this situation are concerned right now, the difference is negligible. You mean we treat it as love, even though it is probably, infatuation? Kyra looked pained. But remember what I told you about supporting her, Talamir warned. But if she goes on like this, overruling everything before anyone even has a chance to object, began Elkarth. But both Talamir and Alberich were shaking their heads. Talamir gestured to Alberich. I think she will not, for there is no fear there for her, Alberich said. Such things do not rouse her passion or her fear, for they do not affect her love. Precisely, Talamir nodded. Why should she be afraid about a matter of budget, or of setting a law? None of this is going to wrench her love out of her arms. We should be far more concerned that she stops caring about these things, frankly. Actually, Jadis spoke up, making everyone turn to look at him, I think the best thing we could do is get this wedding over and done with. If it could be done tomorrow, I'd say to do it. Because, Alberich said slowly, feeling his way toward the words, if mere infatuation it is, the sooner reality comes, the better. So let the prince but think he has her, then revert to whatever his true self is, he will. Just as that stranger with Norris said, he is not bright enough to make up his own speeches. When he has her, his control over himself will lapse. Something like that, Jadis agreed. And when she has him, she won't fear she'll lose him any more. So whether it's love or infatuation, she'll start thinking again instead of reacting with her emotions. That's what I meant by treating infatuation the same as if it was love, said Ilsa. Even if we're certain it's infatuation, she's certain it's love, and that he shares it. And if you don't give the emotion the same respect as if it is love, she'll stop listening to you. Oh, gods, Elkarth groaned. It's hard! Because we all assume we know better than she does. We're so much older and wiser, Misty said dryly. Believe me, that's exactly what she's most afraid of. She doesn't want to hear about our experience. She doesn't want to think that this intense emotional storm that is making her feel so good for the first time in months is based on anything less than truth. And hellfires, for all we know, she could be in the right. The prince may be the best thing for her. He may be in love with her, and she with him. He's only a second son. There's no way that he's going to be able to aspire to anything but chair-warming at home. At least here, while he may not be a king, he'll be more than a hanger-on. Even if he isn't in love with her, he may see her as his escape from mediocrity, and he may treat her with all the respect and tenderness we could ask because of it. But until we have evidence to the contrary, and she's ready to look at that evidence, then— Then? Prompted Alberich. Misty sighed. Then I believe we need to be planning a wedding. The we turned out to be entirely rhetorical. With the opposition melted to nothing, and perhaps fearing tacit disapproval, if not of the marriage itself, at least of the haste with which she was insisting it be conducted, Selene turned to the court rather than the heralds for her wedding plans. Now Alberich had no more notion of how such things were done than any other sisterless bachelor. A month seemed to him to be a perfectly reasonable length of time to plan even a royal wedding. After all, what did one need? A place, a priest, some new clothing perhaps, and a feast. Surely no more time was needed for that than for the ice festival. Evidently not, and although he was the most certain man, even among the heralds, that this Rethwellen upstart was nothing more than opportunism wrapped in a cloak of glamour,
He was relieved to find himself excluded from the planning, because the entire court went absolutely mad. It was sheer bedlam. Just for a start, apparently every female of rank had to have a new gown, and every female of rank with any male relatives was bound and determined to shovel their males into new clothing as well. So there was a steady stream of seamstresses and tailors, jewelers and fabric merchants, furriers and shoemakers, going to and from the palace and the manors around the palace from dawn to well past dusk, clogging the roads and getting in everyone's way. Then there was the question of where to hold the ceremony, for there were at least 4 enormous temples in Haven that demanded the privilege. That debate alone occupied the council for an entire day, and was only resolved when, in desperation, the seneschal suggested that the entire ceremony be held outdoors, on the palace grounds. And there was the question of how long the public celebration would be, for an occasion like this warranted feeding the populace at large for a whole day at least, if not more. There was the problem of food, of course, and since it was now summer, the added problem of spoilage. A week was out of the question, but a day seemed too meager. And once that was settled, there were the particulars of the wedding feast and the wedding breakfast here at the palace, and why the council should be involved in that Alberich could not imagine. But evidently they felt they had to decide even the most minute details of the menu. The next question that threatened civil war within the court itself was that of precedence and who would serve as which ladies in attendance. It actually came to hair-pulling in the public gardens on one notable occasion. Misty solved this question when not even the seneschal could, by tracing forward the pedigrees of everyone who had served as ladies in attendance at Sendar's wedding. "I had the advantage," she admitted later to Alberich, "having that genealogical research at my fingertips to eliminate all those suitors." Having Misty settle the question did earn the Herald chronicler a few enemies among Selene's ladies, who discovered themselves placed farther down the chain than they wanted, but earned the gratitude of everyone else, including the entire council. Although there was no question of who would perform the ceremony, the Lord Patriarch, of course, the question of which ceremony would be held was a pressing one. The Queen had her own personal choice of deities that she worshipped, but this was done privately, not publicly. There was no state religion in Valdemar. In fact, the Valdemaran credo was, "There is no one right way." And while this made for great tolerance and freedom, it also made for a problem. How to perform what was essentially a religious ceremony without offending any of the myriad religions and their adherents became a matter of hysteria. Until Misty, in exasperation, unearthed a previous wedding that quoted from every major religion in Valdemar, including, to Alberich's shock, that of the Sun Lord. At that point, as far as Selene was concerned, Herald Misty could do no wrong. "And I'll play on that later if I have to," she told Alberich darkly. The list of difficult questions, it seemed, only grew longer and longer with each passing day. It had been a very long time since a reigning queen of Valdemar took a consort, and many things had changed since that time. Alberich held himself lucky to be well out of it. He understood vaguely that Lord Orthallan got himself put in charge of it all with the help of the seneschal, and that things were being sorted out, and that was all he cared to know about it. He might not care for Lord Orthallan himself, but there was no doubt whatsoever that the man was a superb diplomat and administrator. Nevertheless, the whole business was shattering discipline on the Collegium side. The ice festival had been bad enough. This was worse. He had to get positively savage with some of the youngsters in his classes when the excitement over at the palace started to ooze into the collegia, and some of the trainees even had the temerity to skip weaponry classes. It was all the fault of the Blues, actually. There was absolutely no point in expecting much of anything out of the highborn Blues, though, and he knew it. Half the time they weren't even at their classes, having been pulled out for various reasons having to do with the wedding. He was coming to think of it with capital initials. And the other half of the time, their minds weren't on anything that anyone was trying to tell them anyway. Some of them weren't worth the water in a bucket with a hole in it,
But others had friends among the heraldic trainees, and unfortunately they were the ones playing the part of the tempters, luring their trainee friends away with the siren song of, "Oh, come on, it won't hurt to skip just this once." The blues were a lost cause, and Alberich knew it. Even parents would look at poor Marks this one time and say to themselves, "Oh, but it was all the excitement of the wedding." As for the trainees, at least he and the other instructors had ways and means of enforcing their authority. In Alberich's case, there was the threat of humiliation when a truant came back to class. The shame that the runaways would find themselves repeating a class brought some back into line. The threat of no hurley or other games got the attention of others. But in the end, what saved them all was that Selene finally got around to declaring a fortnight holiday for all 3 collegia, which at least solved the problem of keeping absent minds on study and would-be truants in their seats. And it gave Alberich an opportunity all unlooked for, to get back down into Haven and concentrate all of his attention on Norris, and on a new problem. The sound of music and laughter from the common room and tap room of the Bell was loud enough to reach all the way to the stables. Wedding fever had begun even down in Haven. The banners that had greeted the coronation were being hung again. More decorations were being hung every day, and it seemed to be all anyone could talk about. And, of course, where there was an event, there would be commerce. Medallions, flags, and banners to wave, portraits and statues, dozens of songs, most bad. There were even stalls with pairs of Selene and Carathanalin dolls appearing, either dressed as the Moon Maiden and the Prince, or in what were fondly supposed to be the Queen and Prince's wedding finery. And even the quiet Bell was abuzz. Alberich wasn't terribly unhappy about all the fuss. It made it easier to slip in and out rather than more difficult. A good thing, since for a change he was here in broad daylight. He was actually in his secret room, changing into one of his personae, when he heard the stable-side door open behind him. His heart leaped into his throat. He whirled with a knife in his hands, one small part of him wondering how anyone had gotten past Cantor, when he saw it was Misty. He slipped the knife back in its hiding place, hoping she hadn't seen it, and was going to say something irritated, actually, since she wasn't supposed to burst in on him like this, when he caught the look of worry on her face. That, and the fact that she was wringing her hands together, made him bite back what he had been about to say. "I'm in trouble," she said, and for one startled moment, he flashed on the only thing that phrase meant back in Carsey. "They want me to become their full-time clerk, accountant, and treasurer," she continued, oblivious to whatever expressions had flitted across his face in that brief moment, if any had. He'd probably looked like an idiot with his mouth hanging open. Then what she'd said penetrated, and he realized that the situation was quite serious indeed. "Oh, hellfires," he said. "They want her to work for them and only them. And how is she supposed to do that and continue being Herald Chronicler? Scratch that. Spending that much time with them, how is she going to manage without getting caught? Norris has found a backer, and he's getting a theater for the company. The gods of actors and idiots only know where he's getting the money from, but it's quite certain. And the fellow that handles all the business matters, you met him, remember, wants me to do all of the money things for them. It's a full-time job. I can pledge you that, between managing the take at the door, getting everyone and everything paid for, taxes, hiring things like cleaning women and laundresses." She shook her head frantically. "Thank the gods I got wind of this before they actually asked me. I think they're waiting, wisely, may I add, to be sure that the money for the theater is in hand before they say anything to an outsider." Now her voice took on the tones of a wail of fear. "But what am I going to do?" She wasn't panicking, but she looked as if she was in knots. "Sit down, for one thing. You look as pale as a shirt." She did as he ordered, while he sucked on his lower lip and thought hard. "All right, you can't take that job. I couldn't take it and stay undiscovered with a trained actor like Norris watching me. Which means we have to come up with some reason why you can't take it." The moment he said, "You can't take the job?" He saw relief suffuse her features. And he was very glad that it was Misty in front of him now, and not Karen, who would have been offended at the very thought that she couldn't keep up the deception. "I think we have these options to get Misty the clerk out of range before the offer can actually be made. You can take another position. Tell them tonight, even, that you've been offered a job, say, on some great lord's staff, but on his estate, so you have to leave. You can send them a letter saying that some wealthy elderly relative you didn't even know of before today is sick and wants you to move in and take care of her, and if you do, you'll inherit everything. Or Misty can have a terrible accident and die." "Misty will if we can't figure out something," Misty said darkly, but looked infinitely more relaxed. "Well, the first one won't do, because every great lord is going to be here until the wedding is over, and I want to be able to tell them I'm leaving tonight. I'd just as soon not close off all options by killing my old self, so that leaves the second. And I want it to be by letter. I don't want to take the chance on arousing any suspicion by giving them the chance to start asking questions about my story." "The best choice, I think," he agreed. "No one is going to seriously suggest that you give up a grand inheritance in favor of a position with a theater company that doesn't even have a theater yet. And in case Clerk Misty ever has to come back to Haven, it can either be as a visit after your wealthy aunt has died, or it can turn out that the wealthy aunt wasn't as wealthy as she made herself out to be, and you're back looking for work." "Excellent," Misty replied, and closed her eyes and sagged back against the wall. "And I have to leave immediately. Better yet, I'm already gone. My aunt sent a coach and I left in it. I don't mind telling you I was panicked, especially after last night." Alberich nodded. He could well understand Misty's concern, for last night she had gotten to copy another one of those encrypted messages from Norris to, well, whoever they were to. And that gave him an idea. "Writing a letter is perfect," he said. "In fact, write two. One to the manager of the company and one to Norris. If you were as infatuated as he thinks you are, he'd think it strange if you didn't send him a personal goodbye. As your old friend, I'll take them both over, and you can go back up the hill as soon as you change." "What?" Misty began, and then she nodded. "Right, so that Norris doesn't suspect after last night that I'm a spy who's running off now that I have what I need. I think I know just the tone. The broken-hearted farewell letter of the hopelessly infatuated woman who knows she had less chance with him than a lapdog, but can't bear not to tell him about how her soul will be empty forever without him. It'll take some clever writing. And hold out the offer that if he is ever in 3 Rivers, I think that's far enough, and rustic enough, or if he ever finds himself down on his luck, he can call on you for anything he needs." Alberich chuckled a little as Misty made a face. "You might as well spread it on thick." "Oh, I will." She stood up and went to the small chest that held writing materials. "This won't take very long." And it didn't. By the time he was finished changing into his guise as the carter, she had finished both letters, sanded them to dry the ink, folded and sealed them with a blob of candle wax and her thumbprint. On the outside of one she made a little drawing of a pen, and on the other a mask. "The mask goes to Norris," she said, handing them to him. "Good. Would it sound loutish of me to say that I'm relieved that this is over for you, and that I've never liked having you in this position?" he asked, taking them and stowing them in his pouch. "No, and not half as relieved as I am," she replied, and unexpectedly kissed him. "I make a good historian. I make a mediocre spy. But if it had not been for you—" He kissed her back, feeling warm and peculiarly protective. It was a very pleasant sensation now that she was going to be out of danger. He had deliberately not thought about her being in danger while all of this was going on. It wouldn't have done any good in the first place, and in the second, well, it might have done both of them quite a bit of harm. They were, first and foremost, heralds. They had duties, only she could do what she was doing, and they both knew it. But now he certainly knew what people meant by the phrase, having your heart hostage to fortune. It was not a feeling that he had welcomed. "I still make a mediocre spy," she replied, "and I hope you never need my peculiar mix of talents again." "Oh, I shall, but I hope not as a spy." He raised an eyebrow, and she flushed, but laughed. "Don't forget to tell the innkeeper before you leave the bell where Clerk Misty is going, and that she left in a private coach for 3 Rivers a candlemark ago." "I won't," she promised. He gave her a little bow and slipped out the back way. The last thing he was going to do, especially after this, was to go directly from the bell to his destination. Instead, he cut through back alleys and even through a few unfenced yards to get him to the part of town where the tanners and dryers had their workshops before he finally headed for the inn. He never came at it from the same direction twice if he could help it, and today it would be especially important that there be no association between himself and the companion's bell. Other than that his friend, Misty, had lived there, of course. He discharged the first errand by leaving the letter in the room that served as an office, for the business manager was out on some errand or other. But as for the second, the troupe was rehearsing in the stables, and he had heard Norris's voice when he passed by. Now he went in, and waited patiently until there was a break in the action, and Norris left the group that was declaiming at each other to get himself a drink of water from the barrel Alberich stood beside.
"Message for you, sir,"
he said, making sure that his voice was pitched low, his tone harsh, rather than high and shrill as the scholar had been. He thrust the folded paper at Norris, who took it automatically, but with a look of annoyance. Still the man did open it, and read it, his mouth twitching with amusement. Alberich was rather surprised to find himself wanting to punch that mouth and make him eat that amusement. "So the little mouse has got herself a granary, eh?" he said carelessly. "Well, I can hardly blame her for running off to secure it. Lads," he called to the rest of the group, whose heads all turned in his direction, "that drab little clerk of ours has fallen into the cream. Some rich auntie's got sick, and she's run off to nurse and inherit."
"Cool, I could do with a rich auntie,"
said a beardless fellow enviously. "Hey, Norris, if she's rich enough, reckon she can afford you?" Cat called another as Norris made a face. "She'd have to be richer than the head of the Goldsmiths' Guild," Norris scoffed back. Throttling down the urge to throttle Norris, Alberich started to turn away to leave, because if he stayed a moment longer, he might hear something that would make him lose his temper. "Say, fella, could I get you to run a similar errand for me?" Norris asked. "For, say, a silver penny?" Alberich turned back.
"Aye,"
he said curtly.
"as long as it don't take me out of town."
"Oh, it won't." Norris pulled an embroidered handkerchief, masculine in style rather than feminine, from a pocket in his trews. "A friend of mine left this here by accident last night. I'd like you to take it back to him. He lives at a rather grand place on Hobart Hill. It's the one with the wyvern gate posts. You'll know it when you see it." Alberich took the handkerchief and the penny, successfully concealing his surprise, because he knew that address. He knew it very well indeed. It was the location of the Rethwellan embassy. All the time he was on his way, he wondered exactly what he would learn when he got there. He knew what the handkerchief business was about, of course, for sewing a packet of papers between 2 identical handkerchiefs to conceal them was an old play. The bit of fabric had been neatly folded, but he'd felt the thin papers when he put the object in the belt pouch that had lately held the letters. Misty had written these last night, he was certain of it, for the paper was very thin and light. So this time Norris was prepared to send his whatever he was sending openly. Probably more instructions to the prince on how to handle a woman. Couple that with Misty's certainty that Norris had found a backer, and it was clear that Norris was under the impression that his job was complete. So maybe he was willing to take a risk he would not otherwise have dared. Or perhaps he doesn't care now. Or both. Or, one more possibility, Norris knew that his handler would be as busy with the wedding preparations as everyone else, and figured he could afford to be lazy this time, for he wouldn't be caught. When Alberich reached the embassy, He went around to the tradesman's entrance. Not for the likes of him, those wyvern-carved doorposts and the imposing worked-iron gate. Oh, no. He followed a narrow passage between the walls until he came to the back of the property, where there were signs of life. Quite a bit, actually, which was hardly surprising considering that the prince was marrying the queen of his host country. It took Alberich a while to get the attention of someone who looked as if he was in charge of things. "What do you want, fellow?" asked the harried-looking man in Rethwellan livery, who then interrupted himself to shout, "Look, how many times must I remind you the prince does not like lilies?" "Actor by the name of Norris sent this," he said, thrusting the folded cloth at the man, who took it, then gave it a second startled glance. "Says someone up here left it down at his inn." "Ah, yes, of course." From the man's expression, Alberich knew that they must be the prince's own handkerchiefs, and that the man had not expected to get them in quite this way, and that he knew very well there was something inside them. "Thank you, my man. I'll see it gets to the owner. He fumbled in his belt pouch, came up with a couple of coins, and thrust them at Alberich without looking at them. "Here, for your trouble." "So you think about the tip, and forget about wondering why I needed to march up here to return a handkerchief." "Thank you, sir," he said with a little bow. "I'll be off out of your way." "Yes, No. The man was off, chasing down a couple of fellows with what looked like a rolled-up carpet. Alberich absented himself. Quickly. Because he didn't want anyone here to get a good look at him, he didn't want the man to think about questioning him, and above all, he wanted to get back to talk over this with Talamir. For what the man had almost said was, "I'll see that it gets to the prince." 17. It would have been a satisfactory end to the tale for Selene to have realized, at the very altar, that the prince was a cad who was manipulating her for his own purposes. It would have been equally satisfactory for Talamir and Alberich and Misty to have presented her with the evidence they had gathered, including the decoded papers outlining, well, something rotten, in time for her to come to her senses and send the blackguard packing. In fact, nothing of the sort happened. The papers were still not decoded, and even if they had been, Selene would neither have looked at them nor believed what was in them. No one who saw her could have doubted that she was insanely, deliriously happy. The prince appeared to hang on her every word. She certainly did on his. The wedding plans swiftly turned into preparations, without even an incident that could have been thought of as ill-omened, and with no more problems than any other major undertaking. In the end, of all things, it was probably the Tedral Wars that were due the credit for organizing so much, so well, in so little time. After putting together armies and encampments and battle plans, then seeing to it that everything was smoothly executed, Selene's people had more than enough experience to pull off a royal wedding in a moon. Alberich stayed away from the palace as much as possible. During the last week he never even left the salle. Misty brought him some meals from the collegium kitchens, for there were no servants to be spared to bring them to him. Others he simply prepared for himself. They assiduously avoided the topic of the wedding, concentrating instead on any other matters that could possibly be considered useful. And in a curious and careful exploration of each other, in fact, with the shining example of what not to do so blatantly in front of them, somehow they had both come to the conclusion, simultaneously, that they ought to take a very long time in simply talking about things. It was very curious. Alberich suspected that their companions had a hand in it, but he wasn't going to object. These long talks provided the pleasant interludes in what was otherwise a period that was not so much ridden with anxiety as resignation. He knew that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Most of the other heralds that he knew, if they were not actually supposed to be taking part in the proceedings, were avoiding the palace altogether. The feeling that they all seemed to share was most adequately described by one of the fellows from the south, who had seen some terrible mudslides when he'd been a child. "You see it start," he said, "and it's so slow and so big, It seems impossible that it can be happening, and then you realize that it's actually impossible to stop, and impossible for you to get out of its way. And if you aren't in the path, all you can do is stand there and watch, knowing that there isn't one damn thing you can do, except try and pick up the pieces when it's all over. He had simply made sure that the guards he trained as the Queen's bodyguards, who were suffering no such misgivings, were at their absolute peak of performance, and knew in their guts as well as their heads that no matter what happened, they were always to protect Selene from anyone that threatened her, including her husband. When people came to the salle looking for a workout, if they were up to his level of expertise, he gave them one. If they were not, he found them partners and supervised. Then the day of the wedding arrived. It was a collegium holiday, with all the trainees serving as helpers, additional servitors, or actually participating with their families. It was very quiet at the salle, and Alberich made himself a solitary breakfast, then took the time to give the salle a thorough cleaning and checking. The wedding breakfast was for family, the highest-ranking court members, and the 3 highest-ranking heralds. After the breakfast would come the preparations. No one needed to turn up in the gardens for hours yet. By mid-morning everything was in perfect shape, and he was sitting on a bench outside in the sun, working on mending training equipment while Cantor watched. Every so often, a bit of breeze carried a snatch of music from the palace gardens, but otherwise he could have been all alone out here. He had thought about going down into the city, but couldn't bring himself to face the crowds partaking of the public festivities. Finally, he couldn't put it off any longer. He went back to his quarters, donned his formal whites, and made his way to the gardens. Any checking of invitations was going on at the gates in the wall around the complex itself. Anyone on the grounds was already part of the festivities. There were far, far more people crowding into the gardens than Alberich felt comfortable around, and the ones who were not in formal uniforms of white, scarlet, or green were for the most part so laden with ornaments and so vivid with embroideries that they hurt his eyes. And the sound of dozens and dozens of people all chattering brightly at the tops of their lungs was nearly enough to drive him mad. Fortunately for his sanity, the heralds actually had a job to do and a place to go until the moment of the ceremony itself. The Queen's garden was the assembly point, and he made his way there. The first person to greet him was not, somewhat to his disappointment, Misty. It was Karen, looking unexpectedly sharp in what was clearly a brand-new set of formal whites. "Like me new duds?" she asked in a heavy Evendim accent, and laughed at his expression. "Never had a set of formals made for me before. Just had a set that was a hand-me-down from the stores. Neither has Misty, actually. We're both odd sizes, and neither of us had the money for a tailor, the way the high-born heralds have. And somewhere along the line, somebody figured this out in time to have some tailored up for us." She backed up a pace and looked Alberich over critically. "Now you've got the proper military bearing and figure. Must have been a doddle to find a set to fit you." "I suppose," he replied, noting that her eyes were a little too bright, and figuring that Karen was using inconsequential chatter to cover her unease. "There is, it seems, some merit in being average." "You average? Bite your tongue," said Misty, worming her way between 2 heralds Alberich didn't recognize. "You couldn't be average if you tried." He was saved from having to answer anything by the sound of the trumpet that signaled their part of the ceremony. Heralds at the entrance to the garden formed into a double line and began filing out. The rest of them joined one or the other line in no particular order. Somehow Alberich, Misty, and Karen ended up at the end of their lines. This didn't displease him on the whole. He did not particularly want to be near the center of attention. The heralds lined both sides of the path that Selene and her wedding party would take from the door of the palace to the bower where the Lord Patriarch waited. Alberich was actually nearest the door in his line, and Karen was directly opposite him. At a mental signal that was passed via their companions, they smoothly and simultaneously unsheathed their swords and crossed them overhead, forming an arch of shining steel. As the swords left their sheaths, the chattering stopped. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then the musicians struck up the processional march, the door of the palace opened, and the first of the ladies in attendance emerged. There were 20 of them, strewing rose petals on the path from silver baskets. Last of all came Selene. He could not have told what she was wearing, though he knew that even heralds who were female would be discussing it for days, if not weeks. He was only a man, after all. It was white, no surprise, she was a herald as well as queen. It was made of some soft, shining stuff, overlaid with some gauzy stuff, and embroidered with gold and pearls. She was swathed in what seemed like furlongs of veil, which made it difficult to see her face. He thought, as she passed, that she looked terrifyingly happy, though. She stared straight ahead, both hands holding a huge bouquet of white flowers and ivy. Her step was firm and brisk, and in a moment she was past him, for all he could see was the back of her gown. It trailed for quite some distance on the ground behind her, and there were 2 of the little Tedral orphans carrying her train, and one of them was that little lad in formal trainee greys, an exact duplicate of formal whites except done in grey. He looked terribly solemn and a little scared, but when he saw Alberich he brightened, and Alberich raised his free hand in a formal salute that made him look still happier as he passed. Fortunately the children were too young to have been infected with the doubts that plagued their elders. The heralds held their pose until the entire wedding party had assembled at the altar. Then, with another signal passed by the companions, they pulled their swords into a formal salute and simultaneously sheathed them. As the musicians ended the processional with a flourish, they turned as one to face the altar. Alberich was just as glad that all he could see was the back of the herald in front of him. He was reminded of all of the ceremonies he had attended as a member of the Sun's Guard, after he had realized how many of Vakandis Sunlord's priests were corrupt and venial creatures, with no more calling than a cat. Then, as now, he had made his mind a blank, and set his face in an expression of bland attentiveness. The ceremony, which made reference to every deity worshipped in all of Valdemar and Rethwellen, was a long one. Before it was over, long before, in fact, he sensed the restlessness of some of his fellow heralds who had not spent their youths in military training. Anyone who had been a soldier got used to standing at attention for unconscionably long periods of time. This should have been a joyful occasion. It struck him as inexpressibly sad that it should have become one that was merely endured. At long last the final vows were spoken, somewhere up there ahead of him. The rings were exchanged, Selene's veil lifted, the first marital kiss given. Bells rang out all over the complex, which signaled the bells of the city below to begin pealing. A cheer rose over the assembled crowd, and it might have been noticed that the heralds were not cheering, except that someone had decided that they should form the sword arch again at full attention. Whether that someone had been Talamir or even Misty, the action made certain that no one was going to have to try and force out something he didn't really feel. The procession came back through the arch, led by Selene and her new consort. He had his arm around her possessively, but Selene was between him and Alberich, so the weapons master didn't get much of a look at him. They all retired back into the palace to be divested of parts of their costumes, veils and trains being highly impractical for outdoor receptions and feasts, and make a first appearance on a balcony above the gardens. Once again the heralds saluted, each other this time, and sheathed their swords, but now the double line swiftly broke apart to be absorbed into the milling crowd, some heading for the formal gardens, others on errands of their own. Misty was one of the latter. Alberich gathered that she had some little wedding duties to attend to in the matter of protocol. He loosened his collar, and, feeling heavy in spirit, swiftly separated himself from the throng and headed back down to the salle. Once there, he stripped himself of the detested finery as quickly as he could, and donned a set of his oldest and most comfortable leathers. "What did you have in mind for the rest of the day?" asked Cantor. "I suppose," he began, then heard footsteps on the path and looked up to see Elkarth approaching, with a bottle in one hand. "We might as well stay out here," he said by way of greeting. "The others will be here shortly." "Others?" Alberich inquired, raising an eyebrow. "You'll see soon enough," Elkarth told him, with a sardonic twist to his lips. And within the Candlemark, Jadis, Karen, and Ilsa all arrived, bringing their bottles. And last of all, bringing up the rear, came Misty, with healer Krafik, more bottles, and a hamper between them. The last evidently came as a surprise to the rest. Misty and Krafik set down the hamper, and the healer surveyed them all, hands on hips, as they tried not to look guilty. "Misty advised me of what you were likely to do," he said, and Alberich tried not to wince or feel betrayed. "Or shall I say, the state you were likely to get yourselves into." But Krafik was only warming up to his theme. "Now, all things considered, I am somewhat in sympathy with the idea of finding a bit of ease in drink at this particular time, but I told her that you were not going to undertake this. Without me, we're going to get drunk," he announced. "We're going to get genteelly drunk, pleasantly drunk, and we will remain in that state with careful application of food as well as drink. We will not drink ourselves sick, we will not drink ourselves stupid or maudlin or unconscious, and I will make personally sure that when we finally seek our beds, we will do so in a state that will permit us to sleep and wake without hangovers. Are you with me?" They set out a kind of alfresco area under the trees, since none of them really wanted to be inside, and at any rate Alberich's little sitting-room would have been horribly cramped with all of them crammed into it. "I certainly don't need to be up there now. There are a couple dozen people who'll be giving me their notes," Misty said sourly, jerking her head in the direction of the gardens. "Including Talamir." "I can't figure grandfather on this at all," Karen replied, waving vaguely at the palace. Alberich wondered if she'd gotten a start on all of them back in her own quarters, for although she walked and moved perfectly well, and her speech was clear, she had a glazed quality to her eyes as she passed him a full mug of wine. "Grandfather?" he asked. Karen had her nose in her mug, so it was Misty who answered. "Talamir is Karen's grandfather. Her people marry off early, and it's usually arranged between families," Misty replied. "Since he was the only boy in his, he had to take a break during his trainee period, to go home and fulfill his, obligation. 4 breaks, to be precise," Karen added with a smirk. "Fortunately for me, I'm half of a twin set, and traditionally only one of us had to do the duty, so when I was chosen, that left my brother Terran as the one." "But is Terran not also a herald?" Alberich asked, puzzled. "He got chosen after he'd provided the family with a litter," Karen replied and shrugged. "What can I say? With so many close relational ties, my people have to be more pragmatic about marriage. You marry who's available, and if it turns out there's a love match, all well and good. But if not, nobody cares who you sleep with for love or pleasure as long as no one's harmed by it." "About your grandfather, Talamir," Alberich prompted, wanting to change the subject back to its original topic. Karen lay back on the old worn rug she'd appropriated and stared up at the branches waving overhead. "I don't understand why he isn't doing something about this," she said finally. "I mean, it's wrong. We all know in our bones that it's wrong, though we can't put a finger on why," Elkarth interrupted. "That's the reason, I think. We don't have a reason, and somewhere down inside, we're all uncertain that the only thing we can object to is that the prince is an outsider." "But none of us objected to Sendar's choice of wife," Jadis said slowly. "None of us had this feeling of wrongness about her, and she was not a herald." "But she was Valdemaran," said Krafik, and turned to Alberich. "Have you anything to contribute?" Alberich shrugged. "No foresight, if that's what you mean," he admitted. "Only the same feeling that this marriage will prove to be a grave mistake." He did not mention the things he had learned about the prince's contacts with the actor, in no small part because it was not yet proven, but he exchanged a look with Misty, who gave a small shrug. "Which could all too easily be nothing more than prejudice," Ilsa pointed out shrewdly. "He certainly has gone out of his way to be agreeable to everyone." "Too agreeable?" Karen asked, then snorted. "As if it matters." "Well," Misty said slowly, "it does. If we aren't just making a mountain out of nothing, if this is going to turn into a bad situation, then the best thing that we can do for the Queen is to support her in every way, including keeping an eye on him, so that if he does something against her, or against Valdemar, we can do something about him."
"That's more or less what Grandfather said," Karen admitted.
"But of all things I hate having to play a waiting game the most."
"Don't we all?" Jadis replied, and that seemed all that anyone could say. They passed the remainder of the evening assiduously avoiding the entire subject, but it was with them, as an unseen presence, a kind of spectre at the feast the whole time. Alberich left them early, feeling that not all the wine in the world could wash away his unease, and feeling wearier than he ever had in his life. He sought forgetfulness in sleep, and for the first time in his life, actually found it. Whatever was wrong, it was not immediate enough even to give him uneasy dreams. The Collegium was back in session. Things were getting back to normal again. The last of the classes was over for the day, and Alberich was working with Keimel of the Guard, while 2 more of Keimel's fellows waited their turn to bout with him. They were outside on the practice grounds, rather than inside the salle. Whenever possible since the mirror incident, Alberich preferred to run practices that were, by their nature, unpredictable on the grounds outside. Alberich caught movement on the path long before the prince and his entourage arrived. He sensed it, identified it as outsiders by the lack of whites or guard uniforms, and dismissed it as currently unimportant all in a heartbeat. The group of 7 or 8 paused a prudent distance outside the edge of the practice ground and watched. There was some murmuring, but nothing more than that. Certainly there was no hint of scorn or scoffing in the tones of the muttered conversation. Perfectly acceptable, that was. Alberich finished the bout in a draw with Keimel. He probably could have beaten him. He usually did, but caution made him decide not to do so in front of outsiders. The 2 of them drew back and saluted, and only then did Alberich turn his attention to the audience. It could not have been clearer that the one in the middle was Prince Carathanalin. The man was, Alberich supposed, handsome enough. He could certainly see that Selene would have no reason to find the arrangement of his features less than pleasing. The cut and style of his clothing was a bit different from roughly half of the young men around him. The effect was of foreignness, but was reasonably flattering. The others were apparently friends of his from Rethwellen. Alberich had heard something of them, that a number of the prince's landless friends from Rethwellen had arrived in time for the wedding, and that Selene had already granted them holdings of their own from unclaimed properties on the border with Carcy and Rethwellen. Alberich wished them joy of their new lands. They weren't the most prosperous even at the best of times, being mostly sheep country. What Alberich didn't like was the posture of those around him. They were sycophants, nothing more. They devoted themselves to pleasing someone stronger. If any of them had ever had an original thought in his head, he had quickly suppressed it. A man who surrounded himself with men like these, in Alberich's experience, was a man who had a great deal of difficulty in understanding that the world did not happen to run itself to his desire. There were a great many sun-priests like that. Still, the look on the face of the prince suggested that he had some respect for Alberich's ability. Alberich gave him a sketchy sort of salute, while the guards gave him the full bow due to his position as consort. He waited, resting, to see what the prince would do or say. Although a brief shadow passed over the prince's face, aside from that flicker of displeasure, the prince's expression did not change, and his voice, when he spoke, was polite and pleasant enough. "You are the weapons master?" he asked. "The Carcite."
"Weapons master Harold Alberich," Alberich confirmed. "Carcite-born, yes, your highness."
The prince looked him over carefully. "And Carcite-trained, I'm told. Interesting." As he was surveying Alberich, the herald was doing the same for him.
"There's muscle there," he observed to Cantor.
"No matter what he's been doing since he got here, he's not soft," Cantor agreed.
"I should like to bout with you," the prince said abruptly.
Alberich did not bother to point out that the prince was hardly dressed for a round of vigorous exercise.
He was clearly one of those who did not trouble himself over the ruin of a suit of clothing. He merely glanced at the two guardsmen, who quickly effaced themselves with a little nod, making it clear that they were perfectly willing to yield their time to the prince. One of them picked up a set of practice swords and offered them to the prince, as some of his entourage helped him to take off his elaborate doublet and relieved him of some of his jewels. "Would your highness make a choice of practice weapons?" the guardsman asked. But the prince waved them off. "Live steel is the choice of men," he said, with a touch of arrogance that made the guardsman flush. "Stupid, overconfident," Cantor said acidly. "Testing me," Alberich countered, as he took up his own sword from where it was lying with the guardsman's. "And he knows that there's no way that I would dare harm him. He has me at a disadvantage, he thinks." The question was whether that advantage was real or only in the prince's mind. There was muscle under that silk, but somehow Alberich doubted whether the prince had ever had a weapons master who really tested the prince to the limits of his ability. There was too much sly arrogance there. Nevertheless, Alberich was not at all certain that he wanted to show the prince which of them was the superior fighter. The prince was the enemy here, but he was an enemy who had not yet truly shown his hand. He knew far more about the prince, he would warrant, than the prince knew about him. So there was a distinct advantage in leaving the prince with the impression that his expertise was less than it actually was. All that flashed through his mind in a few moments, as he made sure that his weapons were in good condition and his own muscles thoroughly warmed up. They faced off, and the combat began. It was no real challenge. Alberich was not only able to react automatically to the prince's blows and feints, his mind was free to think about what he was doing, despite the fact that they were using live steel weapons. The prince's style of fighting was a curious combination of aggression and stealth that told Alberich far more about the prince's personality than the prince would ever guess. He did not quite engage in the underhanded moves of the street-fighting bravos that Alberich had encountered in his own nighttime prowlings, but the things that he did left Alberich with no doubt that he was perfectly well acquainted with such tactics. And while Alberich himself made no bones about teaching his trainees those moves, he doubted that the prince had any notion of this. So he pretended that he had not noticed those little suggestions of a feint, and proceeded exactly as if he was fighting in the classical style. And he thought that he saw the prince's lips tighten in a self-satisfied smile when Alberich failed to respond to those feints. So much for the testing. Having established the perceived limits of Alberich's expertise, the prince abruptly switched tactics and went for a very aggressive, straight-on attack. Alberich kept up a purely defensive strategy, and did not respond to any of the openings that the prince gave him. This was surely puzzling Keimer and the other guards, but Alberich wasn't working for their benefit, only for this audience of one. The impression he wanted to leave the prince with was that Selene's weapons master was skilled, competent, strong, but limited in his vision, and thus in what he was teaching the trainees. "I'll have to have someone watch the boy when he practices," he realized. There was a lot he could guess from what the prince had done so far, but if it ever truly came to a fight between the two of them, he wanted to be sure of what the prince could and could not do. Gradually the prince's style began to drift, and for a moment there was a nagging sort of familiarity to it that Alberich could not pin down. It was flamboyant, definitely overconfident, and grew more so as time went on. Then, as the young man committed to a traveling lunge with a shout, a lunge that would have gotten him into a world of difficulty if he had not had lightning reflexes and stupendous athletic ability, Alberich realized where he had seen this style, and knew who had been teaching him. Norris. Should I let him beat me? He wondered then. I wouldn't, Cantor cautioned. He might guess that you did. And besides, you want him wary of you, yet sure he can beat you if he really puts his mind to it. Wait until he gets a little careless, and take advantage in such a way that it can be a draw. There! But Alberich had already spotted the momentary distraction, and drove in so that the two of them ended up body to body, with their blades hopelessly entangled. A draw. and the prince withdrew with a salute that was not quite mocking. "An excellent bout, weapons master," he said jovially, removing the practice helm and tossing it carelessly to Kymel, who caught it unthinkingly. "Thank you." Alberich gave him a grave bow without speaking, and as the prince and his chattering entourage sauntered back up the path to the palace, he disarmed and turned his attention back to his guardsmen. Kymel gave him a questioning look, but said nothing. The others took their lead from him. Alberich nodded. "Sometimes," he added quietly, "it is as well not to reveal all." Kymel grunted and nodded. "I wondered," he said, and left it at that. But Alberich was not quite done. "I would be grateful, should anyone an eye to that man keep, should he be found in weapons practice." Kymel nodded again, and this time so did the other guardsmen. "We'll see to it, weapons master," he said, and Alberich clapped him on the shoulder with a feeling of satisfaction. The undercurrents of that simple conversation had said more than the words themselves. Kymel and the others had seen the hints of underhandedness and had not liked what they'd seen, and perhaps they had already observed some things in the prince that made them uneasy. For the first time, Alberich had some co-conspirators who were not among the heralds, or in Krathuk's case, the healers, and that would be very useful indeed. Nevertheless, this was hardly something that needed to be pursued immediately. It was unlikely, having had this round of exercise, that the prince would choose to go find another sparring partner and continue the practice. That was not how Alberich was reading his nature. He would bask in the admiration of his friends and sycophants, none of whom had or ever could have taken Alberich to a draw, and after he tired of the admiration, he would probably either find another subject or move into a dissection of the bout. But he would not, now that he was warmed up, follow it up with more practice, nor would he make much of an effort to find out what his cronies knew about Alberich. So the immediate need was to continue the practice that had been interrupted, perhaps now with an eye to drilling in the counters to those abortive moves that the prince had displayed. "So, Ruskin," Alberich said, picking up a wooden blade and gesturing to the guardsman. "Your turn it is, I believe." Dutifully, though her heart was not in it, Selene forced herself to concentrate on the dull details of the council meeting, when what she really wanted to do was to lapse into a daydream. She felt like a cat full of cream. She wanted to smile and purr and generally make a spectacle of her contentedness. And of course she could do nothing of the sort. She had to look grave and attentive, and pay attention to her council debating over the details of the trade agreements with Rethwellen that were a consequence of her marriage, when she didn't want to think about trade at all. She wanted to think about tonight, and what would happen when she and Kareth were alone at last. No wonder that people would do and say nearly anything for love. She had known that it would not be pleasurable at first. She'd had plenty of instruction from a sympathetic healer named Annalie during the weeks before the actual wedding, but the "at first" had not been long. Ruthlessly she dragged her attention back to the meeting, in time to nod gravely as the councillors finally agreed on a trade package, then went on to the relatively simple matter of signing off on the grants of property that Kareth had asked her to settle on his friends. It was a small enough thing. There were properties along the southern border whose owners were no longer among the living, thanks to the Tedral Wars, and here were landless second sons out of Rethwellen, who were eager to take responsibility for them. The councillors had no great objections, and the papers were quickly written up. So ended yet another tiny problem. With the income from these properties, those landless second sons would now be able to support themselves in Haven at least half of the year. Kareth would have friends here, something that had worried her, though he did seem to be getting along very well with some of her own young courtiers. That was, in fact, where he was now, out hawking with some of the young men of the court. He had also said something about wanting to test the mettle of her famed weapons master. She hoped that Alberich would go easy on him. The council meeting went on for what seemed to be an interminably long time. Yet she had to admit that there was a great deal of business to take care of, as much had been set aside in the rush attending on the hasty wedding and the week she had stolen for herself thereafter. But it was concluded at last, when it appeared that if it was not concluded, the councillors would be forced to do without their dinner. And as this was not an emergency, sending the pages out for cold viands and drink and continuing the business, even if Selene herself had been prepared to put up with it, was not to be thought of. The councillors liked their comforts too, and were not prepared to do without them, having been forced to do so for the last months of the Tedral Wars. She took her leave of the councillors, and all but flew to her quarters and the hands of her maids. As she changed her clothing and submitted to their attentions, she heard, with an internal thrill, the sounds of laughter as Kareth approached the door. He and his friends must have had a grand day while she had been working. And after all, why not? He was not co-ruler and could not be unless he was chosen, which was looking less and less likely as time passed. So why shouldn't he be spending his time in sport? In fact, by socializing with the courtiers, he would be taking the burden from her of doing the same. "Ho, Selene!" he cried, bursting through the door, waving some of his friends, who laughingly tried to follow, back into the hall. "I've met your weapons master, and tried his blade." She leaped up from her seat, as the maid who had been fixing her hair waved her hands in fruitless protest. He enfolded her in his arms and kissed her. Her lips parted beneath his, and his tongue teased hers as she tasted the salt on his mouth. She felt herself melting, as always. It was he who pulled away first. "And what came of that, my prince?" she asked breathlessly. "Oh," Kareth said carelessly, "I think, had I exerted myself, I could have taken him. But he is a fine swordsman. Conservative, but fine. I'm sure he's a good weapons master." Selene almost said something then, for that certainly did not sound like Alberich. Alberich conservative? But then she thought better of it. Alberich was certainly doing her a favor, letting Kareth think himself the finer fighter, and where was the harm in that? In fact, now that she came to think of it, she felt a surge of warmth toward dour Alberich, that he would compromise his own reputation in order to make Kareth feel the superior. So she resolved not to say anything about it. She simply smiled and said, "I doubt it not," and let him lead her in to dinner. The contest turned out to be something of a topic of conversation among Kareth and his friends, with a great deal of gesturing and boasting. She discovered, with a flush of pride, that Kareth was very much considered to be the superior swordsman among his cronies, and she thought, given the apparent sincerity of their talk, that this was not just flattery. That he had fought Alberich to a deadlock was considered to be amazing by those of his friends who were Valdemaran, and their admiration was considerable. Kareth warmed under their regard, and expanded on the theme, describing other bouts he was particularly proud of. She smiled and paid little attention to the chatter, which sounded to her ears very like that of the younger trainees when they first began to gain some success in arms, and concentrated instead on merely watching him. He was hardly insensible of her regard, and looked as if it gave him a great deal of pleasure. Bless him! Let him preen and strut a little. He had never been forced to use that sword of his, and if she had her way, he never would. It was all still a game to him, and not the deadly business that she knew it was. She took great pleasure in that. From dinner the court went out into the gardens, where there was music and some simple dancing. He remained assiduously at her side, showing by means of a smile or a casual whispered remark that he was as eager to withdraw as she was. But of course this sort of thing was as much of a duty as the council sessions, and she carefully exchanged pleasantries and conversation with, not only the Rethwellan ambassador, but all the other notables present. It did give her a great deal of pleasure, however, to be able to tell Kareth's friends over the course of the evening that they were to receive official word of their grants from the council on the morrow. She loved the way that Kareth smiled and accepted their effusive thanks graciously. Finally it seemed that to her that they had distributed their attention enough for one evening, and when she whispered to Kareth, "My lord, shall we withdraw?" he smiled knowingly and nodded. It was not the custom in Valdemar, much to her relief, for the monarch to leave a social gathering with any fanfare. So they simply drifted off under the ever-watchful eyes of her guards and took the private entrance back into the royal suite. Once there, her maids descended on her like a swarm of ants, while he sauntered off to his dressing-room to the like attentions of his servants. The days were long gone when she could dress and undress herself. Being queen apparently meant wearing gowns that it was impossible to get into or out of without help. But once her maids had taken down her hair and gotten her stripped down to her shift, she dismissed them all, slipped into a silken bedgown, and with a shiver of anticipation got into bed to await Kareth. He was not long in coming. With a knowing grin when he saw her waiting for him, he extinguished the last candle, and she felt the mattress take his weight in the sudden darkness. In the next moment he had slipped the gown from her shoulders, and his lips were on hers insistently, his tongue probing at her mouth. Her lips opened immediately as she felt her skin flush, and for a moment his hands cupped the sides of her face as his tongue teased hers. But then his hands were moving lower, caressingly, clever fingers making her skin tingle. And when his hands reached her breasts, she gasped at the sensations he awoke in her body, and with that now familiar feeling of melting, lay back into the softness of the mattress. As one hand slipped still lower, his mouth took over where his hands had been, evoking still more intoxicating thrills of pleasure, and she moaned softly under his caresses. By this time she was nearly mindless, all of her attention bound up in the sensations that he was creating in her body, feeling herself on fire with pleasure and desire, and an urgency driving her towards that peak she now not only knew existed, but which had become so very necessary to her life. So that when he finally took her, she was all animal, crying out as she raced toward the goal. Nothing else mattering in all the world but their bodies moving together to that moment when she exploded in pleasure, convulsed and paralyzed at the same time, a cry escaping from her that she could not have stopped and didn't want to. And before she had fallen from that pinnacle of sensation, he had come to his own shuddering climax, so that they fell together, tangled in sweat-gleaming limbs, into dreamy, euphoric lassitude. And then, when he had pulled the covers over them both, sleep. 18. Kareth was eating and talking at the same time, and it always amazed Selene that he managed to eat as much as he did and still look trim and fit. At the moment he was eating his way through the plate of breakfast pastries like a fire going through dry timber. Selene was just as happy to let him have all of them to himself. A little dry toast and some tea was all that she could bear to stomach at the moment, and her stomach was not altogether pleased about that. And alas, this was no mere illness, which she could expect to recover from in a day or two. Oh, no. She had, somewhat to her dismay, discovered that eternal truth that most women learn soon or late. The pleasures of the bedroom, undertaken without precautions, end in babies. 3 days of discovering that she could not rise in the morning without recourse to a basin had told her that much. Of course, in her case, the pleasures of the bedroom were supposed to end in babies, and in fact were required to end in babies. As many as possible, in fact, but at least the typical heir and a spare, so that there were 2 chances of being chosen. That was, after all, what her council had been nattering about for months, why they'd wanted so desperately to find her a husband in the first place. When she let them know, well, they'd be thrilled. At least, right up until the moment that it occurred to them that there was some risk in childbearing. Not that she was worried. She was in the best of health and positively surrounded by healers. She'd been in a lot more danger of injury watching a hurley game. I just didn't think it would happen so quickly, she thought mournfully, and told her stomach sternly to behave itself while Kareth went on with his meal and his one-sided conversation, utterly oblivious to her discomfort. Of course the healers would have things that could help in this case, but that would mean going to the healers, and then they would know she was pregnant, and then everyone would know she was pregnant, and that would open up an entirely new set of things for the council to natter at her about. Yet another worry. Why was it that she always seemed to add concerns? and never seemed to actually get rid of any. Kareth's chattering, usually about things that interested her only vaguely, like hawking and the recent exploits of his friends, tended to pass through her head at the best of times like an express coach, without stopping to unload any information. This morning, as preoccupied as she was with keeping her scant breakfast down, she almost missed what he was saying entirely, except that one word caught her distracted attention, forcing her to bring her mind back to the breakfast table, and she blinked and finally looked at him. "Forgive me, I was wool-gathering for a moment," she said apologetically. "What was it you just said?" He pouted a little. He pouted, as he did everything, beautifully. It was distinctly unfair. If she'd been able to pout that prettily, she would never have to fight her counsel. "Sometimes I wonder if you ever hear anything I say in the morning," he complained. "You always seem distracted at breakfast. I said, I think I'd like to have that handsome black stallion that just came into the royal stables as our wedding gift from Lord Ashkevron for my coronation mount." Coronation mount? Hadn't he been paying attention at all? "I thought that was what you said," she replied, choosing her words with great care. "You can certainly have the stallion all to yourself, since I have no use for him. But, Kareth, I thought it had been explained that there won't be a coronation for you. You can't be crowned king of Valdemar." "Why not?" he asked, pouting even more, though his eyes were getting stormy. "Don't you Valdemarans crown your kings in a public ceremony?" "We do." She felt a cold nausea that had nothing to do with pregnancy, as she realized that they were about to have their first fight. Good gods, she knew all this had been explained to him. It had been in the marriage contract. Hadn't he even read it? "But you can't be king." His mouth suddenly went from a pout to a hard, angry line. "Why not?" he asked tightly. "You are the ruler here. Your council doesn't have any power except to advise you. I've seen what you can do when you want to. You've handed out properties and titles to anyone you choose without even telling them. You can make me king if you wanted to. You can tell your council, just like you told them that you were going to marry me." "No, I can't," she said, the nausea rising into her throat. "And it has nothing to do with the council. It's the law that's keeping you from it, and not even the queen is above the law. You can't be king, because you aren't a herald. Only a herald can be a king or a queen in Valdemar." He snorted with exasperation, as if he suspected she was prevaricating. "Then make me a herald," he exclaimed angrily. "If that is all that it takes, just make me a herald and get it over with. I don't know why you haven't bothered to do it already." "I can't make you a herald," she replied, now getting a little angry herself. Hadn't he listened to anything anyone had told him since he had arrived here? Or did he only listen when what he heard was what he wanted to hear? "Heralds aren't made, they're chosen." "Then choose," he began, but she interrupted him. "They aren't chosen by a person, they're chosen by their companion," she told him flatly, a chill over her words that he seemed oblivious to. "So you can't be a herald because none of them have chosen you." She didn't bother to add that he would then have to go through the collegium like anyone else before he became a full herald and could be crowned co-consort and king. If he really had ignored something so fundamental as needing to be a herald before becoming a king, he would never grasp having to be schooled for 4 or more years first. "You're telling me," he said slowly and incredulously, "that the reason I can't be king is because I don't have a white horse." "They aren't horses," she began, but he was already pushing away from the table. "There must be 50 or 100 of those beasts in that field next to the palace," he said, a dangerous edge to his voice. "They can't all belong to somebody. We'll see about this nonsense." He stalked out, and she might have tried to stop him, except at that moment she lost her battle with her stomach, and with that her will to try to break him of his delusions gently evaporated. Let him stand around in Companion's Field, with a carrot in his hand for the rest of the day if he elected to. He'd only look silly, and maybe when he was tired, hot, and ready to come back to the palace, he'd be more reasonable. "Chosen," Cantor said, just as Alberich was correcting one of the younger trainees' aim with his bow, nudging his feet into a better stance, showing him how to aim along the shaft, then elevate to allow for the arrow dropping in flight. "I don't want to interrupt you, but there is about to be something of a crisis, and we are the closest, we and Karen and Dantris, of course, to the situation." Calmly, Alberich stepped back and let the trainee shoot, not changing his expression by a hair. "What crisis? What situation?" "Prince Carathanalin is coming to Companion's Field. He has 3 friends, they're all mounted, and they all have ropes. He thinks he's going to catch and break a companion so he can be made king. Evidently, when Selene convinced him just now that he couldn't be crowned unless he was a herald, he put his own interpretation on being chosen. Hardly surprising, if he was the sort of prince that Alberich thought he was. The arrow hit the target this time, at least, which was an improvement over the trainee's last several shots. "I fail to see the crisis. Surely you aren't going to try to tell me that he can catch one of you if you don't want to be caught?" It wasn't as if the prince could pin a companion in a corner. The fence around the field was mostly to keep people out, not companions in. In fact, Alberich would not have put it past a companion to leap the wall around the complex at need. And besides that, any companion in danger of being caught against his will would be instantly rescued by the entire herd. No horse would stand there and face a charging companion herd, no matter what his rider wanted. "Of course not," Cantor replied, now coming into view through the trees, trotting toward him. "But I believe Karyo intends to be caught, so she can kick the fumets out of him. And other than you and I, and Karen and Dantris, I think the rest are inclined to let her have her way. She's put up with a great deal since he arrived here, and done without much of the company and attention of her chosen." Ah, that put an entirely different complexion on things. At the least, if the prince was damaged, Selene would be distressed. If he was embarrassed, he'd make her miserable. And even if Karyo was not the sort to have murder on her mind, accidents could happen. He didn't bother to ask if the other companions had tried to reason with her. Karyo was as stubborn as any companion born, and as Cantor had pointed out, she'd had to put up with a lot of aggravation since Selene met the prince. This was one insult too many. "Students," he said aloud as Cantor reached him. "Some small trouble there is that I must attend. Trainee Telbrin, you are in charge." And as he finished the sentence, Cantor stood steady and he vaulted onto Cantor's bare back. As soon as he had his balance, the companion whirled on his rear legs and broke into a gallop, which looked like more of an impressive feat of horsemanship than it actually was. Companions were legendary for their ability to keep their chosen in the seat. They were also legendary for their speed, but as they came out of the trees, bearing down on 4 strangers mounted on mere horses, he saw it was already too late. There was Karyo, neatly caught, standing meekly with 4 ropes and a saddle and a bridle on her. His heart sank. Oh no, they used a horse bridle. If there had been any chance that the prince might be forgiven his faux pas by the other companions, given that Karyo was burning to teach him a lesson, it had just flown swiftly away. No companion would ever forgive the insult of having a bit stuffed into his or her mouth, nor forgive the insult to a fellow companion. And there was the prince, down off his horse and approaching her with a swagger, grabbing the reins and preparing to mount. "Highness!" he shouted, as a second white streak that could only be Karen and Dantris came into sight from the direction of the riding arena. "Highness, look out!" But it was far, far too late. If he had blinked, he would have missed it. As it was, in one way he was glad he had not, though in another he wished he had. From meek, docile, and trussed up, Karyo turned into a whirling, spinning, and quite deadly if she chose, fury. In that brief moment, the merest breath, she expertly yanked 3 of the 4 ropes out of the hands of their holders and freed herself from their control, probably leaving the palms of those hands bloody and torn in the process, though they were in too much shock to register the pain immediately. The 4th rope was in the prince's hands, and instead of ripping it out of his hands, She wound it around herself as she whirled and used it to pull him in closer, he being not bright enough to let go. And as soon as he was in range, both hind feet lashed out in a precisely calculated kick, which landed right in the prince's midsection. He went flying backward through the air, most spectacularly. Karyo rid herself of all 4 ropes, though he could not make out how she did it. She simply seemed to give a kind of shrug, and they loosened and fell off, and she stepped out of the loops lying on the ground. She spit out the bit, shrugged off the bridle as easily as she had the ropes, then she bucked off the saddle and kicked it after the prince, and went galloping away, head high, tail flagged. Evidently, with the probable intervention of 2 heralds and their companions at hand, she considered that the single kick was enough. Behind her, 3 young courtiers were bent over their hands and their saddle-bows, cursing and gasping. The prince was on the ground, also gasping. Not a surprise, given that the hammer blow of hooves to his gut must have driven every bit of air that had been in his lungs out of them. But he could have had broken ribs. "He doesn't," Cantor said. "Though he'll have black and blue hoofprints on his belly for days." Karyo didn't actually kick him. It was more like a calculated and very powerful shove. Karen got to the prince first, rolled him on his side, then slammed him across the back until he could breathe again, then helped him to his feet, talking the whole time. Alberich reached them just in time to hear her finish. "Terrible insult, like putting a slave collar around your neck, Highness," she said. Alberich could tell, though, that the prince wasn't listening. He was red-faced now, and it was with anger. "I will hunt that beast down this moment, and I don't care who it belongs to," he said between clenched teeth. "And I will destroy it." Enough was enough. Alberich seized both his shoulders, turned him so that he was looking right into Alberich's eyes, and shook him twice, hard, like a wolf with a snake. "Then on trial for murder and treason you will be, and pay for both with your life," he rasped harshly. "To kill a companion is murder by Valdemaran law. To kill the Queen's companion, treason. Do not force your bride to hang you, Prince, for she will." Evidently Alberich's words penetrated, for the prince gaped at him in shock. "For a horse! For a companion!" Blessed Sunlord, just how stupid was this fool? "They are not horses," he continued, emphasizing each word with a hard shake. "No matter what your eyes tell you, your eyes lie." He had done some reading since the prince arrived, on Misty's insistence, and now he was glad that he had. "Have you broken ribs, a broken pelvis? No, because it was a companion that kicked you, shoved you with her hooves, rather, and not a horse. Think, had it been a horse that had done this, would you not in blood and broken bones be lying? In your own land lives the Shinayin Tarma, so I know that you know of this. The companion is like to her Kyrie Worrell. Be grateful she did no more than kick you for your insults." He saw the prince's eyes widen, then narrow again at the comparison. He also heard Cantor's snort of disgust at being compared to a Kyrie. But Cantor knew better than to object, since at least now the prince had some basis for comparison that he might believe. "So," Carathanalin got out around clenched teeth, "how do I get one of them to let me ride it?" "Choose you mean?" Alberich replied, letting go of the young man's shoulders. "After this?" He shook his head, and wondered at the monumental hubris that would permit the prince to even think of such a thing. He considered trying to explain that it might happen, if the prince were to have such a complete change of character as to be a different person. He opted for the simpler choice, for Carathanalin would never believe that he needed to change his character. "After such an insult to all companions as this? Never, not even if the Queen was to come here and beg them upon her knees." And satisfied at least that the fool was in no condition to try any more foolishness, he gave the merest sketch of a bow and turned on his heel. 2 steps took him to Cantor, and he mounted and rode off. There were more important matters to tend to than the petulant prince, at least for now. Misty was laughing so hard that there were actually tears coming from the corners of her eyes, and her lenses fogged. "Oh, gods!" she gasped. "Oh, gods! I wish I'd seen it." She mimed the prince's ungraceful arc through the air with one hand. "Thump! Oh, I wish I'd seen it." "No, you don't," Alberich contradicted her sourly. "The prince has a good memory, and although he probably will not dare to touch another companion, he is going to find a target for his anger. More than one, I suspect. Anyone who actually witnessed his disgrace is going to find themselves on his short list of people he'll mark for punishment and revenge. With his reputation and manliness so utterly refuted, he will want to make someone pay." "And what could he do to a herald?" Misty scoffed. "I don't know," he replied. "And that is what concerns me. He has already tried to have me dismissed from my post as weapons master today, for putting violent hands on a prince of the blood, if you please. It was only the reaction of the council to that statement that persuaded him that I am out of his reach for now." He shook his head. Kyril stood up and said that he was lucky I had not finished the task Karyo started, and that for laying violent hands on a companion, he could have found himself in the palace dungeons. "The palace doesn't have dungeons," Misty said without thinking. "I know that, and you do, but the prince apparently does not." Alberich shrugged. "That is not relevant. The point is, he has already sent his 3 friends packing. He tried to disgrace me. Karen has been warned, and is going to try to stay out of his sight." He grimaced. "Poor Selene." "Why poor Selene?" Misty asked, surprised. "Karyo is her companion," he reminded her. "I do not think that he will harm her physically, but there are other ways he can make her unhappy." Many other ways, actually. He wondered how Karyo had broken the news to Selene, for surely she would not have waited for the prince to tell his version of the tale first. She shrugged. "I suspect that after he hears the news, he won't be inclined to take any of his pique out on her. If he wants a validation for his masculinity, he'll surely have it." "The news?" He looked at her blankly. "What news?" "She's going to have a baby, of course." Misty tisked. "Men, I suppose you think it isn't important." But her words made his blood run cold, as he remembered that overheard conversation with Norris. "On the contrary," he said, "it is very important. If what we suspect about the prince is in fact true—" Misty lost her sarcastic smugness and went a little pale. "I'd forgotten about that. Once the baby's born, if he can't be king—" "There is nothing in the laws of Valdemar that say that a regent must be a herald," Alberich finished grimly for her. "And even now you would find it difficult to persuade most of the members of the council that he should not be regent for his own child, should something happen to Selene." Selene had thought she was prepared for an unpleasant time with her husband, insofar as it was possible to be prepared after getting a shock like that from Karyo. Bless her heart, Karyo had not said, "I told you so." She had only given the bald facts of the matter, and all she said in her own defense was, "I was afraid that if he managed to catch one of the youngsters, someone would have gotten seriously injured before it was over. And I admit, I wanted to put him in his place. I didn't exactly kick him, though, Selene. There's nothing broken but his pride." She could scarcely countenance not only that he had tried to force a companion to his will, but that he had done so in the mistaken belief that he would then be a herald and could be crowned king and co-ruler. It was as if every lesson in Valdemaran law that he had been given had soared over his head. Hadn't he even bothered to listen a little? Apparently it was only to what he wanted to hear. When Karyo first told her, she was so furious she could not even see, and had to sit down as her knees went weak. Rage and an empty stomach do not combine well. She raged inwardly at him nevertheless. How dared he lay violent hands on a companion? How dared he think that such a despicable act would actually gain him the crown? If he had come to her at that moment, she might have snatched up some old sword hanging on the wall and beaten him with the flat of it. But as a little time passed, she regained control over her temper. Though she was still going to give him a lashing, it would be with her tongue, and not a whip or a sword blade, and she had the first phrase ready on the tip of her tongue when he finally appeared. She had thought that after such a monumental act of stupidity, Kareth would have come to her contrite and looking for forgiveness. In fact, she could not imagine any other scenario. Instead, he burst in through the door, slammed it behind him, and proceeded to shout at her quite as if she were somehow to blame for all this, and as if this business of not being made king was somehow her fault, something she had concocted to keep him from his rightful place, and as if the debacle with Karyo had been something that she had planned to humiliate him. And that made her furious all over again. His ranting was like a spark in dry grass. She pounced on the first available pause for breath, and then she made her riposte. "If you think I'm going to take your side in this, you are very much mistaken, Kareth. I told you, and if I told you once about how things are here, I told you a dozen times." Selene shouted at the angry face of her husband. "The council told you. Your own ambassador told you. For the gods' sake, Kareth, it was in the marriage contract that you signed, in both languages. Just how stupid are you to have missed it that many times?" She knew the moment that the words left her mouth that they were the wrong thing to say, but she couldn't help it. Just how stupid was he? Or did he live in some fantasy world where, because he wanted something, it would simply be given to him? Well, maybe that was the way things had been back in Rethwellen, but that wasn't the way it was in Valdemar. "Stupid enough to have wedded you!" he shouted back. "Such a fine bargain I've made for myself. I have wedded no power, no responsibility, and no rank but that which I was born with. And for this I have what? A wife with neither the face nor the form to stand out in a crowd, with common tastes and common petty morals, a little girl who thinks more of her horse than of her husband. For this bargain I take a cold, naive, ignorant virgin who grasps her little power as a miser does gold, who does not even know how to properly pleasure a man." And before she could retort, he stormed out, and before the astonished eyes of her guards, who had no doubt heard it all, he slammed the door behind him, leaving her feeling as if he had dealt her a blow. She was left staring at the door he slammed behind him, torn between wanting to throw herself to the ground, weeping, and wanting to strangle him. The latter won out, but not by much, and as she paced back and forth across her sitting room, there were tears streaking her cheeks as well as anger making her clench her jaw until it ached. Her heart ached too, ached bitterly, for every insult he had thrown at her felt like a blow. She managed to get some control over herself in order to put herself into the hands of her maids. Tonight she took extra care with her appearance, for surely he who was so conscious of the trappings of status would not absent himself from dinner where he sat at her right hand. Common was she. She would show him. She would make him mad to take her in his arms again, and she would, by the gods, make him beg for the privilege, and apologize, not only to her, but to Karyo. But the chair at her right remained empty all evening. She put on a good face, of course, replying lightly to Talamir's query that he was probably passing the time with the friends who had come up from Rethwellen, to whom she had given titles and property. "They're probably celebrating now that it is official," she said with a false lightness. "And after all, Talamir, you can hardly expect a young man to hover over his wife every moment of the day. At some point every young man I have ever known, be he never so devoted, has longed for the company of his old friends." Her laugh sounded hollow to her own ears, but Talamir made no sign that he had noticed her unhappiness. "Just because we are wedded, this does not mean that we are joined at the hip." "No, of course not," Talamir agreed, and nothing more was said on the subject in her hearing. But as the dinner wore on, she was able to think less and less clearly. By the time the sweetmeats were served, she would almost have been ready to ask forgiveness of him, if it would put things back to the way they had been yesterday. She kept listening, dreading that she would hear something about the debacle in Companion's Field, but evidently no one was going to talk about it where she could overhear. Maybe that was why he wasn't here. He didn't want to have to answer any questions about what he'd done. He didn't want to have to explain himself. She felt a great surge of relief then, and was able to talk normally, able to think of something besides wondering where he was. She was still angry at him, especially for the cruel things he had said to her, but she was ready to forgive him, so long as he asked for forgiveness. Except that he did not appear in their quarters after dinner. Tonight she had retired to her suite as soon as dinner was over, letting her court amuse itself for a change. And he did not appear as the hour grew later and later. She filled the time with attending to her private correspondence, something she had neglected badly over the past fortnight or two, but her heart was not in it, and time after time she had to throw out a letter that was ruined by tears falling on it. He had not come when her maids arrived to help her prepare for bed, and he still had not arrived when they blew out the candles, leaving her alone in the dark in that great bed. And when she realized that he wasn't going to come, the anger ran out of her. What was wrong? How could he not understand, at least by now, how she was powerless in the face of the law? How could he not realize by now the enormity of the insult he had given Karyo? Of course he had been angry, but how could he have flung those horrible insults at her? She thought he had understood her, as no one had ever understood her before. Hadn't they shared all those long conversations about how miserable it was to be a child of royal birth? Hadn't he commiserated with her about it as no one else had ever done before? Hadn't he told her how he had dreamed of finding someone he could care for, as well as merely marry for the sake of an alliance, and had given it up as an idle dream until he met her? How many times had he sworn that to her? How many times had he shared his dreams with her, and how many times had she discovered, to her joy, that they were the same as hers? What had gone wrong? How could he have changed so? What had she done to make him turn away from her? She had no answers for any of this, and she waited, fruitlessly, in her cold, lonely bed, until at last she cried herself to sleep. Alberich contemplated the glass image of the Sun Lord, defined at the moment by the lines of leading rather than the colors of the glass, and tried to think of all the possible paths that the prince might take after this afternoon. The most obvious, of course, was the most direct. Wait until the baby was born and engineer an accident that would kill or incapacitate Selene. There was no law in Valdemar that the regent had to be a herald. As regent, it was even possible that he would have the same power as the monarch, just without the title. But that was only one of a number of courses he could take. "Chosen, the royal guard Kymel is coming down the path," Cantor warned, breaking into his train of thought. "I can't imagine he'd be coming to see anyone but you at this time of night." Forewarned, Alberich got up to meet the young man as soon as he entered the salle, greeting him at the door. But it wasn't until he got to Alberich's private quarters that the herald could see his expression, and it was both grim and troubled. "Master Alberich," the young man said, when he'd taken the proffered seat and been offered and refused any refreshment, "I overheard a conversation this evening that I do not much like." "Did you?" Alberich replied noncommittally. The guard nodded. "It was during the hour of dinner for the court. I was on duty when I heard two voices raised in argument on the other side of the wall where I was standing. I happened to be in the gardens, and there was an open window right above my head. Assume I must that you overheard something that might have importance, be?" Alberich prompted. "Two men arguing," Kymel replied, "and one of them was the prince." He coughed. "I knew about what happened this afternoon, and I guess he'd gone to someone to complain about it." He frowned as he concentrated on what he was going to say. "I didn't recognize the voice, but he got not much sympathy. In fact, the person he was talking to gave him a regular dressing down about it. The man said that the prince was on the verge of spoiling it all, though he didn't say what it was." "Go on," Alberich told him. Surely there was more to this story. "Well, then the prince said something about the unfairness of it all, and the other man told him to be patient, and that Selene was—" Here Kymel blushed. "Well, anyway, what he went on to say was,
Once the child is born, there is no law preventing you from becoming regent when something happens to Selene. All you have to do is to be patient." And the prince muttered something, and the man laughed, and they all went out of the room. So, there it was. "You may have done Her Majesty a great service, Kymel," Alberich said gravely. "I'm in a position to do more," the young guard replied, to Alberich's surprise. "So long as I wear my uniform and look as if I'm guarding something, no one ever notices me. I could make sure that if I'm not on duty elsewhere, I can follow the prince all over the grounds of the palace. Perhaps I might discover who he was speaking with." "If you did, invaluable it would be," Alberich said, hardly able to believe the luck. "Then I will." That seemed to be all that Kymel felt urged to say on the matter. He remained a little longer, but not much, and excused himself. "Well," he said to Cantor when the young man was gone, "I think we've gotten an ally, who will at least be watching out for Selene. I don't know how useful what he learns or overhears will be." "It's better than nothing, which was all we had," Alberich pointed out. "Yes, Chosen. It is at that." 19. Everyone knew the obvious that night, that the prince had not attended the queen at dinner. By morning, though, there was a better bit of gossip to take its place, that the prince had not spent the night with the queen, nor even, it was said, in the palace. By breakfast that gossip had inflated further with the addition that the prince had returned at last from somewhere outside the palace walls, and he had gone to his own suite, not the queen's. Valdemarran royal marriages, like most royal marriages, were not always for love. Hence the consort always had his or her own suite of rooms within the larger royal suite. It had its own entrance. The one who occupied it could come and go without disturbing the monarch. It would not be the first time that the monarch's spouse had elected to take up residence in his own private space. The trouble was, this defection of the prince would have gone unnoticed, except that this was supposed to have been a love match. Selene herself had virtually bullied the marriage through the council, and now it seemed it was already falling apart. So tongues were wagging from the first, and Alberich did not think it possible that Selene was unaware of the gossip. She'd have to be blind and deaf, and she was neither. It made him sick inside to think how unhappy she must be, but there was little he could do about it. She was paying a heavy price for her infatuation. This was going to be a very expensive lesson in thinking things through. However unhappy the prince was with his wife and his situation, Alberich doubted that Carathanalin was going to relinquish what he did have willingly, once he realized the alternatives. Even if Selene became so unhappy as to wish to dissolve the marriage, such a move could not be made without the agreement of the other party, and the prince would never agree. No, unless the prince actually committed an overt act of treason, Selene was stuck with her bad bargain. And if she was unhappy now, when the last of the infatuation wore off, she was going to be even less happy. Alberich wished there was something he could do, but he knew that in this case there really was nothing. He was entirely the wrong person for her to confide in on 2 counts. First, the task required someone who was a close friend, which he was not. Someone, perhaps, that was Selene's yearmate at the Collegium. Second, his sex was against him. He knew instinctively that to become a confidant and adviser in this situation, a man just would not do. Which, unfortunately, left Talimir out of the running as well. Perhaps she was confiding in her companion. Perhaps at this point Cario was about the only one she could confide in. He hoped that Cario was wise enough to know not to criticize the prince herself at this point, because Selene would feel impelled to defend him, and that would only prolong the agony, so to speak. The prince continued to shun the company of his queen. 1 or 2 days stretched into a week with no sign of him in or around the palace, from the time he rose until the time, which was usually very late, he returned from wherever he had just spent his day. Alberich grew increasingly weary of the words, "they say," as the days passed, but not weary enough not to listen, for there were several nuggets of information to be mined from the dross.
One of them sent him out in disguise one evening to an establishment known as the Silver Horn, which catered to the discriminating tastes of gentlemen. Or at least it catered to those with money who cared to call themselves gentlemen. Certainly you could find both the high-born and the moneyed low-born there, although there were special places within the establishment to which money alone did not guarantee entrance. Alberich already had a persona established here, that of an elderly, semi-deaf gentleman with a substantial fortune. Elderly because that way he would not be looked on askance for not making use of the opulent rooms up the parlor stair, and the ladies who inhabited those rooms, as jewels graced a setting. Alberich would every now and then dodder in, partake of a splendid meal, and sit enjoying the entertainments on offer in the more public rooms, generally scantily clad young ladies singing or dancing, though it was said that they performed far more interesting maneuvers elsewhere in the establishment, until he apparently nodded off. Then, if he had overheard nothing of importance, he would wake and dodder off again. He found the place far more useful than the court for obtaining information about the goings-on of the high-born. The Horn provided something of an educational tradition with the aristocracy. Young men were often brought here by brothers, or even fathers, for their first, so far as the parent knew, sexual experiences. Then, as they grew older, they would come here by themselves, or with friends, to make a night of it. Fine meals, gambling, entertainment, and then a romp. It wasn't cheap, but Alberich wasn't paying for this out of his own pocket, and there were times when he felt as if, given the number of candle marks he had spent in the Broken Arms and other even fouler dens, lurking on street corners in the freezing dark, getting soaked with rain or baking in the hot sun, that he had earned an occasional evening in the Horn, even if all he did was have a meal and lurk. He had heard that friends of the prince were going to introduce him to the pleasures of the Horn, and as a consequence both of that and of an internal prodding too vague to really be called foresight, after the third night in which the prince did not appear, Alberich began haunting the Horn nightly. He was a forgettable enough character that no one really noticed, and the prince did indeed appear that first night, and every night subsequent. Unfortunately, to Alberich's vast disappointment, the prince kept himself to the exclusive areas for the most part, and Alberich never saw more of him than his back as he swaggered through the public rooms and into the private areas. It seemed, after 3 nights, that Alberich was wasting his time, that all the prince was doing was roistering. Fine, he could bring this to Selene, but what good would it do? Yet that vague prodding only strengthened as the nights went on, and although he never got a glimpse of foresight, after the 4th night he knew with absolute certainty that if he kept up his watch, something significant would happen. And then on the 7th night, it was not the prince who became the center of attention when he walked in the door. It was the actor, Norris, and with him was young Devlin. Alberich was in a shadowy corner, slumped in one of the Horn's supremely comfortable chairs, fingers interlaced over his paunch, chin on his chest, seeming to doze. This time he had chosen a seat because of the feeling that this was where he needed to be. Again, it was a feeling and not a vision, nothing concrete, but he was certain that it was linked to his foresight, and he acted on it. One of the young ladies had made certain to tuck a cushion on either side of him, so that he wouldn't put a crick in his neck. He had muttered vague and sleepy thanks, and she had giggled and left him alone. Now everyone seemed to have forgotten he was there, which gave him ample opportunity to watch the room from mostly closed eyes. When Misty had made absented herself from the theater, Alberich had continued to keep an eye on the actor at a distance, through other contacts, but there did not seem to be any sign of further chicanery. In fact, Norris was so busy, Alberich couldn't see how he managed to find the time to sleep, much less write letters and find ways to pass them to anyone. In addition to rehearsing and performing, he spent every waking moment at the site of his new theater, obsessing over details and virtually flogging the workers into going faster. But here he was, and as soon as they saw him, those young ladies who were not otherwise occupied left what they were doing and clustered around him with exclamations and coos of delight. The odd thing was, although he put on a very good show of being pleased, and it was clear that young Devlin was nervously gratified to have him here, Alberich got the distinct impression that he very much would rather not be there. Then again, as busy as the man was, Alberich wondered where he had found the time to come here in the first place. The only possible corner of the room that could have been considered secluded was the one in which Alberich had ensconced himself. Norris accepted refreshments, teased and flirted with the ladies, but took none of them up the stairs, which was so entirely out of keeping with everything that Alberich knew about the man that he was immediately on alert. Devlin did not move from his side either, and it seemed to Alberich that the young noble was keeping a sharp watch on the door. And, perhaps 3/4 of a candle-mark later, the prince strolled in with an escort of young sycophants. Except that one of them, apparently, was not as much of a sycophant as the prince had thought, because before Carathanalin could vanish, as usual, into one of the private parlors, that young man steered him over to Norris's chair. Devlin and the other young man exchanged a glance. Devlin nodded, and within moments the newcomer gathered up the prince's escort and hustled them into the private parlors. "Highness," Devlin said with a bow to the prince, "our patron wishes you to have a discussion with my friend." And like that he took himself off, going not into the back like the others, but back out the front door. Alberich was torn between following, for surely he was going to report to someone, and staying to listen. But his own internal urging said stay, so stay he did. And Norris, looking up indolently at the prince, indicated with a nod that Carathanalin should take a seat beside him. "Run away, my beauties," the actor said in an amused tone of voice. "We gentlemen need to discuss things too delicate for your tender ears." With giggles and pretty pouts as the prince glared his outrage, the ladies did as they were told. "Sit down," Norris said, and then, when the prince did not move, repeated with force, "Sit down, now." "I shall do nothing of the sort," the prince said tightly. "I will have you horsewhipped and thrown into the street for your insolence." "You won't if you know what's good for you," Norris said, without turning a hair. "I'm here at the behest of, and doing a very great favor for, our mutual sponsor. And if you don't sit down, I'm going to walk out of here and tell him why I did so. You can see what will happen to you without his protection then, but I don't recommend it." The prince sat down. "That's better," Norris said pleasantly. "What about him?" the prince growled, nodding at Alberich. "Nothing to worry about." Norris dismissed Alberich with a shrug. "He's older than dirt, half senile, mostly deaf. I tested him." Norris grinned then. "If he'd been conscious when I tipped little Cassie's skirts up, he'd have at least twitched." "Yes, and you aren't quite as clever as you think," Alberich told him mentally, "because a real agent wouldn't have reacted even if you'd taken the girl on the spot." He wasn't sure he would have had the ability to remain asleep, but then again, he'd yawned through worse down in the Broken Arms. "Now," Norris continued, losing the grin, "before we begin, I'll trouble you to remember that I have no loyalty to you, or to anyone else who has not paid my fee. Once bought, however, I stay bought. This is good business, and it is why our patron brought me here. But remember that I do not give a damn what happens to you. My part of your education should have been over moons ago, and it would have been, if you hadn't been such an idiot a week ago." "Idiot?" the prince hissed. "I think not." "Exactly," Norris interrupted. "You don't think. If you did, you would realize that you are expendable, fellow my lad." The prince started, and looked at Norris as if he thought the actor had run mad. Norris wagged a finger at him. "Turnabout is fair play. Sauce for the goose will serve for the gander. If your bride has done her dynastic duty by getting with child so quickly, you have done your work at stud, and she doesn't need you anymore. Didn't that ever occur to you over the past few days, while you've been doing your best to make her hate you?" Alberich couldn't see the prince's face, but he sounded smug. "She cannot be rid of me. I would not agree to the dissolution of the marriage." "Which shows just how much of a fool you are,"
Norris countered flatly. "Certainly a marriage can't be dissolved without the consent of both parties, if you were an ordinary couple. But you aren't. You are in a foreign land, and the law can be whatever she gets the council to agree to. And if you should be so indiscreet as to do something treasonable, she wouldn't even have to dissolve the marriage. She could simply arrange for the council to make her a widow." Norris examined his nails critically. "They hang traitors to the crown in Valdemar, you know." "She couldn't!" the prince gasped, as if it hadn't occurred to him. "She could," Norris replied matter-of-factly. "And you're skirting perilous close to it, let me tell you. If your lovely bride had chosen, your little folly in the matter of a mount would have had you facing a high court already. In fact, the only reasons you haven't been charged with treason already are because our patron is protecting you, and because our patron is fairly certain that your wife is still weeping over your misbehaving and hasn't yet gone from tears to anger. Which is why our patron brought me here. Because you mean nothing to me, I owe you nothing, you can do nothing to me, and I can and will tell you what no one else around you would dare." He leaned forward and shoved his index finger at the prince. "Now you listen to this. You'd better believe it, and you'd better act on it. Our patron's patience is not inexhaustible, and he won't continue to support and protect you while you run about like a tomcat. You're wasting those very expensive lessons of mine. You can be replaced, and you will be, once your wife decides that she's going to stop crying herself to sleep in an empty bed and start doing something about the situation. You might survive the experience, but I'd bet not. Our patron has enemies of his own, and they'd be perfectly happy to bring you down and replace you with one of their own choices. And he won't go down to save your worthless hide." Alberich snored gently and wondered just who the mutual patron was. More than that, what did this mysterious entity expect to get out of his patronage of Carathanalin? If he could protect the prince, surely he could get whatever he wanted for himself. The prince was silent for a long moment. "I don't like this. How do I know that this is true?" he said at last. "I don't care what you think about it," Norris replied impatiently. "And I don't have to prove anything to you. I already have what I wanted out of the bargain, and I don't particularly care whether or not you believe me. You are wasting my time, not the other way around. Time to wake up and deal with the mess you've made, lad, before you find yourself neck-deep and no way to get out." Norris's very indifference seemed to work as a powerful argument with the prince. "What do I do?" he said at last, grudgingly. Norris snorted. "Do I have to draw you a map?" But when the prince looked at him blankly, he sighed. "Apparently I do. All right, then. The first thing you do is go apologize to your wife for whatever you said to her and everything you've done since you quarreled with her, groveling to her if need be, until you get her forgiveness." "I will never," the prince began hotly. "You will if you want to keep your head on your neck," Norris hissed. "And once you've groveled enough, you tell her that now that you've come to your senses and have looked back on your unspeakable conduct these past several days, you realize tonight how unsatisfactory all these other women you've been bedding are compared to her." The prince sniggered. Norris shrugged. "Of course that's ridiculous, but that's what she wants to hear. And believe me, it is the only thing you could say that will make her forgive you for sleeping with anyone else. Then you will have to go right back to your first lesson with her and woo her all over again. Only it will be a little easier this time, because she knows what you can do in bed, and you won't be handicapped by having to hold back with her to save her virtue. Remember what I taught you, and everything our patron managed to find out. Use that. Make her feel that you are the only person in the whole world who could possibly understand her. I wrote you the scripts. Drag them out again." The prince seemed to think it over, and finally said, grudgingly, "If this is what our patron wants, hang our patron. This is the only thing that will keep you out of a dungeon cell," Norris said bluntly, as Alberich mentally cursed.
If only he could have counted on the prince's arrogance to push things and keep pushing them until Selene was ready to be rid of him. Well, it looked as if that was a vain hope. "Very well." The prince got up, but did not offer his hand to Norris. "You and our patron have been right in the past. I must assume that you are right now. Fare you well." "Right," Norris replied, waving him away indolently. "Just see that you remember what I've told you the next time you're tempted to assert yourself." Alberich continued to doze until the prince was inside the door to one of the private parlors, and Norris was surrounded again by his bevy of beauties. Then with a start he woke, surveyed the room indulgently, then levered himself up out of his chair to totter away. Part of him wanted to string up Norris as soon as the prince had been dealt with, but part of him, which had been listening to the conversation with keen interest, had a better idea. "I think we should hire him when this is over," he said, knowing that Cantor had been following everything that had transpired. "You what?" Cantor asked incredulously. Cantor had no need to ask who he was. "I think we should hire him as our agent," Alberich amended. "Mind, I wouldn't tell him just who's hiring him, but he could be damned useful to us." "But he said himself he could be bought," Cantor protested, then stopped. "And he said that once he was bought, he stayed bought, didn't he?" "That was exactly what he said," Alberich replied. "I think he could be a valuable agent, more valuable alive and working for us than in prison, if we could even find something to charge him with, which I doubt." "Emotionally, I don't like it," Cantor replied unhappily. "But logically, you're right. He's an amoral beast, but better he's been bought by us. At least then we can control him." "As much as such a one is ever controlled," Alberich finished, and sighed. "And this assumes that his patron, whoever that is, loses interest in him. If he's the sort who stays bought, we'll never get him otherwise." "Good," Cantor said firmly. "I'd rather we didn't. I'd rather we could have him thrown in jail." "Which we can't, because he hasn't done anything wrong," Alberich pointed out. "All he's done that we know of is to give the prince lessons on how to woo and win the queen, which is hardly illegal, and we can't even prove that he did that much, really, not to satisfy a law court. But oh, how I wish he hadn't been here tonight." "I know exactly what you mean," Cantor said glumly. Carathanalin might have been an arrogant, self-centered beast, but apparently he was bright enough to know when he was getting good advice. He was also phenomenally lucky, because the next day, the very next day, word came from Rethwellan that his father, the king, was dead. Now that might not have been thought of as luck, except that word also came from Rethwellan that the king had already been buried, that Kareth's presence was not required at home, and that, in fact, his brother, the new king, Faramentha, suggested strongly that he should remain in Valdemar at the side of his new bride, and do his mourning in private. Even while the Rethwellan embassy was being swathed in black, Kareth hurried to the palace, and in full view of everyone, as Selene herself was hearing the news, and flung himself, weeping, at her feet. Selene cancelled the rest of her audiences that day, and took him with her back to her chambers. Alberich could not know, of course, what the prince told her, aside from the script that Norris had provided for him, but he could guess. What would appeal to Selene more than to have her beloved husband suddenly bereft of his own father? Certainly he went about after that in heavy mourning, and certainly Selene was as unshakably attentive to him as he was to her. To Alberich's disgust, he was more firmly in Selene's good graces than he had been before, always by her side, and playing the devoted husband. Selene spent a disturbing amount of time gazing at him, or into his eyes, with every sign of being firmly under his spell. And in public, at least, he was as devoted as she could have ever wished. In public he was also playing the tragic figure of the mourning son and rejected brother. When a new ambassador came from Rethwellan to replace the old one, he showed a very chilly face to the man, who was in his turn no better than icily polite, which meant nothing to Alberich until Talamir enlightened him one late summer evening. "Oh, do think about this for a moment," Talamir told him with unusual impatience. "The prince was not told of his father's death until Faramenta was firmly on the throne, and he was not recalled. What does that tell you?" "Ah," Alberich shook his head. "I was thinking too much of our own side of this, and not beyond our borders. Faramenta does not trust his brother, and the prince holds Faramenta in enmity. So whether or not the old king was privy to Kara Thanalan's plans, the new one is not, probably." Talamir nodded. "And unless I miss my guess," he added shrewdly, "the prince's grief is not all sham. Not that he is broken-hearted over being rejected by his brother, nor mourning terribly for his father. If he is," Alberich was moved to point out, "the ladies of the Horn have not noticed." "Precisely. But if there is one thing the prince cares about, it's his own well-being. And with his father dead and his brother, who despises him, on the throne, he has nowhere to go if he fails here." Alberich felt cold. "I do not like this." "Neither," Talamir said delicately, "do I." But there was not much either of them could do about it. Kareth had too many good cards in his hand, and Selene's own condition was aiding him. By summer's end, as the first leaves began to turn, Selene was deep in work, and when she wasn't working she was generally asleep, or at least resting. Her pregnancy was hard on her. Not so much that it was difficult, but that she was finding it exhausting, according to Krathik, who made no secret that he disapproved of her getting with child so quickly. This left ample opportunity for the prince to comport himself as if he was a bachelor. But he went about it so discreetly that most of the court had no idea. Unfortunately, one of the things that was wearing Selene out was that he still had not given up the notion of being crowned. Even though he was not fighting with her about it, using less aggressive means to get his point across, roughly once a fortnight, he would find some other reason to bring the tired old plaint back up, or some new scheme to get around the law. This Alberich heard from Talamir, usually when Alberich came up to the Collegium to report on whatever new information he might have gathered on his prowls in Haven. The city was quiet of late, as the season passed from summer into autumn. Even the criminal element was up to no more than the usual trouble. There seemed nothing that required Alberich's intervention. Stalking Devlin to try and find the identity of the patron was proving to be fruitless. Where Devlin went, none of Alberich's personae was welcome. As for Norris, the actor was so busy with his new theater that even he was beginning to look a little frayed about the edges. "He's come up with another one today," Talamir said, lowering himself wearily down into a chair by the hearth. He looked ancient tonight and very transparent. Alberich wondered what he had been doing to wear himself so thin. "He wants to be gone," came the unbidden thought. "He's faced with things he can't do anything about, and he just wants to be gone. From problems, from life, and he wants it with all of his heart. He might want it, but he wasn't pursuing it, at least. Duty held him here at Selene's side, however poorly suited he thought himself to the task. At that moment, Alberich pitied the Queen's own. "This time what?" Alberich asked, knowing that the he could only be the prince, and that the another one was yet another ploy to pressure Selene into somehow getting him a crown. "That she's shaming him in front of his family, or so he says," Talamir said wearily. "According to him, that she hasn't made him king means that she thinks he is unworthy of a crown, and now he says that this is why his own brother has rejected him and kept him from his father's side when the king was dying." "Ah, so now he attempts guilt," Alberich replied. "I would guess," said Talamir, and shook his head. "At least she came to me with this, looking for reassurance, and I planted another seed." "Perhaps you can use the papers soon?" Alberich hazarded. They finally had a translation of them. It took long enough to break the code. When they had, as Alberich had suspected, they proved to be instructions on what to do and say to Selene to win her, with some very intimate details. Some were things that Alberich blinked at, things that one would have thought were the sort of confession that Selene would not have given to anyone. Girlish daydreams, actually, about the sort of man she was looking for, and the loneliness of being who she was, the despair that she would never have the kind of marriage her father had enjoyed. Where had all of that come from? Even Talamir had been surprised at the bitterness and anguish of some of it. But maybe Selene had been pouring her woes into the ears of one of her servants. Alberich would have thought they were trustworthy, and probably they were, but he supposed there was no reason why they shouldn't tell others what Selene had told them. Some of what had been written were intimate glimpses into Selene personally, and what to say to her to play to her sympathies, but others? Well, Alberich had found himself blushing at the step-by-step instructions for seduction. They did not merely border on the pornographic, they were pornographic. And Alberich was no longer surprised that Norris was so popular with the ladies, nor that Selene was so deeply infatuated with the prince. How could she not be if the prince was following these instructions, meant to make Selene believe that here, past all her hopes, was not only her soulmate, but a lover who could guarantee the satisfaction of a female partner, closely and with all his attention? Part of him wanted to burn the wretched papers, but they were useful, very useful. If ever Selene's attachment began to fade, at the right moment showing her these things could turn her fading infatuation to distaste. Only she could know how closely the prince followed his scripts, but the more closely he had, the more obvious it would be that he was following a script, and that there never had been any real feeling behind his act. "Not until after the child is born," Talamir sighed. "Krathik says that he doesn't want any more stress on her right now. Between matters of state and the prince's continuous pressure, she's got more than enough on her. He's playing the bereft orphan very convincingly, and of all of the acts he could contrive, that's the one that will make her excuse him nearly anything." Alberich counted up the months in his mind. "Spring, then," he said with a sigh. "But the prince himself will perhaps overstep before then." But Talamir shook his head. "No, I think that this patron, whoever he is, has found a way to clamp controls down over the prince. More than just Norris, I mean, or even young Devlin. Devlin can't be more than a messenger. It astonishes me, and I wish I knew how real the threat to Selene is." Alberich nodded. There was the real question, truth be told. There were actually a number of interpretations that could be placed on what Norris had said to his control. First, it could be all bluster. It was one thing to say that the Queen was dispensable. It was quite another to actually act on those words. Norris was, when it all came down to cases, a commoner. Whatever he knew about life at court he could only learn from brief glimpses, and the rather unrealistic views of life among the highborn that he got from his plays, or just perhaps by whatever his patron told him, assuming the patron told him anything at all about life at court. Selene was surrounded night and day by guards that Alberich himself had trained and could vouch for, and by the heralds as well. To actually assassinate her, someone would have to get past them and Selene's own impressive self-defense abilities, and it was guaranteed that whoever tried would not survive the attempt. So the enemy would have to find someone highly skilled, clever, and suicidal. Not an easy task. Poison was out of the question. Healers checked everything that she ate and drank, and even if someone managed to slip poison past them, there were no instantaneous poisons, other than some rare snake bites. Healers would almost certainly be able to save her. Norris, and presumably his patron, might simply be counting on the hazards of childbearing to remove Selene. To Alberich's mind, that was as foolish a hope as finding an assassin. Selene was in excellent health and by no means delicate. Women gave birth without complications every day, without the small army of healers to attend them that Selene had. "I wish I could hazard a guess," Talamir replied. "It seems a preposterous idea on the face of it. The Foreseers are no real help either. Alberich knew what that meant. Too many future possibilities to sort out. That, or so he had been told, was why he never got any visions inspired by foresight that extended into the future by more than a candle mark. His gift evidently operated in the same fashion as he did. If there were too many choices, his gift elected not to show any of them, so that he could concentrate without distractions pulling him in a dozen directions at once. It only showed him things he could actually act on. "It is that I think, sometimes, our gifts are more hindrance than help," he said sourly. "Some of them, at any rate," Talamir agreed. He looked broodingly off over Alberich's left shoulder for a long moment, staring at nothing, but doing it in a way that tended to raise the hackles on the back of Alberich's neck. What was he looking at so intently, with that expression of focused detachment? Alberich was used to that listening look that heralds got when they were conversing with their companions, and this wasn't that expression. It also wasn't the absent-minded look most people got when they were engrossed in their own thoughts. The closest analogy that Alberich could come to was that odd look that cats sometimes got, when they stared intently at something that apparently wasn't there. It was a Karsite tradition that when they did that, they were looking at spirits. Talamir's look was very like that. But if the Queen's Own was seeing ghosts, he hadn't said anything about it to anyone. Alberich repressed a shiver and coughed quietly to bring Talamir's attention back to the present. Talamir blinked and picked up the conversation where it had left off. "I have to think at this point that your actor's conversation was a deliberate attempt on his part to remind his control and his patron that he knows where all the skeletons are," Talamir said. "I think he was trying to extract more money from them to buy his silence in case anything did happen to the Queen." Alberich thought that over. It was plausible, more plausible than any of his own theories. Norris might stay bought, but when you did that, there was less incentive for your employers to try to keep you in their pocket once they had what they initially wanted. And theaters were more expensive to maintain than a stable full of racehorses. "A dangerous ploy, that one," Alberich observed. "He could be removed before a danger he becomes." Perhaps, Talamir admitted. "But that is the best fit for what you overheard." Alberich nodded his agreement, but not without a sense of relief. If that was all it was. They finished their business, and Alberich made his way back to the salle through the dark. Not alone, of course. The moment he crossed over the fence into Companion's Field, Cantor joined him. "You're still troubled," his companion observed. "I don't like it for some reason," Alberich admitted. "Unfortunately, I don't know why." "Well, what can you do about it?" He pondered that for a moment, trying to think of all the times Selene could be vulnerable. Not when holding court, not at council meetings, probably not in the gardens or in her own quarters, or at meals or entertainments, unless the harpists suddenly produced arrows and used their instruments as bows. Not very likely. But before the arrival of the prince, Selene had occasionally donned the working whites of a common herald and gone off for a long ride, down to the home farms outside the walls of Haven, usually accompanied only by Talamir, and sometimes not even him. And then, if ever... "You know, I believe I'm going to start attending the Hurley practices," he said slowly. "I believe I will begin working with the Hurley players. She might object to an escort. She won't object to a crowd of cheerful youngsters flattering about sport. In fact, she might even enjoy their company. But it will not take much to turn them from gamesmen to melee experts." "Hurley is cursed like a melee already," Cantor observed. "And that is the point," Alberich replied. "Furthermore, unless she is really craving privacy, Selene won't think anything of a Hurley team riding along with her. They're only trainees, not guards. So she won't object." He smiled. "I believe she will welcome them." Then he sobered. "The hard part will be in training them to be weapons at her side, without any of them realizing that is what I'm doing." "If anyone can," Cantor said firmly, "you can."
He sighed, and hoped his companion was right.
20. A harsh, cold wind blew across the hurly ground, rattling the last of the sere, brown leaves still clinging to the trees. A helm and neck brace weren't much help in protecting from the cold. The wind ripped gleefully down the weapons master's collar, and the sudden chill brought back memories of long patrols in the lonely hills of Carsey, in weather worse than this, when he would wake cold, patrol until he and his men were warm only where their bodies were in contact with their horses' hides, then gather around smoking fires where you warmed little bits of yourself, while the rest stayed achingly cold. Now, well, he had come from a warm sal, and he would be going back to it. This was just minor discomfort, inconsequential. Alberich gravely surveyed the 12 best hurley players in the collegium now gathered before him. In their turn they gazed fearlessly back at him. They were all superior athletes, all either in their last or next to last years, and all were old enough to give Alberich respect untempered with fear. They were past that half-fearful, half-awestruck stage, past thinking him an unreasonable taskmaster. They knew him now, knew what he was about, knew why he did what he did with them. There were those that were this lot's yearmates that still had not grasped those truths. That was why he had picked his candidates so carefully. And if they suspected what he was about with them now was going to be something more than turning them into vicious hurley players, well, he reckoned they only thought to the moment when they were to get their whites, and assumed that he was fitting them better to be heralds in some of the more dangerous sectors. And it was true enough that this training would serve that end, so they were not entirely wrong. The real purpose was a secret held by him, Talamir, Cantor, and Rolan, and the companions of these dozen young greys. After careful consultation with Cantor, he and Talamir had elected to include the companions, but not the trainees, because of the risk that someone would let something slip. No secret was ever safer, and he and Cantor felt that to get the best result, he needed the informed cooperation of the companions. Other than that, no one else had been told. Not even Misty knew, though of course he would tell her eventually for the sake of the chronicles, just not now. Later, when the danger was past, and his fears were proved false or true. The 12 sat shivering in their saddles, waiting for him to speak. They wore more than the usual hurley protections: shin, knee, and calf guards, kidney belts, elbow guards, arm guards, neck braces. And they were finding, as he already knew, that none of these protections helped against the teeth of the wind. There were no observers today. No one wanted to sit in the cold in the open, with no shelter on a day like this, not even to watch the best hurley players in Haven. It seemed an especial irony that rather than being overcast, the sun shone down among swiftly moving scuds of cloud in a mostly blue sky. It gave no help against the cold. 2 teams of 6 for now, he said, and pointed. Harrow, you sit out, throw in the ball, referee. I will play this third and the next. When hurley had first been turned into a game and not a form of exercise, it had started with as many players as could be crowded onto the field, but now the official tally was 24 on the field, 12 to each side. 2 of the 12 were goaltenders, 2 played close to the goals, and another 2 were rovers outside the scrum, on the alert for a mishit ball or a pass from one of their own side. Alberich was paring the teams down again to 2 goaltenders and 4 others, 4 roaming players, 1 on the home goal, 1 on the shared goal. A new rule, he continued. The companion a fair target is. He was counting on any ambushers being armed with swords rather than any other exotic weapons. It would be easy enough to incapacitate companions by thrusting the shafts of spears among their legs in a melee. A broken leg would send a companion down as easily as a horse. But it was still possible, more than possible, for a companion to be killed by a sword thrust. He would have to teach them to avoid the possibility. And as for the stroke that had killed the king and his companion, and killed Roland's predecessor, well, that would be coming in later lessons. Yes, he repeated, with a little more force. The companion a legal target is. That startled them, though the companions all nodded or snorted and pawed the ground to indicate willingness. Well, they knew, and knew why. This only surprised their chosen. Startled and shocked them, as if he had suggested that they should practice assassination techniques on infants. Still, they were all intelligent, and in a moment they nodded too. And this probably confirmed their suspicions, that he was fitting them for dangerous missions, missions in which their companions would most definitely be targets, the targets of people who were out to kill them, not incapacitate them. Well, he was. If he needed them, it would be facing people who would probably strike at their companions first. The prince might be willfully ignorant when it came to the companions, but his comrades weren't, and they would know what the Tedrils had known. Kill the companion, and the herald is lost as well. And companions, you are to target opposing riders, he continued, and he thought he caught a wicked glint in one or two blue eyes. Pull them down out of the saddle, knock them over, chase them to the boundaries. The companions would be quicker to adapt than their chosen, at least at first. The companions of this lot were all full adults, more experienced than their riders. So, he held up his stick. The traditional beginning to a hurley game was for all players to raise their sticks and crack them together. Belatedly, the rest of them cracked theirs against his. Harrow, throw in the ball and referee. Signal no fouls, only danger or hurt. We play. Harrow had a whistle, but under these rules he wasn't to blow it except to start gameplay unless someone was injured. These were real no-holds-barred conditions, with the hurley stick becoming a weapon, club, spear, staff, whatever suited. As the two teams lined up against each other, staring at each other, waiting, it occurred to him to be amused at himself. Whoever would have thought that his impulse to give a set of overexcited youngsters something to burn off some energy with would have turned into this? Harrow's whistle cut through the cold air, and the game began. As he had expected, the trainees promptly forgot the new rule about targeting companions. He hadn't, though, and Cantor charged straight into the companion of the opposing team's captain, using his greater bulk and muscle to literally knock the other off his feet. The others scattered before that charge. Cantor in a full charge was a terrifying sight. Cantor angled sideways at the last moment, ramming the other with his chest, as Alberich thrashed at the rider with his stick and missed, the rider ducking under the blow. The shock of the meeting jolted through him. The companion went over, knocked right off balance, his rider remembering his equitation classes and jumping free at the last minute. And as Alberich charged down on him, he brought up his stick defensively in time to deflect the blow Alberich was aiming at his head. Alberich and Cantor galloped past, and Cantor whirled with a hip-wrenching reversal of direction, charging for the opposing team's goalminder. Meanwhile, thinking just a little faster on his feet than the rest, Alberich's shared goalminder followed the weapons master's example and slapped his counterpart's companion over the rump with his stick. Trumpeting indignation, the offended companion leaped out of the way, giving Alberich's team a clear shot at the goal, which they took. Harrow whistled to stop play and ran in to fetch the ball. The first play was over, and the only casualty was one rider unhorsed, one companion slapped, and the second would likely not happen again. Alberich felt his heart swell with pride. They were good. They were more than good. They were brilliant, adaptable and clever. And before time to change came up, they were all playing by the new rules without having to think about it too much. Not that any of them had much of a chance against Alberich, because he was not holding back for their benefit. He wanted them to feel what it was really like fighting against an adult, and an experienced and cunning one as well. He had tested the prince's skills himself, and he was not going to assume that the prince's chosen accomplices, should he try this thing, were going to be any less skilled. But unless the prince somehow recruited people from the Tedral Wars, none of them would have had anything like real combat experience, nor anything like what he and these trainees were practicing. When change-up came and Harrow signaled them, for the sake of making it a bit fairer as far as scoring was concerned, he switched sides. Harrow came in, and a player from the other team came out, and the game began again, except that this time they were all playing like they meant it. And at the third change-up, Alberich sat out altogether and ran a critique from the sidelines. By this time they were playing by the new rules without having to concentrate on them, and the riders suddenly found themselves confronted by something that had never happened to them before. Their companions were no longer entirely mindful of their chosen, not when they were busy avoiding dangerous blows themselves. That meant that there were moments out there when they were no better off than if they'd been riding a superbly trained horse. Those were the moments of greatest danger, just as they had been in real combat. Those were the moments when, if they thought about it at all, these young trainees got their first taste of real, bone-chilling fear. When he brought the game to an end, they were all, himself included, absolutely exhausted, bruised, and battered, and there was a light of grim, ready-to-drop satisfaction in their eyes. "And you're warm," Cantor observed, with weary humor, "though you won't stay that way if you start making a speech." Alberich ignored him. "Good," he said, and their eyes lit up. "Very good. Look you, this a special class will be. Every day this time until I say. For now we hurley a saddle, but the next step will be unhorsed, and you hurley aground until you can get mounted again, and those mounted will try to separate you from your companion, and you will be trying to take the companion down from the ground. So be thinking on this." "Yes, weapons master," they said in a ragged chorus. Harrow, quicker than the others, looked pale, but asked, "You mean we're trying to repeat what killed the king and the monarch's own companion?" "You are striving to prevent that," Alberich corrected gently. "And it will take time. So here you will be every day for 2 candle marks or a full game, whichever arrives first." "But what if we've got a class or work scheduled?" one of them piped up, voice trembling only a little. "See Talamir, he will tend to it," Alberich ordered. "This class precedence has." And several of them exchanged meaningful glances. Sober ones, too, he was proud to see. So they knew. Somehow in this first round of mock combat they had learned that deadly lesson, that fighting was dirty, foul, and ugly, that combat meant hurt, that they could be hurt, which was a difficult lesson for any young person to grasp. He did not think that they had yet come to grips with the other lesson, that they could die, but at least they knew that there was no glory to be found in this, and there was a great deal of danger. He hoped. "Oh, they know, and they're thinking furiously, trying to come up with the reason for all of this," Cantor told him. "Don't worry, we'll encourage the right answer." Good. He needed them to concentrate on that answer, because by the time the snow was falling, he'd have them practicing in full armor. And by the time it melted, he would have them practicing in sets of custom-made armor that would not show under trainee grays. When that armor arrived, he wanted them to be firmly fixated on their own answer and not his. He raised his stick. Automatically they raised theirs, and they all clashed together overhead. "Good game," he said with satisfaction. "Same time tomorrow." Fat, fluffy flakes of snow fell thickly from a sky that was a uniform, featureless gray from horizon to horizon. The damp, still air seemed oddly warm, but perhaps it was only because there was no wind blowing at the moment. Already the new snow was a thumb's breadth deep everywhere, covering the old, crusty, knee-deep stuff, softening the harsh, bare bushes and skeletal tree limbs. It covered everywhere, except the Hurley field, which was a churned-up mess of dirty snow, clods of earth, and grass. There was not a single spot on the field that wasn't pounded down with hoof marks. Despite the muffling effect of the falling snow, the game was loud enough, not because of the shouting of spectators. There weren't any, nor the shouts of the players themselves. Mostly they just grunted. No, it was the clash of stick-on armor. Every one of the players wore armor, including Alberich: thigh, shin, and foot guards, breast and back plates, shoulder, neck, and arm guards, and, of course, the helm. It wasn't articulated plate of the sort that a knight might wear. The trainees wore protective plates riveted onto leather, much lighter and easier to move in, relatively. Easier to fit under or over other garments, anyway. Under the armor they wore padded gambesons, and over it, padded surcoats. The companions were armored too, at least for these practice sessions, a faceplate to protect their heads, articulated plate along their necks, and leg guards. Alberich didn't want any of them injured either. He was on home goal guard this session, which gave him more opportunity to watch the rest as they skirmished, and they had made amazing progress in the past few moons. I should have expected it, I suppose, looking back on how all those young trainees drove themselves before the last Tedral War. He felt a warmth toward them that was almost paternal. Challenge them, and they rose to the challenge. Let them but think that there was a challenge in the offing, and they rose to it, and they'd go through fire to meet it. Most of the noise was coming from sticks connecting with the companions' armor, since they weren't wearing any padding over it, and he wondered if perhaps he shouldn't order the armor off. When the day came that they began riding Guardian on Selene, there was no way to disguise what was essentially horse armor, so the companions would have to do without. If it was making the companions dependent, possibly careless. It's not. They just aren't ready yet to have us dodging underneath them, not with all that extra weight. Cantor's assurance was all he needed. He stopped worrying about it. This was only the third session under armor, and they still weren't used to it. Fortunately, the custom-made and fitted armor he had ordered up for them was going to be lighter than this stuff. Not as strong or protective, but it should easily be good enough against the kinds of light court blades that the prince and his friends sported, if Alberich's worst fears came true. And if the prince and his friends elected to attempt to hire professionals rather than doing the dirty work themselves, Alberich would hear about it. There was no job involving dirty work in Haven that at least one of his personae didn't hear about, either via the rumor vine or directly. If the prince decides to hire out his evil work, wouldn't it be a great irony if he approached me directly? Just as he thought that, the melee surged toward his goal. He judged his moment, and as soon as they drew near enough to be a threat to the goal, Cantor charged the rider nearest him. The companion's powerful muscles surged under him. Cantor's unusual weight and size, quite as large as any war horse, was next to impossible for another companion to stand up to. The best they could do was to try and turn aside at the last moment so that he slid along a flank, or to dodge out of the way. But there was nowhere for this companion to dodge to, and no room to turn. Cantor hit him hard, and the shock of the meeting jarred both his body and Alberich's. They bounced back. Cantor anticipated the shock and caught himself without a slip. The other companion's hooves scrabbled desperately in the snow as he tried to stay upright. The rider dropped his stick, grabbed the hold on the pommel, and hung on grimly. And Cantor charged again, while Alberich swung at the rider. It was a short charge, more of a push, but the other companion's hind feet slid right out from under him, at the same time that Alberich's stick connected with the rider's helm with a solid clang that vibrated up the stick and into Alberich's arm. Down they both went, the companion sliding over sideways with a squeal of pain, the rider just falling, not jumping free, not even trying, and Alberich knew as soon as they started to fall that they were both hurt. Blessed Sunlord. So did Shanda, who was refereeing. She gave a blast to her whistle as the two hit the slushy ground, and the scrum instantly stopped. What have we done? The rider groaned, and tried to rise as Alberich leaped off Cantor's back and ran for him. The companion got to his feet with a lurch and a scramble, whining under his breath with pain, but when he stood, it was only on 3 legs. Not broken, Cantor relayed instantly. but it's a bad sprain." Alberich unfastened Harrow's helm strap and lifted the helmet from Harrow's head. "Look at me," he commanded, and it didn't take a genius to see from the unequal size of the boy's pupils that he'd been concussed. And it didn't take a genius to see why, either. The padding had come loose and slid down the back of the helm to bunch up against the neck protector. Shonda was on the case already. She and her companion were dragging up the 2-horse stretcher they kept at the side of the field. Alberich didn't have to give them a single order. They worked as if they had rehearsed for this disaster. Half of them lifted Harrow straight up off the ground without moving his back or neck, and placed him on the stretcher. Within a moment they were heading toward Healer's Collegium, with Harrow held securely by the straps around the stretcher. Meanwhile, the other half of the trainees left behind were buckling Harrow's companion onto the saddles of 2 more companions, so they could take some of his weight, and he wouldn't have to put that injured leg to the ground. In another moment, they too were on their way to the healers, picking their way through the uneven snow. Alberich was left to pick up the helm and stare numbly after them. He felt sick, but what could he do? There were injuries like this even in normal practice, much less the risky stuff he was asking them to do now. And if he didn't push them, if they didn't push themselves, if it came to a real fight, they might not live through it. He wasn't going to apologize. But what were they thinking? "Find us a substitute, weapons master," called Brian over his shoulder as the second lot limped toward the Collegium with Harrow's companion. "We're not good enough yet, and this just proves it. Get us a substitute, or get us just a referee and you substitute, and we'll pick this up tomorrow." The words both startled and gratified him, and for a moment he actually felt his eyes burn. "I will," he called after them, hoping that they didn't notice the slightly choked quality caused by the lump in his throat. "But session is ended for today, I think." "Tell the others with Harrow, will you?" he asked Cantor. "Certainly." There was a pause. "Harrow says to tell you that he apologizes for not checking his helm better, and that this is all his fault." That called for an apology. "Tell him that he's right, but that it is also my fault for not checking the equipment first myself, and that I also beg his pardon for my carelessness." "That ought to scare him out of his bed," Cantor chuckled. "You apologizing?" But as Alberich hung the faulty helm on the pommel of his saddle, and turned to mount Cantor's saddle and head for the salle, he caught sight of movement out of the corner of his eye. For one horrible moment he thought it was someone from the court, perhaps one of the prince's people, which could be a disaster. Then he saw the color of the mount and the rider's clothing and had another sickening feeling. This was another trainee and companion, and they'd seen the accident. If he thought he was being portrayed as a monster before— "No companion thinks you're a monster." He hadn't seen them there. He'd thought there had been no one watching. In a moment he recognized them with something of a start. The trainee was young Michael, his companion Eleran, 2 of the unholy trio whose antics had broken that mirror in the salle and had inadvertently sent him down the road to discovering what the actor Norris had been up to. But what were they doing here? But Michael's punishment was long since over. What could he possibly have been doing out here? It wasn't for pleasure. He looked practically blue with cold, and he must have been here the entire time they'd been playing. "Weapons Master Alberich," the boy called, as soon as he was within easy conversational distance. "Can we volunteer to be that substitute?" Alberich raised an eyebrow, making certain that none of his considerable surprise showed on his face, although his jaw ached with the effort of keeping it from dropping. He knew very well that young Michael had a reputation as a demon Hurley player, despite the late start that he and Eleran had on it because of the punishment work he'd been doing. But that was regular Hurley, not this combat version. Surely no one sane would volunteer for this, not after today, not seeing that the weapons master would injure one of the trainees and apparently not think twice about it. And Michael had at least 3 more years to go in his training. Not 1 or less than 1. "How long have you watching been?" he asked, keeping his tone flat. He expected to hear a slightly cocky, "Long enough?" But once again he got a surprise. "A little more than 2 moons," Michael replied. "It took me a while to get my chores scheduled, so I had the candle mark free. I heard about it, and I started watching. At first it was, well, because it was Hurley." He emphasized the game as if invoking the name alone would explain everything. "Then I stayed." Cantor snorted. "Well, well, this is interesting." "This no kind of game is," Alberich told him harshly. "Not any more, not this group. There is this serious injury today. More there are likely to be." "I know that, Weapons Master," Michael replied, head up, eyes blazing. "But I'm good, really good at regular Hurley, and I want to help." His companion moved forward until he was nearly nose to nose with Alberich, and the rest of his speech was made in a whisper. "I know why you're doing this," he continued, and if his hands and voice trembled a little, his gaze was firm. "That is, I think I know what you're doing. You're training up a bunch of people who are always at the Collegium until they graduate into Whites, and who nobody's going to even consider as adequate protection. Not even the Queen, so we could go anywhere. You think that if the Queen ever leaves the palace grounds, someone is going to try to kidnap her, maybe even the prince's friends, to try and get the Queen and the council to agree to make him a king?" Since that was very near to what Alberich was afraid of, he actually started and stared at the boy, and this time he didn't even try to keep his jaw from dropping. "But how?" he began. Michael shrugged. "Healer Krafik is my second cousin, and my uncle knows people who know the prince's set. I'm good at putting things together, and my gift is touch-reading." At Alberich's puzzled look, he explained, "If I pick up something bare-handed, and I want to know, sometimes I can tell where it's been and what it's been doing, going back to when it was first made." He gulped. "I haven't had it working for long, not so I could trust it, otherwise I'd have told you." Alberich blinked again. So did Cantor. "I was under the impression that Michael's gift was fairly unreliable." "My gift teacher still thinks it's unreliable," Michael continued. "But in the last moon it's been getting a bit more under control, and that was when I noticed something. If someone has been handling what I pick up very recently, and feeling strongly about something, it's pretty dead accurate. I can pick up bits of what they've been thinking about. When I realized there was something strange about this Hurley team, He flushed. "I started snooping on you. You've been awfully worried lately, and you've been doing a lot of repairs on the practice equipment." His chin firmed. "I know this is dangerous. You just cracked Harrow's skull for him, and that was just in practice. But I still want to help." Alberich thought about it for a long, long moment, as the snow fell all about them, sealing them off from the rest of the world inside a wall of white curtains. "All right," he said at last. "Come down to the salle with me. I will need to measure you and get you armor, and your gods be with you." Michael went off with his measurements taken, a set of armor of the approximate size ready for him, and an admonishment to say nothing of his speculations, not even to his fellows on the team. "Tell them that you are the substitute you may," Alberich told him, "if you care to." Michael just shook his head. "They aren't my year mates, and it'll be better coming from you," he replied, showing a maturity that Alberich hadn't expected. "If you say it, they'll just figure you picked the best you could think of. If I do, it'll sound like I'm boasting." It sounded as if young Michael had learned a lot more in that glassworks than how to make mirrors. And there had not been one single attempt on Michael's part to suggest some of the stage-fighting techniques he had been so enamored with a year ago. He'd done a great deal of physical growing in the past year, too. He'd gone from weedy adolescent to a young powerhouse with muscles as hard as rocks. It was no wonder that he was reputed to be such a demon Hurley player. Evidently pumping those bellows had been very good for him. But as Alberich brooded over his solitary supper, he was still worried. The boy might be big and strong, but he was still a boy, still 3 years younger than the rest of the team. He'd volunteered, But did Alberich have the right to accept him? He thought of poor Harrow, even now being taken care of by the healers. He would be throwing young Michael into the middle of a team that was already playing a deadly game. They'd had moons of practice at it, and Michael and Elloran didn't. "But he's been watching," Cantor reminded him. "Watching isn't the same as playing." Would Michael just end up in a bed next to Harrow in the next day or two? "Elloran is getting some special coaching this minute," Cantor told him. "This business is half the companion's job, remember? And Elloran is a lot faster than Harrow's companion." Another shock. This was a day full of them. "I thought all of you were fairly equal." "Oh, no. Not that any of us is the companion equivalent of Misty." There was a snicker in that, and Alberich could hardly blame him. Poor Misty. By now she was so notorious that Selene just had a page assigned to her to follow around behind her, picking up the things she dropped and gathering up the things she put down and forgot. Well, she might forget where she left her spare pair of lenses. She never forgot a fact, a law, or a precedent. "Some of us have different priorities," he replied truthfully. "As do we. At any rate, Elloran is a little nimbler than Leckeron, with slightly better reactions. That should make up for lack of experience." But he detected a hint of doubt in Cantor's mind voice, and oddly enough that comforted him. If Cantor was having feelings of guilt, at least it meant that Alberich wasn't being overly nice about this situation. "They're terribly young," he said gloomily. "Levon Firestorm and his companion weren't any older, and Levon never got the opportunity to grow any older." Cantor was silent for a moment. Levon never really got the opportunity to volunteer. Michael did. There was that. But could someone that young have any real idea of what he was volunteering for? Bad enough to take the trainees he had. All adolescents, to one extent or another, thought they were immortal, that death was something that happened to someone else. The older lot at least were well aware that they could be horribly hurt. But 15-year-olds truly thought that they were immortal, yes, and invulnerable, that even injuries would nod and pass on by. And in spite of what he'd seen, was this truly informed consent? "When do you trust someone?" Cantor asked, seemingly out of the blue. "Excuse me?" "When do you trust someone? Is it by age or maturity? What is the magic number? When do trainees start to think like adults?" He understood what Cantor was saying, of course, and his head agreed with it. Michael had been there on the worst day the team had experienced. He'd watched them for 2 moons at least, and he'd evidently learned some sobering lessons in the glassworks. He'd shown every sign of acting in a measured and mature fashion this afternoon. So when did Alberich stop doubting and start trusting? "When my gut decides to go along with my head, I suppose," he replied glumly. "And my gut is going to be screaming, but he's only a child for a little while longer at least." He might have said something more, but at just that moment a bell rang out, cutting across the winter night. And for one horrible moment, he thought it was the death bell, and his thoughts fastened on Harrow. But no, it wasn't. It was the great bell at the palace, not the collegium bell that sounded the candle marks and the meals, but the huge, deep-toned bell that sounded only for major occasions. So what? A moment later his question was answered. "It's time, it's Selene," said Cantor, and given the gravid condition of the queen, that was all Cantor needed to say. Selene had gone into labor. By dawn Valdemar would have an heir presumptive. And from that moment on, the queen would be standing between Prince Carathanalin and his ambitions. Alberich shivered. It had begun. 21. "I'm sorry, Weapons Master," Michael sighed. He pushed the papers away from him, and reluctantly Alberich took them and folded them up tightly. "All I get from them is—" He screwed up his face. "The writer was in a hurry, really annoyed with something, and wanted to get this over with. I think he was that actor fellow, the one we all thought was so interesting." He paused again, then smiled wanly. "And the only thing that I can tell you besides that is he thought the person he was writing to was very, very thick." Alberich sighed. It had been a long shot, of course. He'd hoped that somehow the secret instructions from Norris to the prince would have some link to the unknown patron. But no luck, it seemed. Whoever the patron was, Norris had not been thinking of him when he'd been writing the prince's scripts. "My thanks regardless, Michael," he said. He saw Michael glancing with longing at the door, and he found a bit of sympathy for the boy. It was the first fine day since autumn, and Michael, no longer under punishment duty, was probably a fire to be out in it. "Go along." He hadn't so much as gotten the words out when Michael was out the door like a shot. "Frustrating," said Misty redundantly. "We've got one end of the path, Norris to Kareth. We have the other, Devlin to Norris. But we still don't have the so-called patron who links it all into a neat circle." "Nor will we," Alberich said with grim certainty. "I believe it was the same person who was paying for unrest against the Queen earlier. I even believe it was the same person who was selling information out of the Council during the wars, and I have my suspicions who that person is. Unfortunately, I do not have a shred of proof. He's too clever at covering his tracks and hiding his identity. He's probably in disguise most of the time when he deals with underlings." This certainty was not true foresight, but it came with the scent of foresight on it. He would have liked to confide his suspicions to someone who had some other gift that might be used to spy upon this person, but unfortunately the suspicion was so wild that he knew that even the heralds would have stared at him with incredulity. Yes, even Talamir. Even Misty. Even, perhaps, most of the companions. "But not me," said Cantor with equal certainty. "So you and I will watch and wait and bide our time, quietly. We'll catch him eventually." "So all we can do is keep a guard on Selene?" Misty asked mournfully. "It seems so," he replied. She sighed. "I wish I could tell her," he said to his companion. "You can when it's over," Cantor replied. "You're used to keeping secrets." And that, alas, was only too true. It was just too bad that Selene had not realized that little fact before all of this had begun, and had confided in him rather than, whoever she had, who had been so poor at keeping them. Selene tried to concentrate on the reports in front of her, but her eyes kept drifting to the window, and her thoughts drifting off into nothingness. It was only 2 moons since the baby's birth. 2 moons. Spring was just beginning outside those windows, and she was stuck inside. And when she managed to wrench her eyes and her thoughts back to the job at hand, an angry wail from the next room cut across her concentration, and she winced, and shoved down the surge of angry irritation that made her want to go into the nursery and put a pillow over baby Elspeth's face. And immediately she felt sick with guilt. Horrible thought. She was a horrible mother. How could she think such things about the baby? She should have been all moony-eyed and willing to bear with anything. She should be longing to hold Elspeth, to cradle her for hours and hours. She should be spending every waking moment hovering over the cradle, gazing down at the little mite with adoration. Instead, she had thoughts of wanting to smother the poor thing. She was unfit to be a mother. She should never have had a child. "That's not a child," Karyo said testily. "It's a stomach with a war horn attached to one end and a mechanism that produces more excrement than a full-grown cow attached to the other." Selene was glad that there wasn't anyone in the room to see her as she choked on a laugh. There was some truth to that, though Selene herself seldom had to attend to the latter. Still, the former? Elspeth's wails scaled up a notch. Selene's own nurse, old Melody, was in charge of the nursery, but she seemed to have her hands full with Elspeth, who had an awfully robust set of lungs for something so small, and the need to demand attention constantly. Do all babies cry so much? At least baby Elspeth's demands were reasonable. Milk, comfort, a clean napkin. Unlike her father. Selene's irritation increased, as did her headache. He'd been pouting again this morning. He didn't even have to say anything anymore, just pout and look aggrieved and put upon. His pouts didn't seem quite so attractive anymore either, and his bereft orphan pose was beginning to look a great deal more like a pose than like her own real grief. She knew what true mourning looked like from the inside, and, well, all his protestations to the contrary, it had begun to look to her as if his father's death and brother's estrangement were things he really didn't feel deeply about, if at all. "Oh, come now," said her conscience. "You can't blame him for wanting to be a king now that his brother is king of Rethwellan, and he's been thoroughly agreeable since Elspeth was born. Didn't he say he had sent for his old nurse for her so that old Melody wouldn't have to do all the looking after by herself? And with 2 chief nursery attendants on the job, there shouldn't be any more of this howling while you're trying to get some work done." Agreeable he might be, but she couldn't help the feeling that it was all on the surface. He certainly wasn't about whenever something needed doing. When they retired for the evening, and she wanted to tell him about the annoyances of the day, just to get them off her chest, he would launch off into some hunting story or other, ignoring her hints that another topic, any other topic, would be welcome. And what had happened to Kareth the lover? All very well to speak tenderly of wanting to give her plenty of time to recover from Elspeth's birth, but just how long did he think she needed? Besides, it wouldn't hurt her to be held and comforted now and again. She could do with more of the commiseration about the burdens of the crown that he used to give her, and less complaining that he wanted the crown himself. "He's the father of your child," she reminded herself, though as Elspeth's wails turned into distinctly angry howls, that was seeming less and less of a good thing. Finally, just when she thought that her head was going to split, she heard the sound of feet running into the nursery and the howls cut off, and lest she worry that someone else had put a pillow over the baby's face, she heard suckling and cooing noises. The wet nurse had been found, it seemed. Her Highness was now satisfied. If only His Highness could be satisfied so easily. She sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose to try and ease the pain in her head. Demands for attention, demands for service, wanting everything now, this moment, totally self-centered, perfectly reasonable in an infant, not so attractive in her father. And unfortunately at this late date he was unlikely to grow out of it. Things seemed dreadfully clear all of a sudden, when she wasn't looking into those beautiful eyes and listening to that honey-sweet voice whispering in her ear. When she had been sleeping alone for far too long, when she realized that the demands were never, ever going to stop, and she began to understand Cario's antipathy to him, and wonder which Kareth was the real one. "What was I thinking?" she thought with despair. "What have I done?" She dropped her head into her hands, and for a moment gave way to the despair. She who had been afraid of being trapped had trapped herself. She was trapped within the hard shell of the crown, trapped with an infant she had not really planned for, trapped with a husband who was— face it, Selene, who is beginning to look like someone who put on a show for you. She wanted suddenly to get away, away from the palace, away from the crown. Not forever, just for a few candle marks where she could be just Selene, not the queen, not a mother, just herself. She needed to be able to think clearly, and she couldn't even think at all with the baby fussing in the next room. Something had changed between her and Kareth. She needed to figure out what it was, and somehow get things back to the way they had been before that terrible quarrel. If she could, she had to think about that too. She had to be able to step back from the whole situation and try to look at it objectively, as if this was Selene sitting in judgment in the city courts. If only she could go somewhere that held no memories of the prince, where she could be herself entirely again, the Selene she used to be. I'll do it. To the 7 hells with these reports. They can wait a few candle marks more. She pushed away from her desk and stood up. "Cario, would you be amenable to a ride to the home farms?
Just the two of us?"
This was the best day for practice that they had gotten in a long time. Spring rains hadn't yet begun. The ground was good and dry, and although the air was chill, it was not cold enough to be uncomfortable even if you weren't moving. Alberich watched his teams as they writhed in a knot of flying sticks and flailing bodies. The view was excellent from the sidelines, and he allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction. They were good, and they were ready. He had believed in them, and they had repaid that belief in full. Even young Michael, that most unlikely of prodigals. The boy had flung himself into his self-appointed niche with the controlled energy of a tightly wound spring, and a concentration Alberich suspected he never would have had if he had not spent those moons in the glassworks. You dared not lose your concentration around hot glass, for if you did, the best you could expect was the total ruin of all your work, and the worst could cost a limb, or a life, or worse than just your life if you were a glass blower. He didn't know if the Collegium healers could do anything about the scorched lungs before the patient died of the injury. He did know that it was one of the nastier and more painful ways to die. Although no such disaster had occurred at the glassworks while the two trainees had been serving their time there, Michael had probably been witness to several minor accidents, and certainly had been told all of the horror stories. It was amazing to see the level of steadiness and concentration he had attained. It was nevertheless true that steadiness and concentration couldn't make up for a difference of 3 years of age and growth. The boy was not the most skilled of the skirmishers. Although in the normal Hurley games Michael was a star player, in these practices he was merely at the level of all the others. Still, given that they were 3 years older than he, and had several moons of learning and practice that he hadn't had, that was absolutely astonishing. Part of it, Alberich was sure, was a natural ability in combat, or exercises that were combat-like. Alberich had taught a few youngsters who possessed that near-magical combination of reflexes, strength, coordination, cleverness, and the instinct for combat. Michael was definitely one of that number. Take, for instance, the way that he and Elleran worked together, moving through the pack, smooth as an otter in a fast-flowing stream. Never a wasted moment, often managing to anticipate the next blow, and thwart it by the simple expedient of not being there when it fell. The next blow. Flash of blue. Alberich clung to his pommel as the foresight vision slammed him between the eyes. Selene. But it wasn't a long one. It didn't need to be, actually. He had spent the last several moons anticipating exactly what it showed him. All it needed to give him was the where and the when. Where? Outside the city walls, on the home farms. He recognized that spot along the river bank, beyond the point where he and Selene had fished for eels. It was secluded there, quiet, and out of sight of any of the farm workers. When? Soon. Too soon, moments at most. Terror rose in him. "Not for us!" Cantor said fiercely, before he could even begin to panic, as the players suddenly froze in place, their companions relaying to them what Alberich and Cantor already knew. "Weapons!" cried Harrow. "No time!" shouted someone else, and suddenly they were all in motion. Alberich and Cantor in the lead, flying across the grass, leaping obstacles, scattering trainees and courtiers out of their way, and out of the main palace gate before Alberich even had time to think about what they were doing. They knew. How did they know? No, they didn't know, or hadn't known consciously before this moment. But the peak of readiness they had attained was such that at this point they had been ready for anything. "Warn Cario," he told Cantor urgently. And needlessly, of course. The trap's sprung. Don't panic, we can get there in time." And with grim satisfaction, they weren't expecting her to fight. Alberich had his sword, for even in the Hurley practices he never left the saddle without putting it in a saddle sheath. The teams, however, had no weapons, but they did have their modified Hurley sticks, special sticks sheathed in metal of a wood so hard they called it ironwood, so dense and tough that even without the metal sheath it dulled blades that tried to cut it. And they were all in their fitted armor, which Alberich had insisted they wear as soon as it was available. And the companions were armored. In all the time that Alberich had been a herald, he had not understood what it was like to be in the saddle when Cantor was at full gallop. He had heard about the extraordinary speed of a companion, but he had never fully experienced it for himself. When Cantor had rescued him from the burning shed and carried him out of Carsey, he had been drifting in and out of awareness. It was exhilarating and terrifying. Already the troop was down in the crowded streets of Haven, and the houses and shops blurred past as the hapless bystanders pressed themselves against the walls in an effort to get as far out of the way as possible. Somehow the crowds were parting before them like a school of minnows in front of a pike. Thank the Sun Lord! Being in the lead as he was, he could see them making way, as if something invisible was shoving them to either side of the street ahead, just in time to avoid being trampled. But if someone didn't get out of the way in time, they will. You leave that to us. Somewhere behind them, the palace and collegia were aboil. Of course, only he and his teams had been instantly ready to respond. But the rest, every man and woman who was in whites and no few in grays, were scrambling to join the rescue, getting weapons, saddling up. Some, like Karen, probably not even bothering with a saddle. How did that bastard know? The vision had shown him the prince and a mob of his hangers-on. How had he known that Selene would be there, and alone, when even he hadn't known she'd left the palace? He must have had a small army of watchers on the palace, waiting for her to leave under exactly the right circumstances, following her to see where she went, sending back the message he had been waiting for. This was not spur of the moment or something conceived in passion. This had been long in the planning, probably from the moment he came into Valdemar, or else someone else had planned it all for him. No time to think about that now. He had to try and remember what the vision had shown him. Swiftly as Cantor was running, he worked out a rough plan. They'd have to be fools not to expect rescue coming from the heralds, but they wouldn't be looking for it so soon. Alarm bells were sounding all over the city. If the prince had thought he was going to be able to carry this off quietly, he was going to get more than one rude surprise. At least the alarms had the effect of clearing the streets entirely. Cantor somehow redoubled his speed, and they shot through the gates, going at such a rate that even Alberich was dizzy, and he was not going to think about what would happen if any of them tripped and fell. There was no finesse in this. Down the road, in at the gates of the home farms, riders clutching their weapons in grim silence, hooves pounding like thunder, so loud they couldn't hear the fighting ahead of them, so loud that the ambushers surely thought it was thunder. And they didn't even pause as they sighted their target. Just as the team had been taught, just as they had practiced for moons and moons, they crashed in among the milling ambushers, exactly as if it was a Hurley skirmish. They broke into the mob around Selene, and their sticks went to work. In that first and last glimpse, Alberich got the sudden, heart-sinking realization that there were more of them than he had thought there would be, or than he had seen. A lot more. The odds were roughly 2 to 1, in fact. Hard on the heels of that realization was another. He hadn't heard about this down in the rough parts of Haven because the prince hadn't needed to recruit anyone for this plan. He'd brought them with him in the guise of servants, of hangers-on, of sycophants. And last of all, even as he raised his stick and Cantor ran straight into the horse of one of these pseudo-servants, he looked up and saw Selene lose her sword to Norris. Norris, who had regarded women as mere objects of convenience and would no more hesitate to kill her than he would hesitate to kill a fly. There was a bulwark of fighters 3 deep between him and her. There was no way he could fight his way to her in time. And that was when he saw the incredible, the miraculous, the totally insane. Elloran, coming in at full gallop from the side, where there was no one in the way, crashing into Norris's horse. Just as Michael rose in his stirrups, pushed off, and with the momentum of Elloran's charge behind him, flung himself out of his saddle at Norris. Somehow he wrapped his arms around the actor when he hit, pinning Norris's sword to his side as they tumbled out of the saddle to the ground. Somehow he managed to stay uppermost. They went over the side of the horse and out of sight. Selene took advantage of the moment of confusion that followed to get Cario a little farther into the open, where the companion's hooves came into play. That cleared a little more space for her to fight, and as Alberich's stick connected with the man in front of him, Cantor shoved through to her side. "Here!" he shouted and tossed his sword hilt first at her. "Here, Alberich!" he heard from somewhere below, and as Cantor pirouetted on his hind legs, Michael thrust a sword up at him from the ground, hilt first, doing so left-handed, holding his right tight to his belly. Norris wasn't moving, so the blade was presumably the actor's. Alberich snatched it, and Michael scrambled out of the way. Eloran rammed his way in beside his chosen, and even one-handed, Michael was able to haul himself back up into the saddle. From the way he was holding that arm, however, he wasn't going to be a further factor in the fighting. Then it all stopped having anything to do with thought, as the mob closed in around them again, and he and Selene fought side by side against the tightening circle. Cantor kept himself interposed as much as he could between the fighters and Cario. He was armored, Cario was not. Norris's sword wasn't much better than a hurley stick, but at least it had a pointed end and not a blunt one. And that was just about all that Alberich had time to think about. Then, for what seemed like forever, it was all shouting, blow and counterblow, screams and blood and last-minute parries, and far too many people trying to kill his queen. Until suddenly the fighting melted away from in front of him, and those who were not on the ground groaning, or dead, were in full retreat, as the reinforcements came pounding up on their companions with swords in their hands and rage on their faces. And it was at that moment that he looked down and realized that the last man he had bludgeoned to death, with that pathetic excuse for a sword, was the prince. He had not even known who it was he was fighting. Michael had a broken wrist. There were some slices and cuts to the others, but his was probably the most serious injury. Alberich could have wept with relief. His gamble of putting them into armor had worked, for the prince's ambushers had foolishly worn none at all. Michael had done the impossible, and Norris's phenomenal luck had run out just before the prince's had, for when Michael had hit him and taken him down to the ground, he had not been able to compensate for his attacker's weight. All of his agility and training had, after all, counted for naught. He'd broken his neck as they hit the ground together. Alberich limped over to where Krathic was tending to the boy, who looked up at him, too weary and full of pain to care much about anything. "That one of your fool play-acting moves was," Alberich growled. "Yes?" The boy nodded. "And practiced it you have been?" Michael hesitated. Sort of, with a straw man. Eloran and I didn't think it was really going to work, so we'd kind of given up on it. But when we came up on the ambush and saw Norris with Selene..." He shrugged and hissed with pain. "I knew I couldn't fight him. It's not just stage fighting he knows, and he's better than me. The important thing was to immobilize him long enough for you to get to her." He would have said more, but Alberich held up his hand. "Enough, good reasoning. Right action. Never do it again. Your neck broken it could have been, not his." Michael turned a bit green, and not from the pain. Alberich didn't blame him. This was his first kill, and it had literally been with his bare hands. Not an easy thing for a boy of 15 to cope with. Alberich turned on his heel and left him with Krathic, who was better suited to helping him deal with the emotional ramifications than the weapons master himself was. Alberich went to find the rest of his team, make sure they were all right, and if not, see that they were under someone's wing before he went looking for the queen. He found Harrow last of all. The boy was staring down at one of the ambushers' bodies, running his hands reflexively up and down the hurley stick. Just as Alberich came up to him, he looked at his hands and realized what he was doing. With an expression of repulsion, he threw the thing away. "I'm never playing again," he said to Alberich, who nodded, understanding all that the youngster could not put into words.
that it wasn't a game anymore, that it would be forever tainted for him, that he could never even think of Hurley without knowing that he had killed at least one man with his stick. "Go to see Crathic," was all he said, and then made sure that he did so. "Why do I think that Hurley is now going to fade away into the mists that hold all old fads?" Cantor asked rhetorically. "Oh, someone might revive it again, when this lot has gone on into whites. Not until then, and that's not a bad thing. It won't be such an obsession when it comes around for the second time." He personally wouldn't be sorry to see it go. The business of the Collegia was learning, after all, not gamesmanship, and there were other ways to teach teamwork. Selene was sitting a little way away under a tree. When Alberich came up to her, Talamir was speaking earnestly to her in a low voice. Alberich caught the name Norris and the word script before they both looked up at him. She had been crying quietly, and she rubbed the tears from her face with the back of her hand. "So it was an act from beginning to end," she said bitterly. "Every bit of it." "Tailored precisely to you, Majesty," Alberich agreed, since she seemed to be waiting for a reply. "Sorry I am." "I don't want your pity," she snapped, then wilted. "Damn, I apologize. It's not your fault, and I probably wouldn't have listened to you before." The tears started again. She seemed unaware of them. "It's not fair. I'm glad you killed him." "Majesty, I am not," Alberich replied, and she looked up at him, startled. "In death he has escaped the consequences of his actions, and left you to deal with them. I am not glad, and what his Majesty of Rethwellen will say and do I know not." "Leave that to me," Talamir said instantly. "Although given not only what Karath claimed, but what my agents have verified for me, there was definitely no love lost between the King of Rethwellen and his brother." He brooded a moment. No love lost at all. He seems to have been more welcome in his absence than his presence, and it was not by his doing that he was not told of his own father's death until it was long past the moment when he could have been recalled for the funeral. Alberich nodded. That wasn't much of a surprise. "So King Faramentha not so displeased to hear of this will be?" Talamir shrugged. "I believe that if we are discreet, or as discreet as we may be, having roused all of Haven, this will probably be no more than a matter of some delicate maneuvering. In fact, I suspect it will be of more import that it is clear that we do not hold His Majesty responsible for his brother's actions than that we were forced to eliminate a prince of Rethwellen." Alberich caught a little movement from the corner of his eye. Selene was staring at him. "And when I think of what you've been doing so quietly all this time, Alberich, and to think that at one point I thought you were just jealous, because he was as good a swordsman as you, and that was why you weren't up at the palace anymore. You're—" She was about to say it. He cut her off. "Selene, no hero am I," he told her firmly but gently. "For heroes look to young Michael, who I think was certain he would be killed when the actor he attacked, or Misty, who is no great dissembler, and could not have herself defended had Norris discovered her intent." "If you are no hero, then what are you?" she demanded. He managed a smile, the first genuine smile he had felt on his face since she'd married. "Your weapons, master, your herald." And he held out his hand. "I hope your friend and brother, nothing more." She took it and looked long and hard at him, and he knew then that at one point she herself must have had something of a crush on him, now long past, but that she was afraid that he might now be the one with secret feelings for her. It wouldn't have been the first time such a thing had happened. He was just as glad that the whole notion was so absurd. "I always wanted a brother growing up," she said aloud, and let go of his hand. "Good." He smiled again. "Then if my advice you will take, you will make of Misty and Michael great heroes, and let your shadow herald stay where best he is suited." "And I will second that," Talamir agreed, and gave Alberich a look that the weapons master had no trouble interpreting. "You can go now." "Huh, we know when we aren't welcome." "Don't be absurd," he chided Cantor. "Do you really want her weeping and raging at us? Then do you want to be embroiled in the political maneuvering this is going to cause?" "Well," Cantor admitted, "no." "Good." He scratched his head, encountered a patch of someone else's dried blood in his hair, and grimaced. "I want a bath. Let's go home." "I may never forgive you," Misty said, her head on his shoulder. It was the first time she'd been in his quarters since the rescue, and he was mortally glad to have her there. He would be even gladder to have her in his bed, but not quite yet. For now it was enough to have her in his arms. "For telling Selene to make you a hero?" he asked, amused, and shifted a little on the couch so that his position was a little more comfortable. "Someone has to be." "But why me?" she demanded. "Because you earned it," he replied, staring into the stained glass face of Vicandis Sunlord. "Because people need heroes, but primarily because you are the least likely hero I can think of." "Well, there I agree with you, but wouldn't that—" "Hear me out," he interrupted. "People need heroes, and heralds are that. But heralds aren't very ordinary." She did think about it. "I see your point. Most of them are athletic, and even if they aren't handsome, the whites at least make them look distinguished. But you, my dear chronicler, represent someone who is just like them or like people they know, and you went and did something very dangerous, something that your whites would not protect you from, something that not even your companion could have protected you from." She pushed her lenses up on her nose. "I see your point. And Michael?" "Everyone likes to have heroes who are young, handsome, and a touch reckless," he laughed. "It won't spoil him. He knows if he gets too much above himself, it's back to the glassworks for another couple of moons." She chuckled. "To think all this began over a broken mirror. Isn't that supposed to mean bad luck?" "It was bad luck," he pointed out. "For Norris and Carathanalin, because if it hadn't been for Norris, the mirror would never have gotten broken in the first place." She fell silent then, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Comforting as it was to think that they had closed the circle, he knew that this was not in the least the case. Someone had been Carathanalin's patron, and Norris's, someone who was high in court circles, and privy to some very personal information about Selene, and they still didn't know who that was. No, the game wasn't over yet, and if or when that person was uncovered, there would without a doubt be more troubles on the way. But at least for a little while there would be some breathing space, and in the end that was all anyone, herald or queen or ordinary citizen, could ask for. "Now," he breathed into her hair, "would you like to find out how a hero is rewarded?" Her response was everything he could have wished for, and he knew that for a few marks at least, the world would be completely all right for both of them. It would not remain that way for long, but it was enough that it remain that way for now. This concludes Exile's Valor by Mercedes Lackey, narrated by Paul Woodson, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2003 by Mercedes R. Lackey. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mercedes Lackey, care of Scoville Galen Gauche Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.